They said he wouldn't stream today. They said that he wouldn't provide interesting content. They said that he was an escaped mestizo narcotics runner from Colombia who broke out of jail and killed a family in America and assumed a false identity. But they're all wrong. This, this is. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a joke there. Hello, how y'all doing? Sorry, I was expecting to stream this morning, but I didn't. I stayed up really late last night. I wish I could blame myself for it, but I think it actually had to do with me getting back on Adderall. I was on a stint away from it for a bit. I ran out of meds due to some mismanagement on my part. I was on my cognitive decline arc, so taking it again now. I was a bit energetic. Um, so I stayed up pretty late. Oh, also, there was a storm last night, and it was fucking with the power supply. I actually saw lights flickering. I looked down at my backup battery, which is a sturdy backup battery, by the way. It's about 20 pounds, and I saw that it was about 30%. And I was in the middle of a damn game, so I turned my camera off, turned all my lights off, and turned off my secondary monitor, and finished the game, and turned everything off before the power drained completely. Um, 'Cause the storm's done now, so the power's back to ordinary, you know. Yes, yes, there's been flooding, you know. Is the power back up to protect all your sweet data? Yeah. Also, it's the best surge protector you can get. Um, but yeah, it's good to have a backup battery, right? You know, even if the power goes out, it will prevent. It will still cut out my internet. I can't save that from happening. But if the power goes out briefly, isn't it better for the computer to stay on? I mean, imagine if it just turned off and, a momentary disruption in the power then turned into like a minute of me setting everything back up. No, no, it's good to have a battery. Pretty cheap too. What is it, $100 for a big strong backup battery? I mean, that's worth it, I think. Otherwise, my game would have knocked out last night, in the middle of the game. Don't want that. Yes, Hyper Hooper. I saw a little bit of it. I don't particularly care for it. Can you show us what it looks like? Pretty sure I just got it off Amazon. If I just look at batteries in my search history. Uh, regular battery, regular battery, regular battery. Here we go. 170. A APC UPS 1500 VA backup battery surge protector. 900 watt. Um, yeah, it's pretty standard stuff, I think, really. Just a big box. How often does it rain in Seattle? Decently often. Make it an emote. Okay. All right, you goofy goobers. Wait, is the window open? I'll be freezing in a minute. It's not. All right. Zan is debating Hans today on neopronouns. Yeah, I hear. Good luck. Godspeed. Hans has been, is it, he get mad at me if I say schizo posting. He seems like he's losing it. I don't know. What nice people we used to be. Um, Vosh, you're looking Voshy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel a bit grimy right now. My food intake's been a bit inconsistent. Anyway, we have to talk about the slavery ring. We're going to talk about that. Um, And Second Thoughts video, End of the American Century, literally includes him saying China will lead socialism. Okay, would you like to take a look at that Second Thought video? We had the first one where it looked good, and now we have the second one where maybe it'll look quite bad. We can do that, huh? I think that sounds nice. Then we can play Metroid. I have no reservations and streaming a little bit later today. Oh, by the way. Now, do you think you all can handle a little bit of gun talk? I want to get a rifle because I have 6 pistols, you know. Having 6 pistols and no rifle seems a little bit odd. You know, I mean, should have a rifle. Anyway, the issue is, okay, what's the rifle everyone gets? AR-15, right? The issue is, I'm a snobby hipster, okay? And I just really dislike how standard rifles and carbine rifles look. M4s, M16s, AR-15s, I just don't like how they look. And I don't want an AK-47 or a 74. So I wanted to get your guys' opinions on some stuff, okay? Like, aesthetically. Because the thing is, okay, as long as you're talking about, you know, as long as you're talking about anything that fires 5.56, that's basically all of them, isn't it? No, there are hundreds of rifles. And by the way, honestly, like, I feel like quite a lot of them are really good, you know? Yeah, thousands, really. Like, a lot of them are very popular because they're cheap and easy to produce, and they're easy to clean. But if you're a wealthy, image-obsessed connoisseur of shiny guns, like myself, you know, the sky's the limit, I think. So anyway, aesthetically, I wanted your guys' opinions, okay? Now, I don't know much in the way of gun terminology. I'm not going to LARP as some professional here, but okay. Rifles that look like this, you know? I always associate these. Are these like the FAL types? I only know video games, okay? They're very long and sleek, and they tend to have fluted barrels. Do you think these look bad? I always thought these looked quite nice, you know, in my opinion. I think they look pretty okay. This one looks kind of like a saw, you know, like on the top, the rail kind of looks like a saw. You could sort of whack at somebody, you know, I think. Those are AR. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the aesthetics right now, like the proportion. Anyway, you know, and then these are mostly for hunting. Slightly more standard looking rifles. I mean, when I think of like modern rifle, I think of like, you know, something that looks like this. You know, it's black, it's shiny. Well, that doesn't look too bad, I don't think. Here, this looks at ones that aren't AR-15s. What about like bullpup style guns? These I do hate these. They look like Halo guns. I know they're real guns that really exist, but they look like Halo guns. Like, they just look like if you're holding them, it's like, oh my god, wow, is that a replica from a video game? You know, yeah, I'm sure they're quite useful in close combat, but yeah, get a needler, you know, get the laser pistol. Everyone knows the SCAR. God, everyone knows these guns from video games, and by everyone I mean me, of course. I'm really just kind of projecting. See, this is what I mean by like rifles I don't like. Look at this. Like, I don't know. It's just like, oh, cool, it's a rifle. Wow. Why isn't it shiny? It's not shiny enough. There's no gold. There's no rosewood. It's not shiny. It's not shiny. Not good. I do like the fluted barrels, I think. I think those are quite nice. Oh, there's another bullpup styled gun. You know, if I wanted to, you know, we could just completely abandon any pretense of effectiveness and get something that looks like this, you know? Maybe not this because it has a fucking Lego red dot at the end for some goddamn reason, but, you know, like, this is... The ideal rifle is shaped, I think, like a... What are the guns that fire the 3570? What was it? Rifle 3570 government? Is that what they're called? Those are the best looking rifles. You know? Every time I see a gun that looks like this, they fire... Is it 45 70? 4570, not 3570. Every time I see a gun that fires that, they're just downloading the images. Let me... What are they called? Brush guns? Lever action? Okay, we can all agree that, like, practicality aside, lever action rifles are beautiful, right? I mean, they're shiny. Look at this. Red and gold. What do you want? Of course, if you know, if you were to own something like this would be purely for aesthetic. I mean, this is not a practical modern weapon. Well, they're pretty practical even today. Yeah, for hunting, sure. But, like, they're lever action, you know. How about a more modernized one? Also, like, how would a gun like this even hand? I mean, because you can't really, like, you can't. This gun doesn't have the what would it be called? The maneuvering capacity of an AR-15. What's the term? Where you can just immediately raise and fire. You know, what's the term for that? That just instantly, like, bang ready. You know, the ergonomics. Yeah. Well, whatever the case, like, these guns will be inferior, I think, to regular rifles. Jesus Christ. This feels like it's a mix of two different incompatible aesthetics. This looks like it's from Gears of War and also from Red Dead Redemption. There's a lot going on here, you know. Ergonomics are just the hand feel. Then what am I thinking of? You know, the because one of the characteristics that determines the viability of a firearm for combat is how quickly you can go from at rest to, like, handling. Let's go with handling, you know? So any uh uh any gun that's shaped like a brush gun, you know, that has this shape is going to handle way worse than an AR-15 style gun, just because of the way the stock, it's, you know, it's quite a bit longer too, which is why they tend to be used for hunting. I just want a nice, proper rifle. I mean, I want it to be shiny. If I just look up, like, rosewood semi-automatic, what am I looking for? 5.56 rifles, customized Ruger Mini 14. See, this just looks flimsy to me. Don't get me wrong, I love the rosewood, if that is rosewood. I don't have an eye for it. But also, the bits of black plastic alongside the metal, alongside the wood, there's just, yeah. Look, no hate or anything, okay? Mini 14s? I'll be revisiting this subject in the future, I think. Okay. This? Is this viable? The whole thing's wood. When did this gun come out? This looks like, what is this, 50 years old? That's a good gun? Alright, I can look more. The Mini 14, it's fine. No, not to say old guns aren't reliable or anything, you know. Shut up, Shu. Wood on guns always makes it look old. Well, yeah. Wasn't the main reason we moved off of using wood for our guns was because of Vietnam? Vietnam is really humid, so the wood of our guns would swell when we sent Marines over there. So, like, metal and plastic were preferred, because they weren't affected by the environment in the same way. Wasn't that why we moved over? That's what I read, at least, I think. Also heavier? Oh, true. Yeah, heavier. Heavier as well. I'm not too concerned with the weight of these guns. I'm decently strong, you know. It's you know, I'm not that worried. Also, I'm not literally a soldier. I don't have to wear this on a backpack and carry it through a jungle. Damn. Okay, wait. Let me just ask this, and then we'll move on. Let me just ask this, and then we'll move on. Let me find a prettier Mini 14. Let me see if I can't find one that has maybe a better wood finish. Because I'm not a big fan of that kind of orange-yellow wood. Wow. Okay, that one looks quite pretty. Here we go. Look at that. Okay, I'll admit, that's a handsome gun. No denying it. Okay. So, I genuinely do not have much experience with firing rifles. The logistics of getting the, the stock up against my chest, shoulder, kind of, it's always felt a bit less comfortable, but it's probably just a practice thing. I could probably spend an hour at the range and get way more comfortable um, firing rifles. But anyway, in terms of handling, okay? Genuine question, sincerely want your opinions, okay? Give me the knowledge and what I'm to expect, right? So, this is another gun, the AR-15, right? Most common, I mean, it's very widely distributed for civilian purposes, this rifle. I think it's quite ugly, but there's no denying that it's effective in what it does. Um, so, question, in terms of like viability, apart from the longer barrel, and this is probably 8 inches longer, maybe 6 inches longer, the total length of the gun relative to this. What would the difference be in terms of like same barrel length? Yeah, but the stock goes way farther back, clearly. Well, this has an extendable stock, I guess. The extendable stock is another benefit of metal and plastic, because you can't really do that with wood. Look, okay, anyway, what I'm getting at is, in terms of like, okay, let's abstract this, all right? It's the zombie apocalypse, okay? I'm running around, I've got my pistols, and I've got my rifle, okay? Kablamo, they burst around the corner, all right? How much more quickly could I draw this one and aim it than this one? Ignore maintenance and weight. Just talk about how quickly. Yeah, the AR by a mile. That's what I'm thinking. See, that's the thing. There's a reason these guns are more popular, and it's because they're more effective. I hate plastic mold guns, but they are superior to wood. They're the same. No, I feel like it'd be faster. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot more modularity with these guns with the plastic bits and so on. Yeah, you can get AR-15s with wood on them. Yeah, yeah. I'm just talking about handling, because this gun, when I look at it, looks like something that you could just immediately raise and fire. Everything about that makes sense, like visually, Say you have the stock extended, because right now it's in the short state. Grip, hand here, raise and fire. Simple, right? Now for this, because this has those old-timey rifle grips, it doesn't have a pistol grip. You need to like your hand, your trigger finger is here. The rest of your hand kind of slides back to hold this, thumb around the base of the stock. You've got this huge, heavy, unwieldy stock. And then you've got like this just wide area you can rest your other hand, It's really the same mechanics. I understand it's the same mechanics. It's just the difference in the hand placement. Is there any benefit to a gun that doesn't have a pistol grip? That isn't a sniper rifle. I mean, unless you're like shooting deer from a mile away. If you're talking about something that's within your zip code, is there any benefit to not having a pistol grip? Because pistol grips just seem easier. Some people are saying no, some are saying yes. It's Cali compliant. I'm not in California. We don't need to fuck around with that. New York banned pistol grips. Okay, I get that, but I live in Washington, which is a little bit more laissez-faire when it comes to gun laws. What is this? What? I don't need a bipod to rest. I'm not planning on getting myself in the news headline anytime soon. Jesus Christ. Wait, is that a crank? What are we doing here? What is this? It's a pretty gun. Okay, look, I think pump shotguns might be better without pistol grips. Yeah, maybe? I've never actually fired a shotgun. Oh, well, wait, this one has a pistol grip. For what you're talking about, the most important thing is how balanced it is. Bullpups are the best for that because they're very light from the front. Yeah, wait. Okay, last question I'm asking, then we're moving on. I swear to God we're moving on, okay? Again, I know like nothing about guns, so you just need to answer this for me. Can you guys, apart from the fact that they're god ugly, okay? Can you explain to me how bullpups aren't like the guns of the future? By putting all the loading and firing business behind the handle, aren't you massively improving the weight distribution of the firearm? Like, and lowering the necessary length of the barrel relative to the size of the gun? They're bad for left-handed people? Ah, well, maybe. Because, like, it seems like the handling here would be really, really good. I've never fired a bullpup-style firearm. But the bullpup, I mean, it's not been adopted as, like, the standard firearm for the US, the UK. Other countries use them. The ejection can be annoying. I think I can see that, yeah. Like, here's what I mean, right? Like, there. Nice HD image we can look at. Oh, the UK uses a bullpup? Oh, okay. Because, like, the magazine goes here, which means that the whole firing mechanism business is being handled right back here, which means the barrel's length starts all the way at the back of the gun. And that's good because it means that, you know, the longer the barrel, you know, there are benefits to that with regards to accuracy. So if the barrel begins back here and fires all the way out here, what's what, 18 inches or so? Over here, you know, you might have the same length of barrel, but the gun has to be twice the length to manage it. You've got good weight distribution, you know, recoil's probably pretty decent. I don't know, just superior in handling but can be a challenge for reloading. Okay. Australia, France, and the UK use bullpup? Really? UK standard rifle. The SA-80? Is that a bullpup style gun? Oh, son of a bitch, it is. Okay, never mind. I'm completely wrong. The UK standard issue rifle is a bullpup style. Interesting. It just seems like you could save a lot on size and weight. Anyway, this is very much besides the point. I was just thinking about it earlier. Brandish your firearms on stream again, please. No, it's okay. Well, you didn't win Marjorie Taylor Greene's gun, Vosh? Yeah, I don't actually know if the state of Washington would be okay with me owning an anti-materiel rifle. I guess I'll have to look into that, you know? In case I'm ever particularly offended by, like, a building, you know? In case somewhere within a 10-mile radius of me there's, like, a armored car that I want to disintegrate. Such a big fucking gun. Silly. Alright, okay. Anyway, how about we talk about politics, huh? How about that? I think I might be a little bit sick because I've noticed that my jaw is a bit sore, and I know the immediate obvious jokes. But no, I'm sorry. I haven't sucked any cock in a while. I think I might be clenching my teeth in my sleep, which is actually a really bad habit. Yeah, hopefully it's not some kind of sickness. Ha ha ha, Tempest. That's a good question. That's a good question. Adderall can cause you to clench your teeth. Happens to me constantly. Okay, gotcha. Bruxism, aka jaw clenching. I'll try to work on it. Okay, Tempest. I'll do it literally right now. What's the email? Just DM me the email right now. I haven't responded to the other bit, but DM me the email that you want me to send the invite request to right now. I'll do it literally, presently, right here on stream. Just DM it to me. Okay. Ryan's taking a holiday break, and High Progressive will be filling in during that time. So, of course, he'll need access to my top secret files. Okay, here we go. Oh, I know this email. Yeah, I've paid out money before. Here we go. All right. Tempest, I hope you're well. I love you. But, like, not in a weird way, since we work together. But you know what I mean. In a friendly and holiday season kind of way. All right, hold on. Dropbox. Let me see. Open Dropbox folders. Share? Open notifications. Manage your Dropbox settings. Save you sync issues. How does this work exactly? Hold on. Yeah, exactly, Tempest. Okay, wait. Oh, you've opened a can of worms. Yes, you have. Okay. Sync issues preferences? Is that what we're looking at? Account? 60% of 4 terabyte space used. Oh my god, we need to clear that. No, okay, wait. How do I share? It's got to be right. Wait, okay. I've done this before. Chat, just hold on for one goddamn second. Okay. Okay, we'll open on Dropbox.com. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Shared. Right. Share. Like the musician. Right. People can edit, add, email, share folder. Okay. Should be done. Any issues? Let me know. All right. You know, it's an oft repeated statistic, and a true one, I'm afraid, that there are more slaves on Earth today than there were right before the Civil War began. You know, of course, we're talking globally. The definition of slavery is something that, like a lot of other atrocities, has been sort of contorted by historical context. You know, when people think of slavery, I think a lot of them have to imagine it in the context of chattel slavery, you know, like what we had going on for hundreds of years here in the States. And what was, you know, I think quite common across the Americas, Spanish colonists. And look, it's messy business, okay? Not good. We shouldn't do it. But unfortunately, that means that oftentimes modern day examples of slavery, you know, there's child sex trafficking, non-child sex trafficking. There are companies in the West that will use sort of subsidiaries to employ essentially slave labor in parts of Africa or Latin America. We have the slave labor in our own prisons today. You know, is it the 13th or the 14th Amendment? My memory is terrible. You know, that does not allow for slavery except, yeah, 13th. Thank you. Except, you know, if the government really wants it to happen. Rarely is this term applied as it should be, but from NBC News, just as of a few days ago, feds bust modern-day slavery ring amid new immigration enforcement effort. At least 100 immigrant workers were freed from conditions in which at least 2 died, another was repeatedly raped, and others were kidnapped and threatened with death. And it goes on from there. And, you know, we'll get to that. This was busted open by immigrations enforcement, and I think it's important to understand that at the end of the day, it is immigrations enforcement that caused this problem. See, there are slaves in the United States, and the slavers rely often on the undocumented immigrant status of these people in order to prevent them from running over to the cops. You know, this is one of the reasons why I support the decriminalization of sex work as well. You can talk about stats all up and down till your throat is hoarse and your face is blue, but the fact of the matter is, when people are victimized, whether that be by slavers, traffickers, pimps, whoever else, if they feel they can't turn to the police, that's pretty much it for them. You know, they can run, but without police protection or an official record of their existence, it's really difficult for them to find any way out of those situations. Or to put it another way, to put it a little bit more succinctly, you know, immigration's enforcement cleans up mess it created. It is through the morally indefensible criminalization of people's existences in the form of their undocumented status that pockets of slavery like this exist. There are probably hundreds or even thousands of them in the United States. Some large, some small, all of them desperately immoral. Um, but we only hear about a small few. 24 people were indicted in Georgia. That's the state, Georgia, not the country. Last month on charges of smuggling Mexican and Central American immigrants to the United States and forcing them to live in camps and work on farms in the state in what authorities say was an illegal enterprise akin to modern-day slavery. Named Operation Blooming Onion. Jesus Christ. Okay. Sure. I don't know. The years-long probe brought together multiple federal agencies to investigate a, quote, transnational criminal organization, end quote, that allegedly engaged in human trafficking, visa fraud, forced labor, mail fraud, money laundering, and other crimes that earned the collaborators more than $500 million. Wow. That is a lot. The collaborators of the ring are accused of taking advantage of and defrauding the federal visa program for guest farm workers known as H-2A to bring immigrant workers from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, missed the H there, didn't I, and other countries to the United States. This is actually a fairly common practice all around. For example, Dubai built with a significant portion of slave labor. The contractors and construction companies there would often bring in foreign workers from, India, Pakistan, and they would have them work in these camps, and they would confiscate their passports, their papers. Without that, they can't leave. They are absolutely at the mercy of their employers. And what would you do in a situation like that? This is one of the reasons, by the way, I laugh at people who say that entrepreneurs are the ones who take risk. No. Not just them. Workers take risks all the time. People who move for a job, even here in the States, where we are denied, at least for the most part, the threat of indentured servitude, take great risk. But can you imagine people so desperately poor they would be willing to board a plane, the ticket paid for by a company, knowing they wouldn't be able to afford the ticket back? I mean, what do you do then? You're in their country, on their rules. They have your passport. You can't afford anything anywhere. It's literally like Squid Game. Oh, you're right. Literally. It's literally like Squid Game. It's a little like Squid Game, honestly. If you've seen Squid Game, there's some similarities there. At least 2 workers died under the working conditions. Another was repeatedly raped, while others were kidnapped and threatened with death, according to the allegations in the indictment. Workers were also forced to work at gunpoint, the court documents say, earning 20 cents for every bucket of onions, hence the bloomin' onion, there we go, they dug up with their hands. Some were sold to farms in other states. The defendants face charges that carry up to a life sentence. Good. The operation represents one of the country's largest human trafficking and visa fraud investigations, according to the Department of Justice. It's also the first under a new model pursued by Immigration and Customs Enforcement known as ICE, we know them, that deepens its focus on employer accountability rather than the immigrant workers that are being taken advantage of. If ICE is to exist, I would rather them go after employers than employees, but In October, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas issued a memo directing immigration authorities to cease the massive worksite raids that were used as an enforcement tactic under then-President Donald Trump. It's a big one, that. ICE is essentially just a way of, the workplace raids were essentially just a way of disrupting industry, cracking down on people. Oftentimes, employers would use ICE as a threat. We can call on you, or an anonymous call can be placed. I'll pretend that I never knew you were undocumented. It's just a terrible incentive structure. Absolutely disgusting. Mayorkas said the tactic, which led to the arrests of sometimes hundreds of unauthorized immigrants, was not focused on exploitative employers. The operation illustrates ICE's effort to further focus on aiding immigrant victims and cracking down on employers who take advantage of visa programs and unauthorized workers, said 2 ICE officials who are familiar with the case and the shift in priorities and who asked not to be identified because they were not permitted to speak publicly. Oh, interesting. The hope, the official said, is to work with the immigrant communities and change the perception of ICE among groups that have historically been suspicious of the law enforcement agency. Well, good luck. Y'all remember that CIA advertisement where it was like, I am a cisgender millennial bisexual. Remember that? That was good. That was a good bit. Um anyway, the American dream is a powerful attraction for destitute and desperate people around the globe, and where there is need, there is greed from those who will attempt to exploit those willing workers for their own obscene profits, he said. Nice. How wonderful. And then it goes on, for some time. Lawyer details. We'll see how it goes. Ongoing investigation. Words, words, words. You can always read the article. None of you, I assume, are illiterate, and if any of you are, we love you anyway. Listen, the point here is the same point that leftists have been extolling upon for centuries, okay? If there are critical imbalances in people's social, economic, and political power, there will always be room to exploit those differences. Always. There's no other way of getting around it. You can do this through immigration. You do this, obviously, through capital accumulation, wealth, and relationship to the means of production. You have this through race and relative access to social capital. If there are differences between people, those differences can be abused by people on top to get more from those suffering at the bottom. And I know you all know this, but it was a modern-day slavery ring. What we should understand from this is that our system is constructed in such a way as to make it even possible for something like that to take place. I'm not saying that, ICE wanted slavery, anything like that. This is about systems, fundamentally, okay? If you had a massive children's daycare center, hundreds of kids were there, many, many people, and you found out that one of the children had cannibalized another, and, it was an exceptional case, but still. Oh, sorry, I hit that with the brace of my palm. That would have been a fun time to just end stream right there, though, wouldn't it? Just if cannibalism happened. Good night. No. Really, though, I mean, you have to ask yourself, by what means can something like that even take place? What critical systemic failures must exist in that daycare to even allow something to happen? See, the liberal, and I'm going to run with this child cannibalism analogy, the liberal response would be, how terrible of the child to have eaten the other, and why wasn't somebody watching, But really, obviously, things go deeper than that, right? It's not just the malice of one hungry child that brought this about. There have to be many, many systemic problems with how this daycare center is run in order for this to even be a possibility. Might be a Wendigo. Might be a Wendigo. Could have been the kid, America is the daycare center because we are all baby-brained from decades of television and video game consumption. And the cannibalism was the slave camp. That was the analogy the whole time. You understand? Yes. I'm quite hungry. It's at the segment. Shut it off. Turn it off. End the stream. Oh, I won't waste your time. Second thought. Let's find out. The end of the American era, or something like that. Is the American century coming to an end? Is that it? Ah, Doe, what a wonderful time for you to join us. You're quite a bit more left-leaning than I am. Congratulations. We're about to we're about to assess the worth of another one of our own. No, that's okay, Vermin. I appreciate it. I've got plenty of protein bars though. Second thought. I hadn't actually seen his content till a few days ago. Chat prompted me to watch a video. I liked the video. Thought that I had been perhaps unkind in my previous assumption that second thought was kind of tanky-ish. But now people are saying this video is quite bad. Will it be? I don't know. Let's find out. Yes, I love purity testing too, though. It's my favorite thing. It's what this channel is all about. Yeah, let's get a second thought on second thought. Ooh. That's the title right there. Title drop.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream.
Loud.
Get free access to Nebula and watch the first episode of my brand new original series when you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below.
Wow, capitalism? Right off the bat. Warning sign. A dentist.
I just want to tell you that America is the greatest place on earth. The greatest place on earth. Thank you very much.
America is the greatest place on earth. For a long time, this is the sentiment that dominated American culture. For all its problems, American patriots, foreign states, and political scientists alike had long agreed that the United States was exceptional in the modern world, whether it was because of its disproportionate and powerful military influence.
Okay, so I understand that Second Thoughts videos have to be a little bit reductive because they're meant to be kind of like... Would it be fair to say propaganda pieces? I mean, he's trying to... He's not, like, giving all the data on an issue. He's doing, like, 101, like, here's the pitch kind of pop socialist stuff, you know? I think propaganda is a fair and accurate term here.
Its economic dominance, or its diplomatic power, the U.S. occupied a place like no other on the global stage. The United States of America was a global hegemon. This term, like most every term in politics, has an imprecise definition with wildly different interpretations. However, at its core, hegemony in international politics is defined as the dominance of one country over all others, the ability for one state to exercise power on the international stage with minimal resistance. This dominance can be on the military, economic, or cultural front. But for a time, the U.S. arguably led all three. Today, this hegemonic role is questioned more than ever before. The possibility of a multipolar world, long derided as impossible in the heyday of American imperialism, now...
I would guess that the American hegemony was probably most under threat during the height of the Cold War, not now. I guess that's kind of, you know, difficult to empirically determine, but, you know.
Seems to many as all but certain. In this episode, we're looking critically at the United States' role as a global hegemon. We'll examine its origins, its endurance, its present state of decline, and the conversations that have always surrounded that contentious topic. Let's start with its origins. For
Let's
some,
do it.
U.S. hegemony seemed near inevitable. Exceptionalists, led by theorist Lewis Hartz in the 1950s, were some of the first to argue as much in a theory now called American exceptionalism, which is, quite simply, the idea that the United States is exceptional among the nations of the world. Specifically, exceptionalists argue that the U.S.'s origin as a nation isolated from the feudal kingdoms of Europe has made it unique in its early adoption of liberal democracy and the Republican values of private property, legal equality, representative politics, and, crucially, laissez-faire capitalism. That ideological exceptionalism, when combined with an ability to develop rapidly and far away from the wars between European states, would eventually lead to and justify the U.S. leading the international community, or so the theory goes. For how simple this idea was, it rang true to a lot of political thinkers. And who can blame them? When Hartz introduced his theory of exceptional American hegemony, the U.S. was very clearly a global superpower. From the Second World War, the U.S. had inherited an image as a military superpower.
I'll probably have more thoughts to add when we're beyond the simple descriptive history of American exceptionalism and move more towards prescriptive counterarguments from the leftist perspective.
Backed up by a nuclear arsenal, a network of allies in what became NATO, and a rapidly expanding map of military and naval bases. On the economic front, the U.S. was not only the world's wealthiest country, but the Marshall Plan had built Europe's economy on the palm of the U.S.'s invisible hand. Bretton Woods, a U.S.-led economic partnership that gave birth to the IMF and the World Bank, tied the developed world's economy to the American dollar, and the funds for development aid to poorer countries to the West. Finally, when the Berlin Wall came down with the USSR a couple decades later, the U.S. declared victory over the economic, political...
Do you agree that America is exceptional? America is objectively, undeniably exceptional, though whether or not that's a good thing really depends on which metrics you're looking at. American exceptionalism is more descriptive than prescriptive, a combination of circumstance and historical influence that led to us being remarkable in some ways. But again, remarkable and exceptional, these are very value neutral, depending on how you're referring to what you're referring to. We'll move along with it.
Political, military, and cultural contests. It was, by all accounts, the leader of the world in every domain. For some, this signaled a new era in global politics. American political scientist Francis Fukuyama went so far as to proclaim it the end of history. While some could argue...
Ah, yes, we talked about this. Wasn't there somebody in chat saying that Fukuyama was misrepresented? Somebody in chat was saying that Fukuyama, while still very disagreeable with his arguments, didn't say exactly what I think. President Sunday said that? Well, I think that President Sunday is a reasonable enough person. I haven't actually read The End of History and The Last Man. I was about to say maybe I will one day, but that's a fucking lie. No, I won't. Why would I even pretend to say? Why would I even pretend that?
His thesis deserves a bit more nuance. Its most basic conclusion was that the question of political ideology now had only one answer: global liberal democracy. So-called Western liberal thought had won, and with this victory would follow the homogenization of the world's most powerful nations until human government had a singular liberal form. History had come to an end, and at the end of history stood the United States. This is the world.
What a despicable worldview. What a disgust. Yeah, really. Yeah. That all ideological battles had been resolved, and liberalism, bourgeois democracy was just the end of all things. Like, he was saying, when did he say this? Back in the 1990s? How many genocides and wars were ravaging the rest of the planet at that time? What about? It's just such a remarkably arrogant. It's so incredible. Only was he American? Only an American could say something like that. If he wasn't American, he was spiritually American. That's a very American thing to say. He was Japanese. Well, then maybe we found ourselves a two-spirit person, okay? Because that right there is an American perspective. Listen, just shut up and watch the thing. He's from Chicago? Then why did somebody say that he's Japanese? I'm not asking for his fucking ethnicity. I'm asking I don't... Just move along.
In which the US's power as a hegemon thrived. Of course, the US had always been a country of outsized control and empire. From the original westward expansion and the genocides of Native American populations to the colonization of the Philippines, Hawaii, the Panama Canal Zone, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, and the Mariana Islands, the US government was never one to be satisfied with its reach. But hegemony brings an entirely new dimension to this exercise of force: economic dominance. While the Marshall Plan, NATO, and the close alignment between Western nations maintained the safety of US hegemony, the resultant expansion of global capitalism and its neo-colonial chains brought in new economies to bolster its power. In this sense, globalization and the internationalization of finance can be seen as the ultimate act of US hegemony. Transnational corporations, the introduction of which into developing nations was compelled by the high cost of exclusion from liberalized trade, the economic structural adjustment programs by US-led international finance institutions, and violent US interventions make up the United States' contemporary extended arm.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this at all, you know? It's really just the coconut analogy, just in a geopolitical stage, you know? Developing countries don't really have the leverage to negotiate fair treatment or fair trade deals for themselves. So instead, they'll take whatever we offer them. And what we offer them usually is involvement from Western business interests, insofar as we use their labor and natural resources to ship them out to countries that can assemble them, usually for higher pay, and then bring them over to countries where they can be sold for much higher pay. And then when things go real tits up, we'll depose a democratically elected leader or two, send in the troops, blah, blah. This has happened quite a few times, you know. In this respect, this is where American power comes from, not from our military, okay? Our military sits on its ass most of the time. They're all just jerking off in bases spread out around the world. The real American power is that which China is currently trying to emulate with the Belt and Road Initiative, our ability to force economically weaker countries into subservience to us.
While some choose to understand the dominance of international finance as a challenge to the US's political power, this interpretation is misguided. Globalization and internationalized free trade is by and for the United States. It has done more to accrue the power of the US by funneling power and wealth away from developing nations and to America than any exercise of military strength ever could. That is not—
Yes, it's all findom. Thank you.
Not to say that military power was not a welcome recourse for the assertion of American hegemony. In a world where the US saw itself as the global superpower, American exceptionalism and American power only served to justify interventionism to establish the beneficial web of globalized liberal trade. During the Cold War, the United States happily funded, led, or otherwise supported large-scale massacres by far-right groups in Southeast Asia and Latin America against leftists and critics of the new American global order. In more recent history, the Bush Doctrine and its claimed right to unilateral military action to, quote, democratize or bring freedom to the Middle East operated in the same fashion. The consequential forever wars, military-industrial complex, and deteriorated geopolitical situation are the very real scars of this hegemonic entitlement and globalized liberalism. This is where we find ourselves today. Following the humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan, the COVID pandemic, the Trump presidency and its anti-institutionalism, and the instability of American domestic politics, the question of American decline has seen a surge in attention. Many are looking at the US like they once looked at Rome or the British Empire, a great power overextended and due for contraction. That said, where some see events like Afghanistan as a marker of the end of the US's claim to supreme global power, others simply see it as a second Vietnam. A failure to be sure, but not one significant enough to challenge the massive global power the US has carefully built for over 70 years.
The issue is, if it weren't for America's geopolitical doctrine being so ill thought out in the long run, there's really no reason why we should ever wane, you know? If America, for example, had actually meaningfully invested in green energy development, we could have been riding the world for another 50 years. You know, we could have copyrighted the technology to bring the world up to our standard. We didn't, though. We're being weighed down by the funny thing is that this is the incentive structure, you know? Like, it really is you know, dialectical in its nature. The internal contradictions of capitalism are tearing apart the ability for capitalism to reign eternally. If it weren't for the greed of robber barons in oil, coal, and gas, we could have gotten a head start on the technology that could have let us disrupt the world for a century. If it weren't for our obsession with milking every cent out of developing nations, we could be offering them better contracts than China can with the Belt and Road Initiative. China's actually better poised to, like, at least leap ahead with some of these things because they're capable of long-term planning. It's incredible. It's remarkable, you know? We could live under a millennia of capitalism if capitalism was better at doing capitalism. But I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? It's not. Internal contradictions, etc., etc. It's not in the material interest of the oligarchs in charge of our society today to ensure long-term stability for tomorrow. That's how it is. Basically, what I'm saying is make me the next Elon Musk, and I will make capitalism reign eternal, okay?
Same goes for every other arrow in the knee of the hegemonic power. For others, these are more than just events. They are a refutation of the very logic that has upheld American domination. For declinists, those who believe in American decline, the COVID-19 pandemic in particular has laid bare the tangibility of American and liberal capitalist erosion. Many saw in the death toll of the pandemic, which hit the US particularly hard, the failures of free markets and their collaborating governments, which could only respond to mass infections with apathy and callous disregard, the concentration of wealth into the hands of a fortunate few, and a reluctant state intervention into a privatized economy that did nothing to prevent mass homelessness and food insecurity. Inequality and precarity have only deepened, and the country that once sat at the top could hardly respond to its viral assailant, let alone lead the world in the charge against contamination. For another group of political thinkers, this decline...
Okay, so again, like, so far, there's really not that much to this video that's super sussy. Or, like, at all, really. So far, I agree with pretty much everything in this video.
Began years ago. Both the critics of American hegemony and its staunch defenders pointed to the contest for the top spot as it grew on the horizon. The economic growth of China, Russia, Europe, and India positioned these regions as counterpowers to the American-led system.
Also, chat, it is true that Trump's administration exacerbated the issues, but at the end of the day, the reason COVID-19 went as bad as it did was because of liberalism. Our fucked medical care system, that's liberalism. The deregulation of our industries and the crippling of government emergency pandemic response teams, these aren't like fascist things. Liberal governments do this all the time. It's just basic austerity politics. Fascism added the bravado and the bullheaded chauvinistic politics of, you know, we can't be shown to be weak, so we must pretend there is no problem. But that's hardly the root of the issue.
Where once the U.S.
That's conservative, Vosh, too. Conservatism is liberalism. Until it becomes so conservative that you run towards fascism. But conservatives are liberal. You know, Reagan was a liberal in the political sense. Yeah.
share of the global economy dwarfed all other countries, the playing field at the top has seen some narrowing. Europe now legislates more confidently when American companies like Google and Facebook breach European law, and China has not only achieved the #2 spot in record time, but has used its wealth to supplant American reach through development aid in many...
Oh, sorry. Here's Fukuyama explaining his book himself. Oh, Doe, thank you. Hold on. Hit me, Fukuyama.
With Encore Book Notes interview with Francis Fukuyama, professor of public policy at George Mason University in Virginia. He'll discuss the issues of human society and destiny, raised in his book, The End of History and the Last Man.
They made a book about destiny?
About an hour.
Francis Fukuyama, author of the book, The End of History and the Last Man. What's it all about?
Well, it's an imposing title. The book is about the question of whether there exists such a thing as what I would call history with a capital H. We usually associate history with just the routine flow of events, you know, the war in the Persian Gulf, the fall of the Berlin Wall. But my book tries to ask a larger question, whether there is such a thing as a history of human society, taking into account the experiences of all peoples in virtually all times, and whether there is a kind of coherent evolution in the nature of those societies as they progress from, you know, very primitive agricultural, tribal societies up through various monarchies and aristocracies, up to the kind of liberal democracy and technologically driven capitalism that we have today. And the end of history refers to the what I think still remains a question of whether that process is one that can terminate, whether that evolution, finally culminates in a certain kind of civilization that, in a certain sense, will be the last civilization that mankind will achieve, because in a certain sense, it's the, it's the right one, it's the one that fits human nature in an appropriate way. And what I argue in the book is that liberal democracy comes much closer to fitting human nature in that sense than virtually any type of prior, form of government or political organization or social organization.
Yeah, okay, I'd say it's in line with my fair criticism. I mean, you can make the argument liberal democracy is better than feudalism, but yeah, I don't think that process is over. I don't think that process is ever going to be over. I think we're going to keep cycling around and around, up and down, loop-de-doo, out, off into the left field forever, eternally, And I think that's nice, Keep the wheels turning, keep the fire hot, keep the forge lit. Keep working.
Countries with programs like the Belt and Road Initiative and the New Development Bank. Budgets are starting to look comparable between top countries, and American industry no longer calls all the shots. Other rich countries have regained some lost sovereignty. Yet another group views the situation differently, denying that American hegemony ever existed. These thinkers propose instead...
This argument is perfectly sound. He's just saying liberalism is closer, not there. Yeah, that's not all he's saying. If his only statement was liberal democracy is thus far preferable to prior forms of human organization like pharaohs, monarchies, and empires, then I don't think that would be a particularly controversial statement. It also wouldn't need a book. It goes beyond that. I think he's making the argument that, we're getting pretty near close to a perfect fit. The liberal state has only been around for like 250 years, President Sunday. Monarchies were stable for far, far longer than that, You can have 4 or 5 generations of a single royal lineage, and that would last longer than any liberal democracy ever has. So I don't know if we really have the historical perspective necessary. All right, okay, let's
that its imagination was only a clever bit of storytelling that serves as a post hoc justification of the interventionism of the American empire, weaving the failures and violence of the US's liberal regime into a greater narrative in which even the most bloody acts are justified by the inevitable bend of the arc of history towards justice, meaning here the global liberal order. As one of the most studied concepts in international relations, there is far from a consensus on the topic of American decline. And part of the reason there are so many theories about the decline of US hegemony is because this isn't the first time it's been theorized.
Yeah, this looks like shit. No wonder they replaced the wood parts and guns with plastic. Look at this. Can you imagine wading through all this and you've got, like, wood that you need to carry around and keep dry? Jesus.
Zionism has roots going back nearly as far as the concept of US hegemony itself. For a while, the Soviet Union posed a hegemonic threat to the US, then Japan, then China, Europe, India, and in the last few years, China again. Each time a foreign economy surges, a political ideology threatens American-led liberal capitalism, or a military force swells, declinists emerge from the woodwork to announce the imminent end of the American empire.
That's true. Hey, if you guys wonder, by the way, the reason why Chinatown is like an omnipresent feature of cyberpunk dystopias, it's because at the time, same with like Tokyo or like Neo-Tokyo, that kind of stuff. At the time cyberpunk became a genre, at the time it became a popular genre, there were a lot of anxieties that the booming tech industry in Japan, along with China's stabilizing economy, would mean a sort of, to use their term, orientalized western coast of the United States. That the idea that like a ton of immigration along with their economic domination would lead to, like vast Chinatowns and, Tokyo-based engineering companies. Yeah, like, yes, Blade Runner is one of the origin points for cyberpunk, iconography. So yeah, Shadowrun does it as well. Yeah, with New Yen, like that's a bad thing. I'm only saying that the fact that a common genre has a huge element of its aesthetic trope taken from economic anxiety over the Japanese and Chinese governments and their economies at the time, it's worth noting.
This time, their predictions might be correct, or they might not. Multipolarity, a world where multiple states have a relatively equal share of power, looks very likely to us today, but who's to say that will remain the case? This video will not be another brick in the edifice of declinist speculation. As unsatisfying as it might be, I can't give you a concrete answer to the question, is US hegemony coming to an end?
That's fair.
No one can. But you can have a little speculation, as a treat. If you want my 2 cents on the subject, as limited as my perspective is, here you go. I believe the contradictions within American society have advanced to a degree where the average American no longer blindly accepts the notion that the US is the greatest place on earth. As more and more talking heads appear on our TV screens to defend capitalism, American interest in socialism continues to rise. While wages remain stagnant, the cost of living continues to rise. While other countries have gotten their caseload under control, the American death toll continues to rise. Try as politicians may to paint China as an existential, economic, and cultural threat to our way of life, fewer and fewer Americans are willing to beat the drums of war against a nation that is clearly on a more stable trajectory than the United States.
Yeah, I don't like that language. I'll say it. I don't like that language. I really don't think that war with China was ever anything the American public was sort of prompted to take seriously. This could be me having blinders on, but usually when I see people fear-mongering about China, it has more to do with trade relationships than it does, like, the threat of war, you know? I don't know if China's that stable either. China's going to have a massive wave of retirees hitting their welfare programs soon. And now that they're running towards the end of the industrialization curve, they're not going to be able to maintain the same level of growth, which means that the rapidly expanding middle class is going to contract, and that might lead to a lot of civil unrest.
China is in a far better position than previous hegemonic threats to stay the course, push back against the US, and win over the entire developing world to a more socialist understanding of global economics.
Oh, hold on. Wait.
Better position than previous hegemonic trajectory than the United States. China is in a far better position than previous hegemonic threats to stay the course, push back against the US, and win over the entire developing world to a more socialist understanding of global economics.
How? So I agree that China is pushing back against American hegemony, but how is what they're doing any closer to socialism than what we're doing? Seriously, like how are they even one iota closer to socialism than us? How are they fighting for it? Is it the red flags? It's the red flags, isn't it? It might be the red flags.
Does this latest instance mark the end of US global domination? Maybe. I do believe that the US is in a more precarious spot than at any point in its history, but it's impossible to say for certain. Regardless, it might not ultimately matter. Whether the US continues to hold a hegemonic role or not, global attitudes will shift even if it is simply perceived to be in decline. We've seen this happen time and time again. When the first Russian nuclear bomb was successfully detonated in a test, and the Cold War threatened American hegemony, the US lashed out in proxy wars, bumped up domestic surveillance, and led a campaign of anti-communist propaganda.
Okay, the thing that bothers me is that we're essentializing America here. The Soviet Union did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Now, I'm not saying he has to dedicate a half of this video to saying China's bad also. It's just the language that he's using makes it seem like America is some kind of uniquely evil force. And it's true that America is remarkably powerful and long-lasting, you know, at least relative to modern China and the Soviet Union, meaning that we've done quite a bit more harm. But it's odd to me because it feels like they're positioning the USSR and China here as the better alternatives by implication. I mean, not by implication with China. He explicitly said it with China, you know, better posed to bring about socialism. But you've defended / praised some of China's shit before. No, I haven't. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, yes, I absolutely have. But I do with America too. There are things worth praising probably in most countries around the world. China's done plenty of good things. I don't think that makes them more socialist than us. Yeah, they build trains. That's nice. And it's not whataboutism. No, it's not whataboutism to worry that a video is implying, you know, that the alternative is good by not mentioning it. Whataboutism would be like if I knew that he felt both were bad, but I every time he made a video saying one was bad, he has to say the other, you know. But the implication here is I think really important.
Across the country, leftist organizers and association members were subjected to a popular hysteria and panic, stoked by government and media figures, and found themselves blacklisted and jailed regardless of their innocence or the committing of any crime.
How many suspected counter-revolutionaries did Stalin kill? Because I'm pretty sure if we took a look at every leftist who was blacklisted in Hollywood or across the country, I feel like it would be a significantly smaller number than the people who were just shot in ditches. You know, Yeah, you know, how many? What was that purge called? The one that was done right after. Um, was it right after Stalin took power and he just and there was like no. It was the Great Purge. It was just the Great Purge, right? How many? Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. The Great Purge death toll. Let's see. Following the death of Lenin, power vacuum. Stalin took power. His paranoia reached a crescendo. Scholars estimate the death toll to be roughly 700,000. Christ almighty. Yeah, okay. Again, it's not it's not a whataboutism thing. It's just like the US look, US hegemony is only as bad as it is because they're the ones who have the hegemony. Chinese hegemony would not be any kinder, nor Soviet. Hegemony is bad. You know, it's why don't you just ask them to come on? With my reputation, I usually assume that nobody wants to come on if I have disagreements with them because they assume that I'm going to debate pile drive them.
Americans were led into unnecessary proxy wars on the claims that standing by would mean the end of America and American freedom. In 2001, when Islamist terrorism challenged the US's military hegemony with asymmetrical warfare, the United States lashed out in the Middle East, bumped up domestic surveillance.
That's an interesting way of putting it. 9/11 was asymmetrical warfare to challenge American. It's not really inaccurate. It's just it's very sanitized language.
And militarization, and led a campaign of anti-Muslim propaganda. Hate crimes against Muslims surged, and Americans were led into unnecessary wars on the claims that standing by would mean the end of America and American freedom. In 2016, when the Chinese economy began to turn heads in Western nations, a new politician who liked to tell it like it is convinced a little under half of the electorate that China was part of the reason that their beloved country wasn't great anymore. The US lashed out in trade wars against China and led massive propaganda campaigns, reaching an apex during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Hate crimes against people of Asian heritage surged, and every news outlet warned of an imminent economic war with China, the outcome of which would define the place of America and American freedom in the world.
There's some validity to this. Just I feel like the argument there at the end bit is a little bit weaker. I really don't think anyone takes seriously the idea of engaging in real war with China, like military combat. And the economic war was like a couple of tariffs. I mean, it was very unserious, I think. China's too powerful for us to risk meaningful engagement with. Do you think Americans want World War III over Taiwan? No. The question is, does China? Taiwan is an autonomous sovereign nation that has a legal right to request military aid from the United States. That's not us being an aggressor. If China wants to invade them, that would be them aggressing and them posturing for World War III. I'd be very surprised if they went ahead with that. Likewise with Russia and Ukraine.
Every single time US hegemony is painted as being under threat, we see the same response. Entire sections of the population are depicted as traitors to the American cause, freedom is put on the line, and retaliation is made to seem inevitable. It's always us or them. In the next 10 years, the question of a multipolar world may well have an obvious answer. The United States and countries like China, Russia, or those of the European Union may have adversarial relationships or a more collaborative approach to global governance, though I wouldn't bank on the latter. In any case, whatever the outcome, whether the American century is truly coming to a close or not, the important thing to remember is that this time the catalyst is a growing skepticism of the global capitalist status quo. Developing nations have been exploited and bullied by capitalist oppressors for decades. And now, despite the Western powers' best efforts, anti-capitalist sentiment is beginning to take root both abroad and at home, especially as nations like China indicate a willingness to help smaller countries get out from under the boot of US imperialism.
Okay, that's just a lie. That's pretty indefensible, not by implication. Helping smaller countries? Why would you? What? How can you be critical of American institutions and then be stupid enough to think, oh yeah, China would just help country? Yeah, why? Oh, because they're nice. Like it's like a child's view of politics. Well, America does things because they're evil, and China's doing things. You can say it's for mutual benefit, but what's the benefit? Look at the Belt and Road Initiative. They're debt investors. They're buying. They're investing. We help them too, like the IMF helps people, oh yeah, the IMF is super helpful with their, policy help and their advice on how to best run your country by selling your raw resources at pennies on the dollar to Western business interests, and in return will give you a shiny hat to wear. Yeah, help, right. Second Thought is a pretty hardcore Dengist. He's collaborated with Bay Area ML, follows pretty much all the biggest and worst Dengist accounts on Twitter. Fine. All right. We'll talk to him. Fine. Sure. Fine. Where's Twitter? It's just a couple keystrokes away. All right. How do we best do this one? JT Chapman? Yes, it is. Oh, we don't even follow each other. Ooh, that's not good. Ooh. Hold on. If I take a look, Twitter, JT Chapman Vosh. He ever tweeted about me? No, not that I can see. Okay, sometimes you can check it out and you'll see some like very evident dislike. All right, let's okay, we can't DM him. All right. There, that's fine. That's civil. Why not send a DM? Can't. Close DMs. Get rid of the first comma? I think the first comma is important. It makes it seem less aggressive. There's my very professional format. Is there really no way to DM someone if you don't follow them? Well, if they don't want to be DM'd, you can't. If I wanted to, I could email them like a lunatic, All right.
Whether the global neoliberal order will survive another few decades is hotly debated, as is the status of the US as a global hegemon. But rest assured that we are all living in very interesting times, and it's only getting started.
Doesn't Hassan kind of stand China a bit? I know that he doesn't want the US to involve themselves in the dispute between China and Taiwan, but apart from that, I don't know what his opinions are on China. I think I've heard him be pretty critical of China before.
Of waiting, the first episode of my Nebula original series.
Oh, I see. Are we done then?
The new your favorite Nebula, which monetization for everyone.
Okay, and we're done then. Oh, what a nice frame to end on. How nice. It's a shame that China is also literally Hitler. Check out this Second Thought second channel. What is this? The channel on cars? Oh, if he likes cars, then Godspeed. Oh, he has talked about you, has he? Uh-oh. Oh, dear. What does it say? Oh, well, this doesn't seem particularly antagonistic to me. Here's Anime Tanky. So don't harass this person. They're 14. Guess I can't watch Second Thought anymore. Is Second Thought a sussy tanky YouTube channel? Thank you, either Tempest or Ryan, for that title. I quite like it. Not sure anyone could possibly have 40 minutes worth of content on little old me, haha. Well, this video was overwhelmingly positive, so. This person's fairly recounting the content of the video, but they don't follow me. Curious. Makes you wonder. Destiny and Irrelevant considered him being a socialist with an expensive car channel was hypocritical. I have no doubt they feel that way. feel like people here are trying to be angry with me, but they're struggling a little bit. Anyway, what's up? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm terribly sorry because I do need to know. Somebody in chat earlier said that Hans admitted while talking with Xanderhal that Hans only was speaking to Xanderhal as a way of getting to me. Now, if that really is the case and wasn't somebody exaggerating the facts, then I'd like to applaud Hans for his honesty and also just sort of laugh at it. I'm mentally slotting Hans into the same category I do as like bad empanada or other absolute lunatics. So, well, if anyone has a clip, it's all being streamed on Twitch, isn't it? Don't you have a clip? You not know how to clip? No. If you show it to me, you can show it to me. In the meantime, have you taken a look at the Hassan drama? What Hassan drama? Oh, was this the Jimmy Dore shit? Where like Jimmy Dore talked about it with Glenn Greenwald? Who cares? Honestly, Hassan is like 10 times the size of Greenwald. If it weren't for Greenwald getting platformed by Tucker Carlson, he would be like fairly irrelevant, I think, today. Defending the white C word like crazy. He said cracker is not a slur. Cracker is absolutely a slur. You just argue it's not a very harmful one. It's a pejorative targeted at a person's demographic characteristic. Just say it's just why it always has to be black and white with people. Why can't you funny with the words here? Why can't you just say, "Oh yeah, it's a slur. I just don't think it's that harmful." What's the context, right? Oh, well, this word means nothing to no one, but the N word means lots to lots of people. Okay, so one's bad, one's not bad. Issue? Problem? Concern? That was not the drama, but mods of his were banned for using Cracker? Oh, I don't know. What does that mean? I'm going to get banned. Vosh, I agree the U.S. is a uniquely evil country. They're the most powerful economy in the world for a reason. Colonialism, starting wars for resources. They're having wars we speak, putting small countries in debt for favors. Everything that you're talking about right now is just things nation states do. It's true we're the most powerful economy in the world, but colonialism would describe any country with the ability to mount a force against others. Starting wars for resources is the main reason anyone starts wars. Putting smaller countries into debt for favor. I mean, again, this is just... listen, nation states are the ultimate evil here. Do we still have dough? Maybe I can get some based anarchist points here. What we're talking about here, people who say, oh, America is super bad, the other countries are better. You know what you're doing? You're being a liberal. You're saying police aren't the issue. The real issue is this one or two bad cops. That's the real issue, you know. It's if we just had the better cops, that's what you're saying, you know. Oh, America's super evil, but China is the better cop, right? No. Nation states are the issue, fundamentally, and that's why their abolition is a necessary criteria for communism. Marx knew this. You can go on and on. America's super bad? Sure, fine. You think China would be any better if they were in our position? No, they fucking wouldn't. They'd probably be worse, honestly. At least we're ostensibly a democracy. At least we have some... At least we have some... Listen, honestly, one huge component to China's potential to do far more harm is the fact that they're capable of long-term planning. Over here, we switch out governments every 4 years, meaning that any long-term projects are constantly getting jumbled, redone, done over, ignored, canceled, you know, set aside, changed, altered. China is able to keep a much more consistent track with what it's doing, and it's able to direct resources more effectively because it's not, you know, also a confederacy. Not in the way we have, anyway. Nation states are the issue. Bosh, this is every clip you would need for the context on the Cracker drama. Do I really want to, like, respond to Hassan drama? This feels like a low point for my... Oh, God, it's so much. 2 mods from the Twitch chat of left-wing streamer Hassanabi are banned for calling someone on MasterChef the C words. Honestly, the whole thread is a battleground of viewer serfs fighting over their preferred e-celebrity lords. That's a nice turn of phrase. I like that. What C word? Means cracker, right? This thread, cute seal, something, something. Post another clip, more talk. Hassan's friend, Destiny, weighs in. Nice. Destiny suggests Hassan should be banned from the subreddit. Who is obsessed with who? How? He really does involve himself in everything, doesn't he? Absolute drama channel. Destiny says Hassan be banned from LSF. Oh, this was the DDG rated thread. Why don't my fans raid Reddit threads the way his do? What a power. What are we banning who for? What is even the ban for? I just want to, like, what's the proposed... Why do I have 8 notifications? What is happening?
White, so irritating that this, like, giant, like, white, fragile crybaby is, like, constantly saying, like, DGG Brigade's everything when he's literally watching threads with 30,000 viewers going through every single fucking comment. It's actually insane. That is Brigade.
We're complaining about Brigade? Oh my god. Jesus, this isn't even a thing. Complaining about... Jesus Christ, pot killing the kettle black. Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't know why I threw white fragile in there. He just sort of had the word in the tip of his tongue. Just thinking about it, you know, just sort of threw it out there. Anyway, what are these Reddit notifications? What are you people fucking responding? Oh, it's the Reddit thing. Pot calling the kettle white. Why don't you farm drama in LSF? I have no presence in LSF. I have no presence in LSF. I'm sorry. I wish I did, you know. I would be hated there. Anyway, you're right. This discourse is incredibly boring. Okay, wait. This is the original clip. Clip is no longer available. Brilliant. Where is the mirror? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who has the shittiest take of them all? Is it Hassan today? We'll only find out when I find the mirror. Sort of shouting it down the corridor, you know, hoping that the mirror in one of the adjacent rooms, servant's quarter or maybe a bathroom, hears me. Which mirror? There are many mirror. I'll just control F mirror. I thought it would be easier to find that. Oh, it's pinned to the very top of the thread.
You why it's not the same in the video that you refused to watch and just wrote that argument against. Who are you arguing against? Who asked? Who said this?
Who?
Did I say, oh my God, saltine cracker? Like people are just bitter because it's saltine cracker. That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch. Okay? You.
Whoa! Hold on. This person's Reddit username clearly says, I like spicy food. There is no way this person is white. Okay? This is a misfire. Hassan, big L on this one. Okay? I unironically think Hassan has a fragile ego. Really? You think that? You believe that? Oh. I don't believe that. Your words, not mine. No. Look. No one's perfect. I don't understand the defense of this, though. You can say it's a slur. Or like a... What's the term? Was it not a slur? What's the... Was that the word we were using before? A slur? Okay, fine. It's clearly a pejorative derided based on somebody's race. It's obviously a slur. You can just say, like, it's not as bad for other reasons, you know. That video is intentionally not the full context. I mean, come on, Vosh. I would rather slit my wrists right here on stream than go to a Twitch VOD with Hassan to crawl out more information on the exact context of him calling a random Reddit user a cracker, okay? We have not sunk to that depth on this channel, and we won't for a long time to come. In Minecraft. Thank you. What is this? The fucking drama review hour. Do I have to care about this? All right. But a moment more, perhaps. All right. Lamau, the same idiots tried to turn Gusano into the G word or try and do this with Cracker on Reddit. I really think that Hassan would benefit from not letting the DGG crowd like get to him, you know? Once I turned out the chirping, it's honestly just kind of funny, you know, when I'm reminded every now and again, a bit like Kiwi Farms, you know, I'm reminded like, oh, that's right, there are people who are mad at me and they're all quite dumb. I feel like Hassan sometimes maybe a little more concern. Anyone who thinks Gusano is a racial slur has to start calling it G-word to go for. It's a slur. Gusano is a slur. It is a slur. It's undeniably a slur. Why argue? It's a derogatory term, a component of which is the ethnic identity, you know, of the person that you're targeting. In this case, you know, right-wing Cubans. I don't understand. Now, you can argue that it also represents a certain type of behavior / political attitude. You know what else does? Uncle Tom. And hey, you know what? Depending on who you ask, the N-word does too. You ever heard that skit? You know, there are N-word as and N-word ers. Even those words carry with them behavioral connotations. So I don't think that's a really good... Just bite the bullet. It's a slur. I don't think it's as harmful. Vosh definitely thinks Karen is a slur. Yeah. Yes. Just say it. Yeah, it's a slur and I don't care. Just say it. Just literally just grow up. Karen isn't even racial. What the fuck? It's not racial. It's gendered pretty hard, I'd say. Just own it. Just like, yeah, these are all slurs, and then I'm going to rate them in terms of... That's a great segment idea. Rating all slurs from least to most harmful. That is fucking brilliant. Slur tier list. Do we have that? Hold on. Let me check the tier list. Create a racial slur tier list. How many are on here? I can't show this on stream. No, I can't show this. I assumed, naively perhaps, that they would allude to the words. But nope, just looks like leaked DMs from a Klan rally. All right. Is there another one that is a bit more? Nope, not this one. This one is no more. You know, we'll revisit this segment idea in the future. Okay, we'll revisit it in the future. We'll put a pin in it. We don't need to worry. The idea will still be there with us. Oh. Just make your own. I don't want to spend 20 minutes, you know, typing out racial slurs on my other monitor while you guys sit there and wait. Listen, if you guys want to be involved, okay, how about you like and retweet this? Seriously, 15 minutes, 500 likes. What am I, a video essayist who started in 2019? Go. Honestly. Link. It's my Twitter. He already saw it and said no on Discord. Do you have any evidence of that? Check drama posting? Ugh, really? That rapidly, huh? I'll call people cowards. No, I shouldn't call them a coward. I will be unkind about it, though. We're not trying to do the full debate bro thing. Oh, well. That's evidence if I ever saw it. Hey, editors, you mind attaching this to the end of the second thought segment? Yeah, not gonna go for that. Damn. Concerning. The heart reacts. I like the heart reacts like they're like, you know, like patting him on the back. Like, that was a lot for you, you know, seeing that tweet. That was a big moment. Second thought is a massively beneficial force for the left. Why are you trying to start drama, Bosch? First of all, I decide who's beneficial for the left. Bernie Sanders, you're out. Sorry, you're old and crunchy. That's on me. Thank you. Second of all, I find the passive acceptance of China in the online left to be morally indefensible. Okay, China is a fascist state with a geopolitical aim as terrible as ours, and they're capable of acting on it soon, too. Like, can you imagine if you were watching a lefty video and they just sort of casually, like, said that maybe we'll be saved from our, you know, like a neoliberal capitalist regime by Bolsonaro? Bolsonaro is far less destructive, potentially, than Xi Jinping, you know, significantly less potentially destructive. Like, or like Saudi Arabia. Like, it'd be ridiculous, right? All of you instantly would go like, wait, what the fuck? Like, instantly, you would think, what are the politics of this person? Okay, they don't like American neoliberal imperialism, but they like this? Why? You understand? But passively defending China in the online left is just accepted. It's just normal, you know? It's just like, oh, you know, people think it's like a little cringe. They think it's a bit sussy-wussy. I don't think it's a bit sussy-wussy. I think it's extremely sussy-wussy. China's bad but fascist. I don't know about that. China is absolutely fascist. 100%. They constantly repress internal leftist regimes. They focus on a cult of hyper-masculine worship of the state. They are proudly ethno-nationalist, with Han supremacy having reigned quite a bit longer, I think, even than their modern, you know, state incarnation. They have a, let's say, contemptuous view of human rights. That's not what fascism is? Oh, that's not what fascism is. Really? What is fascism? Is fascism palingetic ultranationalism? Exactly what they've been doing? Is it an attempt to revive the nation state through worship? Oh, because that China fits that to a bill, don't they? What definition of fascism does China not meet? Exactly. Is fascism when Biden? Is fascism when white people? What is fascism? If we're to go with the definition of palingenetic, ultranationalism, then that's a win right there. Easy as. If you're to go for Umberto Eco's definition, well then, I guess we would just have to turn to yet another Vosh Goes Over Umberto Eco's 14 Points stream segment. Let's go. That's right. It's everyone's favorite. How many times have we done it? Who knows? I can't count that high. Will I keep doing it? Yes. Forever. See, fascism is syncretic. It pulls from a lot of sources. It defines itself in different ways. Really difficult to get a consistent understanding of what fascism actually is. If we're to go off the solid palingenic ultranationalism definition, then China's a Bing chillin'. It's a zing chillin'. It's right in the hole. Easy as. But I often find that fascism, because it's so loose with its adherences, so inconsistent with what it claims to prioritize over what it actually does, that cultural signifiers are more important to understanding what fascism is. So you look not to some specific, concise definition, but rather a set of associated traits. Let's go. The cult of tradition. Easy. China has long venerated its history and the perpetuation of the modern Chinese state is seen as a continuation of a centuries-long, millennia-long empire, frankly. Now, funnily enough, this was actually challenged for a time. Mao, you know, you had your Cultural Revolution where they tried to purge China of the old figures, you know. The students were put in charge. They, burned it to the ground, tried to build a new identity. And you know what the modern Chinese government has done? They have specifically and directly gone against that policy, deliberately re-evoking the imagery of the past in advertisements for their military, in their iconography, in their state propaganda. They are consistently opposed to the Cultural Revolution's aims. They want to bring about a cult of tradition. The rejection of modernism The Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, Ur-fascism can be defined as irrationalism. A contentious point. There is no denying that modern China is industrious and scientifically minded. You know, they're not some backwards theocratic state. However, there are more than a few rejections of Enlightenment principle going on in China, not the least of which being the rejection of any decent standard of human rights, in my personal opinion. I think that's a pretty significant blow against what we consider to be the ideology of modernism. The cult of action for action's sake. I know not enough to say anything on this. Disagreement is treason. They will literally lock you up or kill you for criticizing the government. There. That was easy. Fear of difference. Have you seen how they treat the Xinjiang province or Uyghur Muslims? It goes well beyond, you know, some pallid war on terror discourse. It goes full on, you know, you've got Han Chinese and you've got people who aren't. You've got people who are in line with the nation state and people who aren't. And I mean, the fear of difference has gone to the point that the Chinese government was literally like deputizing citizens to act as like anti-terror cell agents. Remember? We did the research stream in the Xinjiang province. They were literally getting civilians together, doing drills with them, having them work under government agencies to be a sort of militarized neighborhood watch. That is insane. That's more than we did with Muslims after 9/11. Far worse. And I would consider what we did to Muslims after 9/11 to be a significant fear of difference. They crossed that bar. Appeal to social frustration. This can take quite a few forms. There's a lot of resentment within China against other sort of geopolitical entities. U.S. hegemony is challenged. You know, they do this in Iran quite a bit as well. Social frustration against the foreign orders, against, you know, the Muslims, the Xinjiang province, against territories, regions abound. The Chinese government, in their official statements, are very clearly interested in stoking the public's fear. Oh, that's right, the century of humiliation. Oh yeah, they're still a bit mad about the Opium Wars. That's not good. The obsession with a plot. I know not enough to comment on this, though I'm sure this would apply. Whether you want to talk about Chinese, you know, imperial might rising against centuries-long tyranny at the hands of the West, you know, whatever direction you want to take with it. The enemy is both strong and weak. Likewise, I think we'd have to be a little bit, we'd have to get a bit into the weeds to talk about this one. Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. From what I've seen from internal Chinese propagandizing concerning Taiwan or their general neo-colonial attitude towards the world, it does certainly seem like they have a with us or against us attitude towards the issue. Contempt for the weak, in my opinion, big part of their culture. They have from what I've read at least, they have an aggressively self-reliant ideology where they teach people that they're responsible for their own well-being, and that's essentially it, and that failures are a product of them and them themselves. You know, reverence to the state should be brought about as a consequence of the state's, you know, lifting people up out of economic turmoil, which they've certainly done. But I do think that a sort of general contempt for weakness has been sort of brought about. Xi Jinping, we must not become an entitlement society. What a funny thing for a so-called socialist leader to say. Everyone is educated. I'm getting bored of this. Everyone is educated to become a hero. You'd have to look at their military ads. Machismo and weaponry. They literally ban femboys on TV. Don't know what to say. The Chinese have made an effort to regulate the behavior and media consumption of children in order to in order to essentially masculinize and indoctrinate them. Selective populism, massively so. Or fascism speaks newspeak? I'm afraid I can't say. I don't know enough about Mandarin to identify euphemisms or alterations to their language relative to how Mandarin's been spoken traditionally. I don't know enough to see where they've tried to extract political worth. I have a bit of an easier time with these pointers when I'm talking about American fascists because we speak the same language. Yeah. While I agree we are like 7 for 14, and leftists don't defend America, why would they defend China? Also, I've argued that America is fascistic plenty of times. They literally simplified the characters and took out essential semantic elements. Interesting. Yeah, you don't need all 14 points. It's just things to look out for. Anyway, we are rambling like crazy. We need to stop. How many points are necessary for it to be fascist? That's not how it works. A nation state could fit 3 of those points and be fascist, or 7 and not be. They're things to look out for. A guide, not a checklist, you know? All right. Close all that. I was supposed to... Sorry. We had quite a few windows full screened overlapping with one another. Anyway, I was supposed to read donos, but honestly, I just kind of want to get to games. We'll read them in a bit, okay? We're not skipping the donos, we're just playing games. You never read donos, lol. I have read, possibly by this point, tens of thousands of donos. Thank you. All right. Get Dolphin running. Yes. Okay. Let me get all the preparations. Put that there. Prime hack. Dolphin. Prime hack release. When are we coming back to Metro? When I goddamn well feel like it. Oh, that's right. We need a designated loot master. You understand? We need a loot master, okay? You have to tell me whether or not the room I'm in has undiscovered treasure. Only ones that make the game function properly, Gale. All right, bringing it about. Emulation, load state from... Yeah, that looks about right. And it reset the audio balancing, hence the incredible noise. But if I just hit this... then we're good to go. Beautiful. Oh, by the way, since nobody provided me that clip of Hans saying that he only debated Zan to get to me, I can only assume that you guys were lying. Game's a bit quiet now. I'll turn it up a little. Thanks, Schizo. DM it to me on Discord. All right. Volpace Fox next. That doesn't work for me. Okay, so we have actually managed to clear out 2 of the 5 areas, okay? We've cleared out the Chozo Ruins, and we have cleared out the Magmore Caverns. So now we have to clear out Talon Overworld. That's next. We doing TTS again? No, we are not. Not today. God, I love this game. I'm also quite hungry. One moment. All right. Remember, chat, you gotta let me know, okay? Okay. It's a small area. The path here seems pretty clear. We open out to here. Down and around. We got this. Okay. Playing while eating and talking is tough. Where we at? Huh? John Madden. Hey. Hey, you. At the top, turn around X-ray visor. X-ray visoring. Not seeing anything useful. Oh wait, there's a door right there. Wait, right there. That I've never even been through. How the fuck do we get there? See, it's right behind the tree. Avosh gave up on Zan vs. Hans. How's it going? Oh, how's that going, Merrick? I can trust you, not these degenerate chatters. Okay, I'm up top. I don't think I can do anything from here, though. How do we... Ah! Oh, right, no fall damage. Yeah, there's the dip right there. Oh! 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 It was really weird, Hans comparing xenogenders to murderers and Nazis, and helicopters and bestiality. Isn't he arguing that his position is the same as mine? Isn't that literally the thing he's trying to argue? He's like... Super missile? Not super missile. Just jump on it? There's nothing to... Oh! I thought it was a dip! Ah, the rain... Oh, that's cool. I thought it was like a collapsed segment in the wall. Okay, that's my bad. I didn't see it properly. Well, he said he was talking to Zan, so you'll talk to him. I need to see this conversation. Holy shit. If Hans is of the... Hans doesn't understand, okay? The reason I didn't talk to him is because he's a fucking lunatic. He's been a lunatic in my DMs on Twitter and on stream. It's because I think he's having a legitimate mental break. And if he... like, this situation is not going to be improved by him acting more psychotic. I'm not going to talk to him because he passes over the psychotic, like, boundary. He's in my same... like, right now, he's on, like, bad empanada tier, I'd say. Big-ass room for one missile. It's 5 missiles, actually. Hans never seemed particularly stable to me. We're continuing the ableism arc, okay? There are no such thing as political disagreements, alright? There are just people who are sane and people who aren't. We're all just trying to make our way downtown. God damn it. What? Okay, I misjudged that one a little bit. I'll get there when I get there. Let me clear out the rest of the damn place. Well, Nino likes cookies. I mean, I'd want to talk to FD Signifier if there's talk to be had. I don't care if people have good convos with other people. VDS is the thing, you know. You can have a good convo with another person, then you talk to me and it all immediately goes to shit. Okay, last bite of the protein bar. Ah. Alright, what are we doing here? He was very explicit in his vid that he wasn't going to talk to white debate bros. Wait. Did he literally say he wouldn't talk to white debate bros? The FD signifier thing? No, not explicitly? Okay. Thank you. Be careful with that language, okay? Okay. Is there anything here? I feel like we climbed all over this room earlier. Chat, there is one type of person I care about, and it's the... Oh. Type of person who helps me with this. Idiosyncratic, not syncretic. Got the artifact here? I don't know. I don't play video games. Probably Squishword. Power bomb? Maybe. Oh. I did not think that was the thing I needed to do. I just... Huh. Yeah. Yeah, give me that artifact. Yeah, boy. When are you changing your haircut? Soon, actually. I'm growing out the hair on the sides of my head deliberately this time. I'm going to have a lot less hair on my head soon. Maybe proletarian. You have bald skinhead R. You should shave too to fuck with chat. I'll shave if I ever hit like 180 pounds or some like crazy skinny shit where you can see my abs or whatever. Maybe I'll shave my face. Yo, all can get a look at my fucking wicked snatched cheekbones. Then I'll grow it back in like 5 days because I'm a hairy dude. All right. Good thing we got that, huh? That's kind of an important item. Any updates on the keloids? Nah, the plastic surgery place that I was booked for just isn't responding to my calls. I'm literally getting ghosted by the people who stand to make thousands from a 2-hour surgery. How fucked is that? I don't even have insurance. I'll pay them in cash. I'll bring them a fucking briefcase with $100 bills, and I don't fucking care. Take off my ears. Take them. Like, what are you doing? Beep. 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 Maybe they closed because of COVID? Pussy bitch excuse is what that is. Can I make that jump? Oh, hey! Hey! Now let me out! I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe. Where's the way down? Is this? Nice. Nice, Mr. Dobolino. Alright, let me out. Let me out. Nice. Imagine the discourse you'll spark by getting cornrows. Ooh, that'd be a good idea. Do you think I could debate? I feel like I could bait 3 months worth of content if I get cornrows and get people to debate me over whether it's racist. Go back? I feel like I got the item here. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Ah! I fucked it! I'm pretty sure I got this one, guys. Bomb. Kinda hidden a little bit. Hans Club saying he's talking to Zan partially to get to you. Okay!
I'm keeping it like straight and narrow on this one. Yeah, like, does it bother me? And like, does I feel like he's treating me so uncharitably?
Zan looks good with the white hair, in my opinion. Unironically, I actually believe that.
When I know that he's capable of not doing that, that absolutely fucking bothers the shit out of me. So
Welcome to
yeah, like, and I mentioned him a lot, partially because I know there's a lot of crossover from your community and his. And again, part of this conversation, if I'm being as like, you know, open as possible, is I want Vosh to be able to come and fucking talk about this himself, because I want to let this discourse die. But I'd really like to have Vosh either say, "Yo, Hans isn't actually reactionary," or I want him to be more honest about what his actual positions are. And yeah, like.
Did any of you guys see the ICO debate? The one, not debate, Jesus, everything's not a debate. The ICO conversation that I had? I feel like my language about Hans in that conversation was so muted. Like, I was so cordial. Like, I was like at a fucking royal court, you know? Like, I was trying to be so measured, you know? Because I was trying to intend it in good faith, but he's been screeching since. About me calling him a reactionary or what have you. Call him a lunatic again. Yep. That's my modus operandi. Okay. Hey! Ah! It's scary down here. Jesus. I just need to check out this corridor to the Phazon Mines area. Gonna put the R slur over and over. Just talk to him then? About what? Remember? The last time we did a Metroid stream, he was like, "Come debate me, bro. Come debate me, bro." And then when I said I didn't want to, he went on Twitter saying that I lost the debate by default. And you know what he wanted to debate me on? It was nothing. It was whether or not he had the same position as me. That was the debate that he wanted. It wasn't even on an actual idea, subject, topic, anything. No affirmative or non-affirmative. It was whether or not he was in the right for claiming that he could hide behind my positions. What a boring conversation. Like, what? He might as the debate topic might as well have been pay attention to me. Jesus, like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's not a fucking debate. If you have a position, talk about your position. Don't. Not to mention, if he was actually just interested in getting, you know, me to retract a position that I had held, you know what he could have done? He could have shared his opinion in Discord DMs. And then I would have read it, and I would have either had to say, "Yep, that's my opinion," or "No, it's not." But instead, he wants it to be a big spectacle. I saw him tweeting out leaked DMs. He was posting DMs on Twitter, and then he was immediately posting them to Destiny's subreddit. The truth of it is, apart from the whole mental break thing, which I think is pretty explanatory here, yeah, seriously. Like he would tweet something, then post it on their subreddit. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, he's a deeply insecure person, and that he just likes being love-bombed by DGG, and that's the real difference. Initially, you know, he would do his debate stuff and post the results to my subreddit and Destiny's, but as he started having shittier takes, Destiny's subreddit love-bombed him and mine didn't. So he stopped posting to mine, deleted the ones that he had, or he deleted one, I think, that I heard. Like, just really fucking goofy goober behavior. Okay, how do we... Come on, we can time this correctly, I think. No. Oh, wait! We can do that. Hold on. Oh, hey, wait. Okay, because of how slowly things float. No. It's a beautiful song, yeah. I also notice people like Hans have made people outside your community have to serve you like they think you're a literal sex offender. Destiny's literally committed sexual assault on stream and has strings of women who have complained about his behavior towards them. Their community doesn't give a fuck. The moment they don't like me, they instantly jump from Vosh was creepy a little while ago, but he's generally okay, to, you know, he's actually a secret sexual predator monster. Like, they don't care. It means nothing. They don't actually have any positions. He drunkenly grabbed a girl's tits while she was sitting in the streamer chair. Like, back like 7 years ago or something. The thing is, if you bring that up in his community, they'll make fun of you for dragging out, like, old memes or whatever. But how long was Poppy ago? Like, 4 years? And it was a Discord conversation? Like, holy shit. No standards. I saw a pic of you and Epstein that couldn't have been shopped. Oof. Hey, hold on. Okay. Oh yeah, he also groped Hassan's titties. Ooh, we've established a pattern of behavior. All right. Is there a way to get up there? There's like a whole ceiling to this. All right, well. All the way back then, a symbolic symbol. All right, chat, remember, your job is to let me know if we're entering an area with an item. It's all slanted. This room gives me, like, fucking nausea. Or vertigo. I think I explored this place pretty thoroughly. One of these rooms is a holding cell with a cordite door you can blow off. Well, cordite should be labeled. These are just enemies. Just enemies. Yes, I did, Quizotix. Cracker is a slur. And that's okay. You know? Life is full of, you know, magic. And sometimes a little bit of slurring can really liven things up. Okay, I just... Is there anything there? There's like a little... I see that on the map, like a little dimple. Let me see. Hold on. It's like right here. Is it this? Nothing of worth, I don't think. Today's not your best rhetorical day. Couldn't disagree more, actually. Who the fuck are you? Oh, they're already dead. Holy shit. This room? Alright, this room. Hey! Chill! Radio Floyd, people are always talking about how good the OST is. Cordite store. Cordite is Super Missile, right? No, wrong one. Shut up. Stop. Let me live. Nice. Hey, Paul DSSB, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Congratulations on recently coming into a decent sum of money. What's the story behind Samus? Is she just a monster killer in space or what? She's like a genetically modified human raised by an extinct species of bird people who, like, travels around and sort of fights against the space pirates, I guess? I don't know. How are we getting out of here? Up there? Stop! Jesus! Okay, here. Is there like a elevator panel? Ah, here. There we go. Making my way downtown. Walking fast! Stop! This GameCube or Wii, this is the Metroid Prime trilogy released to the Wii. Guys, remember how awesome it is when developers do that? When they're like, hey, here's a trilogy of games that aren't even that old, released on a modern console with slight improvements, and here you go. One game, let's go. Like, how nice is that? I don't like it when companies re-release things over and over, but it's better than just letting the past die. I don't think there's anything here. This room we spent a lot of time in. Huh? What are you? Auxiliary door controls. This is a save station. I guess we'll keep up on things. Metroid Prime is a surprisingly chill game. Yeah, well, you know, it's very atmospheric. What are you doing? What percent of items are you at? I think we're just under 70%, but we haven't finished the phase on mines area. Does this area have anything for us? Gotcha, Funnier. Thank you. Yes, it is No Sleep Phil. So pretty. People in your server started a Google Doc petition to bring back the rehab channels. Why are people like this? All you people do when you engage in behavior like this is reaffirm my belief that everyone except for me is too online. I'm not going to name and shame anyone by having their names on this list. I'll read this later. It's what I get for raising a community of such petulant debate bros. Here's a petition. Fuck you. It's a Discord server I control. I could delete it with 2 button clicks. And I would. Petition for what? They want the rehab channels back, but I didn't like them. I never wanted it to be server policy for people to be kicked, banned, or had roles removed or added because of their political views. Hypothetically, a person who is a Nazi or a neocon or whatever could come in there and argue with people. My only requirements were no harassment and no bigotry, you know, sort of stuff like that. The issue is the rehab channels, it seemed like all the time, you know, people would be like, deliberating, oh, well, does having this slightly unorthodox opinion warrant them being put in rehab? And very weird stuff. Let me out! New rehab channels, but they exist exclusively to contain the people who made the petition for new rehab channels. How about that, huh? Fuck. Lol, how can you be a Nazi without bigotry, Lamau? You can refrain from expressing it. I'm sure you understand what I mean by bigotry, you know. Using slurs, deriding people, insulting people, you know, discriminating, da-da-da-da-da. I think it's entirely possible to have people like discuss issues, you know. Also, so many of the people in my Discord are weak. What happened to debating? Huh? Is that not what I do? At least what I used to do. Why can't you debate? Why? Oh no, someone's in the channel that you don't like? Make fun of them. Make them stop entering the server because you've bullied them. What's so hard about that? I had to handle this stuff myself. Back in the old AIM chat room days. We didn't always have a moderator to get somebody to kick them from the fucking chat rooms, you know? We had to bully people ourselves. Well, this person doesn't think my identity is valid. So? And? Oh, post the image of the guy with the crackling lightning eyes. What do you want? Anything in here? Look in the water? Okay. I know there was something over here, but yeah, I got this. Is there anything apart from this? Okay, gotcha. I already got this. Are you anti-debate now? No, I'm very pro-debate. I think I'm just anti-debate culture. Holy shit, is it toxic. Let me up! Yes! Wang. So we're all set with this area? None of you are going to go about bitching later. Oh, actually, there was something or another. There's also that path up there. I don't know if we can even get to it from here. The one that goes all the way up there. Is that even accessible from here? It might be. Can I walk up that river? No. I think it's one way. Yeah, I think it's one way. Excellent analysis from a black perspective. TD Shum, I run the risk of sounding like a massive reactionary here, but I don't really ever look for things from a black perspective. Like, I look at things from an anti-racist perspective. I don't really know what a black perspective is. Well, you all expected a joke? What do you want from me? Yeah, Najarala, it's to be worked on. Your Discord is now malding about what you said. Fine, I will look. Fine. Yes, you want to cry? I'll make you cry. Oh my god, they're mad. Listen to this. Well, thanks all. As the person who made the petition and spent time to try and improve the server, this is a shitty response, Heart. How self-important can you cocksuckers be? The server is... The server lives and dies with my breath, okay? I could have one bad day and remove from 40,000 of you the ability to communicate, okay? The audacity. Listen, I said I'll read it. I'll read it eventually. Okay, I will. Just doesn't mean I'm gonna change my mind. It's not a democracy. Well, what is? No, fine. No, sure. Fine. Okay, I'll read it. You want a real response? Fine. But I'm implicating you, fucks. On seeking the reinstatement. Okay, I won't do the voice. Taking the reinstatement of rehab channels to Vosh Praxis Emporiums. Hold on. There. No noise. On seeking the reinstatement of rehab channels to Vosh's Praxis Emporium with the recent move of the rehab channels. In creating a more heavily moderated space for potentially harmful views to be discussed, the server is able to concretely engage with rhetoric in a safe environment. This isn't a safe environment. I don't care. Listen, it's Discord, okay? No one's going to leap out of your computer screens. I'm sorry. I hate to sound like the how is cyberbullying real? Just turn off the computer and walk away guy. Just log off guy. But like, it's not... Yeah, that we know of. I don't care about the safe environment. Like what? Like can't what conversation? Can't it just happen? Like in a server? What's the unsafe bit? Was a way of partially controlling conversations and avoiding dogpiling. Who cares if people get dogpiled? I don't care. Who cares? Also, like in the rehab channels, everyone can jump in. It's just like the rehabbed people are limited to there, but other people can jump in there. But like, who cares? If you get dogpiled, just leave. Just walk away. Also, what's wrong with dogpiling? In his VOD addressing the recent viral Twitter post, Vosh notes that anytime he hears about rehab channels, it's very formally laid out. Am I being mean? I'm being a little mean. In any capacity, it's always the mod dunk ring. This is not a great argument. This is negativity bias. Of course, people not be making viral posts on Twitter about the Discord server is so great. I'm happy about it. If you only knew how many emails I got from people bitching about the Discord. I don't even fucking meaningfully regulate the Discord. Just people. Okay? People make it my problem. The connected, broadly leftist idea of seeking to utilize restorative approach to justice community building. Okay, I guess the issue is that I don't know if I even, like, believe this. I don't know if, like, a person entering a Discord server, saying something unorthodox, being told by a moderator that they're committed wrongthink and being sent over to the baby channels so that they can be passively talked down to for 6 hours a day. I don't think that does anything restorative. I just think that's a way of stroking the ego of people who are already on the left, who treat every new entry to the rehab channels as their own personal fucking baby project, you know? Like you're so invested. If you want to be friends with them, fucking DM them and talk to them in DMs, okay? If you want a restorative direct contact, then just DM them. And if you don't care that much, then stop talking to them. Instabans for ideology are different than seeking to clarify those ideologies. The line is fuzzy in some cases, and this is not advocacy for Nazis to be tolerated. Rather, it's an invocation that some people are able to buy into the empathy inherent in leftism, manism, coaxing. I just don't know why they can't do this in the main channels. If you think they're going to get dogpiled, like if they have a minorly like bad belief and you want to like sort of passively talk to them, then shouldn't you try to ferment a Discord community that doesn't instantly dogpile people for being a little like wrong thinky? You're kind of creating your own issues here because by isolating everyone who's not perfectly in lockstep with accepted ideology, you're not training people to deal with people with different like ideologies well. Like, no shit, everyone's going to dogpile somebody. I've seen people in my Discord get dogpiled for saying that they don't feel comfortable using its pronouns. Do you know how fucking isolated and online of a take this is? They weren't even saying its people are delusional or its people, they were going to misgender them, only that they were a bit uncomfortable. I saw them get dogpiled for this. Have you gone outside? Have you talked? Have you breathed air? Have you had the warm light of the sun splash across your face? You seriously, if they get dogpiled for that, that's on you guys. Like, live and let live. If you want to talk with them about it, then just go like, hey, you know, do you want to talk? And just have a one-on-one convo. Or, you know, if you all dogpile, that's an issue with the community that's only made worse through this ideological segregation. Not helpful, just have the masses deal with people with problematic viewpoints. Contention channels get filled and are stricken with dogpile conversations. Toxicity has begun to fill the general chats. Toxicity's always been in the general chats, let's be real. And rehab was a fairly controlled place for specific one-on-one engagements. As a mod point of agreement, I think more specific frames can give them to moderators to avoid it become a mod dunk ring, which is actively discouraged in the first place. Like, half of the non-rehabbed people chat in the rehab channels were mods. Like, let's not pretend, you know. Which is actively discouraged, given the users would be unable to use the rehab feature if they were unproductive in those spaces, or perhaps the system wherein longer-standing users can be given a role to engage with heavies. Just deal with them like they're regular people in the regular channels. Just deal with them like they're regular people in the regular channels, okay? Loss of rehab is the loss of another tool in the server. It's not a tool. There's no tool. No tool. The Discord serves no political purpose either than to have a bunch of fucking gamer bros and trans girls like talk with each other over how whether or not Stalin was worse than Trump. Okay, that this isn't. there are limits here. Encouraging people to bully people off our server for shit views antithetical to the rules that exist against harassment and targeting. You can do this without harassing or targeting people. Having a contained space is good for maintaining a less toxic server. We'd really just like the server the way it was. It made our community special and made people feel more safe. Please take time to adjust your posture and drink some water as well. Okay, well, that's nice of them. Thanks for your consideration. No, we're not going to need to implicate people. Look. Can we live? No living? No lifing? All right, let me see this. Jazz. People love Vosh mad unless it's towards them. What if we just called everyone with an opinion we disagree with an idiot and stupid until they cry? That's how it used to be, you know. I don't care about the rehab shit, but why is Vosh so pissy about this? Wow, people really do like Vosh mad until it hits them. Seriously? Oh yeah, steam's coming out of my ears. Let's see. One person is incredulously asking how you can bully without harassment. That's absolutely possible, depending on your definition of bully. This is so stupid. Yeah, I agree. How about revamp contention channels so they don't dogpile? How often do people post? Okay. How many Discord messages okay. Contention 4 has had 2 posts in the past hour and a half. Contention 3 has had 3 posts in the past 5.5 hours. Contention 2 hasn't had any posts for 5 hours, except for one just saying Vosh gay. And Contention 1, apparently the only active one, nope, hadn't had a post in it since nearly 6 hours ago. Not a single one of the Contention channels is active, okay? Nobody's dogpiling anyone. And if any of you are bitch enough that having 2 or 3 people responding to you is enough to give you conniptions, just respond to one person. That's what I did. Jesus Christ, just go in there, train yourself. I'm going to respond to this person. Ignore the other people. If that's not enough of a safe space, then you need like Weenie Hut Juniors or some other Discord server, okay? Because this is not the right. I don't know why anyone thinks a community associated with me would prioritize safe spaces over discourse. Super Mega Weenie Hut Juniors. Do you think there should be rules against dogpiling? Being dogpiled in a Discord server doesn't hurt you. It doesn't affect you. Oh, people disagree with my opinions in a Discord server that specifically disallows bigotry, harassment, or targeted malice. They're disagreeing with me, multiple of them. Come on, how are you all going to grow up to be me, huh? Wait, okay, this person's being the cuntiest. Hold on. Vosh, why do you not consider the thoughts of your community and moderators in a fucking community Discord server? It's not a community Discord server. It's my Discord server. Is and always will be. There's absolutely nothing any of you can do to stop me from acting out on my whims. Also, this is a dumb argument. It's like, you know, listen to trans people. No, I'll listen to whoever I want. That makes me sound bad. No, you know, like, they'll be like, oh, I disagree with your take, but rather than disagreeing with it directly, I'll just accuse you of not listening to the relevant people. No, actually, I want to know what type of person is freaking out over this. Let's investigate their chat logs. What do we got here? Were you active in the rehab channels? Let's see. Oh, I don't... How do you... Not entirely sure how to get the Discord, how to pull people's... It says from user. What do I type? Their nickname? Do I type their nickname? Do I type... What do I look at? What am I doing? What is this? What does any of this mean? I don't know how to get it to work. Sorry, that could have been engaging. All right. What if we played from user number 9999 in... No. I don't even... It won't even pop up the name. I don't even know how to get it to work. Thank you, Canoe. It's good. Get it out. I think some people in your community genuinely think that thick skin development is alt-right junk. Yeah, okay, that's my final take from here, okay? The people who are mad at me right now are the same people who got super angry with me when I pointed out that discipline was a valuable characteristic for people, regardless of their political affiliation. That's the take that I'm getting right now. I remember that. You motherfuckers got mad. Oh, you got mad at me. And for what? Because I want you to wash your dishes? Right! That was a very sexual sigh, Vosh. You are projecting. Radio! Pippin cheerio. Righty-idy-idy-o. Righty-howdy-howdy-o. Honestly, the Discord really is full of thin-skinned people who use aggressive rhetoric and shriek about being oppressed when you talk to them in the same way. Yeah, I have noticed that a ton of people on the left can dish it, but they can't take it. Listen, okay? This is one way in which you people in the Discord are objectively inferior to alt-righters, okay? Alt-righters are deranged schizoid freaks that'll say the worst things about other people, but they don't tend to cry foul when you say it back to them, because they were already planning their own suicide, okay? The problem is, you guys, I've seen, because I've dealt with the woke scolds, man. These people will call me everything and anything under the sun. And then, like, you hit them back with anything. And they will, and they will cry bully over it. You're all like, what's that fucking dipshit name? What's their name? What's it? They're that woke scold on Twitter. They cry, they baby. They are baby and they cry. Corvidae. Well, there are a lot of people that I'm kind of referring to here, but yeah, Corvidae. Hey! Corvidae will say anything and everything about people Corvidae doesn't like, but then if you so much as bring up their name, they're privating their Twitter right now, you know. Right now, as I live and breathe, as I speak these words, Corvidae is shakily picking up the phone to call their lawyer to draft a will in case one of you, like, shoots them or something. They are locking down all their accounts. They're re-upping two-factor authentication, changing their phone number. They're like, they are going full hog. And that's why we're ableist. Wait, how do I get up here? I got you, TD Shum. Where are we? Have we collected the missiles in this room? Yeah, I just did. Is it here? Okay, here it is. I see. Okay, sorry. Back out a little bit. All right, we're no longer being mean to the people in the Discord. You hear me? We had our moment. There's nothing wrong with being mean now and again. But we're done with the moment now, okay? There's no pickups in those 3 rooms, though? Okay, gotcha. Then we'll move it along. Okay, well, both of these corridors... Okay, does the Canyon Cavern or the Gully either have items in it that we need to pick up? Should I choose a path? Canyon of stuff? Alright. Han just said nothing, he doesn't seem performative. Wait, they're still talking? It's been 2.5 hours. Now I'm not even gonna fucking want to watch it for fun if it goes on for too long. Oh wait, there's something in here, that's right. Let's... Oh? Are you watching it on stream? Well, not if it's boring. Let me worry about that, Drossi. What am I looking for in here? Nothing in this room? Okay. Now we've got this big room. What do we have here? Oh, hey, Doe. Is that the way I said? I don't know if somebody else linked it. Oh, I'm surprised that you're keeping tabs on this stupid drama. Thank you.
Thing, right? But if I explicitly know that it's validating something that I think and Vosh agrees is like destructive to trans people,
wait. You keep bringing up Vosh. I don't know why you keep bringing him up.
I just want to.
I feel like
I don't think xenogenders are destructive to trans people. Is he saying that I used to think so? I wouldn't even use that language. It would just be like xenogenders, what would you say? Maybe provide an optical challenge? Since when has that been them being destructive, though, you know? That's like saying gay people with lisps are destructive to non-lispy gay people. Like, they present more of an optical challenge because they're not as, you know, straight passing, but that's not the same as them being destructive. The difference here is critical.
I'm hoping he'll talk to me about this because, again, I think it's extremely disingenuous to have a talk about me and slander me. And then when I ask to have a conversation, he agrees. And then when I tell him what I want to talk about, which is him slandering me, he runs away. And then the next day still posts the initial video slandering me. I think that's absolutely cowardly. And I'm hoping by getting enough eyeballs on this that...
Oh my god. I await the court documents.
But I just bait him to actually having a conversation with me because I think this is absolutely fucking cowardly. And again, you seem like a nice dude, but like I'm not looking for, you know, the scion of VGG. I want to talk to V about this because this is really...
What a weird thing to say. You're talking to Zan and you're like, I don't really care about talking to you. I'm good. This is the most like obvious like clout sharking shit I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ.
Fucking rude. So like, and I can respect your criticisms, but like his criticisms, I don't think that's fucking fair. And I got the receipts on his positions.
Receipts. He mentions you like 60 times. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
with a discourse, and your position is, nah, this group has gone too far. Nah, this group is too much. This group, I'm cool with the groups that came before. I'm cool with trans people, non-binary people, gender fluid people, gay people, and everything. But these xenogender people with the neo-pronouns, they're going way too far for me, okay?
Absolutely.
That tendency...
Wait, why... Isn't his point supposed to be that he has the same perspective as me? Wait, how can you make... How... He's like, well, my beliefs are the same as yours. But...
Indicates to me a general bias in regards to when you encounter a new
I'm sorry, guys. It's just mental illness and like desperate, insecure clout sharking. I'm sorry. This is deeply ill behavior. I'm sorry. Reject political disagreements. Return to accusing people of being mentally ill. That's the internet I miss. That's the internet I remember. Oh yeah, we need to bring it back. Listen, okay? Describing online drama in political communities as being a product of different political opinions is akin to neoliberals trying to post hoc justify trickle-down theory after, like, the CEOs already raised their wages, okay? It's just, you're trying to fit a theory, you're trying to fit reality into an incompatible framework. Now, my framework, which is that everyone who disagrees with me is mentally ill and should be institutionalized, that's bulletproof. That's that's consistent. Pretty much unassailable, really. Okay, goes back to shows of ruins. Okay, gotcha. And we've already done the little ramp here, so we're set on that. Discord's thinking you're going to allow Nazis to roam your Discord? Discord, quit being giant fucking baby pussies. Holy shit, you fucking gigantic fucking colossal cowards. There are 50,000 of you in that Discord server. You outnumber them. What do you think they're going to do? Find 50,000 fucking Nazis? Jesus Christ, you think they're going to annex the Discord? Holy shit. There's a slight chance that I might have 7 additional seconds of contact with a person who's a bigot. Yeah, well, you know, welcome to life. Fuck you. Be mean to them. Jesus, I don't care. It's a safe space. It's never a safe space. Pretty sure the fucking rules list said that from the beginning. It's never a safe space. You're free to go make your baby Discords if you want. Making a Discord server takes 3 seconds. Go. Vosh's baby Discord space. No chance of anyone who disagrees with me ever being shown. You can have fucking radial tiers of fucking rehab spaces from 1 to 10. And any person who disagrees, it's like the circles of hell, where depending on the weight of their sin, they get sent to like a worse area or something. Ooh. Sweet! You said on stream once you want the Discord to be a chill, safe space after stream, since stream is usually more intensive. Safe space? Like, chill, sure. The Discord is chill. It's not like the politics Discord. Yeah, I'll get there when I get there. I know the X-ray visor will show me the way, but I kind of want to find it myself. It's got to be here, right? Because there's a gap in the rain? No, it was over there. I can't... There's not even any rain pitter-patter. The politics Discord is great. Yeah, every day I like have to right-click remove pings from the politics Discord as like an army of 12-year-old neo-Nazis spams my name over and over again. Like ats me over, you know, constantly. So that's my engagement with the politics Discord. You know, it's not No! Ah, cucked. Wait, why are we even turning off the X-ray visor? It doesn't really impede our vision that much. Like, why are we... Fuck. Okay, it impedes our vision a little bit. God damn it. It impedes it a smidgen. Okay, Argentine Laddie, having a Discord be like a chiller space than the contention of my stream is different from being a safe space. A safe space is designed to disallow conflict. That's the whole point. But my Discord was never that. There were literally channels for debating people if you disagree with them. A safe space would completely restrict like some topics, you know, like but apart from ones that inconvenience me personally, that doesn't really happen. How many more times can he fall? Not one. Best part of the X-ray visor is that when you change weapons, you can see your hand inside the cannon actually take that shape. Wait, really? Wait, I don't... I'm not seeing it, sorry. Do it against the dark... Oh! Oh! Holy shit, she has different hand positions. That's awesome. I never knew that. Fuck, this game is so good. What a sick detail to put in for a game of this age, too, you know? When it was a lot less common to do stuff like that. Alright, we're taking the safe route. And by safe route, I mean just keeping the visor on instead of stupidly turning it off for no reason. Boop, 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 boop. Thoughts on the Sonic movie trailer? I actually haven't seen it. Yeah, look. Oh my god, you're completely right. The shapes that she makes corresponds to the hand symbol in the bottom right. I had no idea. Look. Well, that's fucking wild. What? Oh! I held the jump button. Okay. Come on. No, you see, this is actually a convoluted metaphor for the experience of being rehabbed in the Vosh's side server Super Ultra Mega Weenie Hut Juniors, you know? Like, you fall down because at one point you know, somebody uses they/their pronouns and you use they to refer to them, you know? So you go to the 3rd level, you fall down, you climb your way back up with 6 months of dedicated community engagement, you know? But then you make the critical error, okay? You say in a chat that you enjoyed the movie Die Hard when you were a kid, not knowing that the protagonist of Die Hard is a white male. Instantly, you're sent to the 6th circle. Alright. Please! Okay. No more fucking around. New room. Hey! Load me up. Unironically, I feel like any such offshoot server would eventually start rehabbing people for saying they watch me. That feels like the end, you know, like the end state. Okay, next up is not the Phazon Mines, but the Phendrana Drifts. That's the next one we're hitting up. And the fastest way over there would be... So this takes us to Magmore Caverns East, which is this one, I'm pretty sure. And then the next one to Phendrana Drifts is over there. So that's fast enough. Okay. Yeah, Demsoak, it's that I should ban you and save myself half the trouble because you complain as much as the people in my fucking emails. I already got this bit. No, there's no fall damage. Dude, I'm hyped. Well, okay, so after we're finished with the Phendrana Drifts, that means the only remaining area is the Phazon Mines, which we haven't finished anyway, so we'll have to clear through it all. Thank you for the help, Svania. And everyone else who is helping me. I do, Riverway. That was a lot of fun. Last night, I posted in the Discord. I don't remember why or over what, but, you know, people said Voosh bad. So I started renaming everyone in the Discord server, starting with names like Adolf Shitler, Poop Fart, Shitfuck. I renamed a Discord mod's name to Discord mod, and then the red flag emoji, you know, the implication. And that was all well and good. But then I decided to dream big. And I, bit by bit, I'm actually proud of my community here. Bit by bit, I started renaming people to single letters. First an R, then an E, then a T. By the time I was done with the T, they'd already figured out what I was doing. ARD. And well, we only needed the one R, so AD. And with those 5 people in hand, actually, I still have the screenshot, I'm pretty sure. With those 5 people in hand, you know, it took some maneuvering, but, yeah, let me see. It would have been at around 2 a.m. last night. Let me just scroll through this. This might take a hot second. You're the worst Discord dad? I keep people entertained. I make people laugh, okay? Like a clown. Is it okay to say the R word? No. Unless you're me, in which case you can. Almost there. Unless this group chat posts a lot at 3 a.m., which I don't think they do. Not a lot of Europeans in my friend circle. Gotta keep those degenerates out. Okay, here we go. This is yesterday, and then here, and then here, and then... There we go! Oh, it's beautiful. And the piece de la resistance, the final letter was from a mod, as I had ordained. But we did it. That's good, isn't it? Yeah, solidarity. Oh, I posted this at 3 a.m., it seems. Nice. When are we gonna get the low-tier god emote? When I goddamn well feel like it. Okay. Oh, wait. This way. Right? No. Yes. No? Possibly. Yes. Not really, Dreary. The Prime games are pretty unique. Oh, the you should kill yourself now emote will 100% be sub only. Sorry, guys. I rarely added sub emotes for the longest time, but now we're finally adding some really high quality ones. And frankly, I simply don't make enough money. Listen, Ryan is taking a paid vacation for the holidays. Do you know how fucked up it is that I, a contract employer, would have to pay for people's holidays? I can't believe lefties expect people to do this. This is maddening. They get money and they're not even making me money? What the fuck? Okay, Defenderana. Does the new emote have a name yet? I'll probably make it like "Do It Now" or something like that in all caps. Okay. Andrana Drifts is a little bit larger. We're gonna have to go back through the fucking complex. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to loop backwards through here, then do this loop, and then we're going to work on the rest of the place. Okay? If I can even get over... Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, it's the music. God, it's so good. Okay, this is a rather large room. With a few places to go out afterwards. Okay, we're going to ignore the pike access path and just head straight forward. We'll take the... Let's say the upper? No, we'll take the lower exit. Go to the upper wave beam door. Alright, as you say. Ow. Hey! Hey! Is there anything in here? God, the plasma beam does so much damage. Disgusting. Enemies aren't even a threat anymore. Were those your eyes? Yeah, that was the reflection of your face back in the visor. Pretty cool stuff, huh? Another great attention to detail. Show it again. It's like a... There's a specific set of conditions that... it's kind of hard to just make it happen. Yes, it works much better underwater. You good? Wait, what? They just sort of... Well, how do you figure that? They just melt? Kind of an odd way of showing it, but sure. That's how death works IRL. True. Right. Morgana, why would you say something like this? Bosh, I love you, but game stream is really boring, so unless we're going to talk politics, I'm going to go to bed. What? Like, just out of curiosity. What compels you to type that? Like, I'm having fun. We're having fun. Just like what? Like, oh, now I read chat. It's like, oh, you know, thank you for informing me. Just go if you don't want to watch the content. It just comes off kind of fucking rude. Oh my god. Spanier says, I have to take my partner to the hospital. Hope someone else can take care of things. Holy shit, Svenir. Good luck. Take care. Who wants to be the next king of item acquisition? Also, Morgana says, you want to make more money, lol. I'll leave that to me. All right, who's it? Who's the appointed? Ah, it breaks the water. And there's a missile in there. Okay. Josh Drossi, you realize you complain more about them than the complaints I get about them, right? Just to let you guys know, interminably complaining about woke scolds can make you as bad or worse than them in terms of how much you irritate me. Josh Drossi, how many times have you... In fact, no, let's... Oh, a purple link. Not the first time we've looked into you, huh? What are you doing, Dross? Wow, your community is filled with woke scolds and sensible brats. Who's surprising? Talking about Destiny, talking about Hans. What should you do with public perception? People think you're a literal zoophile. Make a stream session how to be mentally strong. Don't take purity tester. Grow thicker skin. Fuck purity tester. Please don't purity tester. Like, it's gonna be okay, man. It's alright. I'm still me. We're gonna make it. Nice try, Soak Done Left. There's no fucking way that you used a link shortener for a fucking Twitch clip. I know what that is. That's some goddamn essay on how the only way to achieve Marx's dream of a proletarian state is if we get taxed more. Or whatever the fuck you believe, you fucking liberal. Upper door is just a save station? We should still get it. Holy shit, I got it. Yes! Yes! The article is literally called The Policy Road to Socialism. I'm familiar with it because I've read it. It's not the first time he's linked that to me. No, sorry lads, this time I mean read Reddit. He will never stop linking it. You're not going to get a policy road towards socialism anyway. The bourgeois would do anything and everything. So counter-revolutionary propaganda through media channels they control, have people killed, they would do anything. They've done anything and everything. They'll do it again. It's not like they haven't done it before. The policy road towards socialism is merely battering down the hatches until the day we must buy our futures with blood actually occurs. Oh, what a LARPy way of saying that. Oh, but it felt so cool to say it. No wonder people talk like that. Ah, yes. Yes, comrades. When we must buy our freedom in blood. Woo! Woo! Okay, here we go. Then we go through here. Pendrana's Edge. Didn't the Founding Fathers say shit like that? In truth, most changes in who controls countries is a violent affair. I don't think that's controversial. It's happened all the time. Not a socialism thing. That's just how government functions sort of thing. I agree, Finish. I gotta go to the goddamn shooting range, man. I need to get used to firing rifles. Anything in here? Would I ever stream Warframe? Probably not. Can you turn the effects volume up? I don't wanna. Whoa! Kinda just like the bops. I'm kinda bipping and booping right now, to be honest with you. Here, watch this. I'd fuck a horse to this song. This is too mellow to fuck a horse to. You'd barely be able to hear the music over the creaking sounds of your stretched asshole. The slosh of the cum in the balls every time the horse thrusts, it would just drown it out. All right. Now, how do we get up there? What do I think of pagan religions? Cooler than Christianity, but as nonsensical. Still superstition, still bad. Perhaps Wolfie Universe. Demsoko11, I don't think I'm gonna watch the thing. If it's 2.5 hours and Hans is so transparent about his disinterest in the subject that he says that he's not even really interested in talking to Xanderhall, then like... what the fuck am I doing there? I need a clip compilation, you know? Nice. Whatever happened to your Jubilee? Good fucking question. Oh, howdy. Haven't even got my $100 rebate yet. So that's on me. I need to contact them. There's another item in Fender on his Ridge. Really? Okay. Would I ever try stand-up at like an open mic? Yeah, doing a stand-up routine is something that I've always kind of dreamt of a little bit. So maybe I will one day, you know? So there's another one in here. Huh? No. Hey, wait, grab. Wait. I hit the right click like 5 times while looking directly at it at close range. Does the grapple have a minimum range? It does? Oh my, I didn't know it did. Okay, that's on me then. No, it has a max. Do you know the difference between minimum and maximum? They mean opposite things. So it doesn't have a minimum range? I have no idea why it did that then. It even let go of the grapple, like when I was already falling. Wait! Okay. I right-clicked. It even lit up. I know my mouse isn't malfunctioning. Okay, hold on. I should be able to grapple onto it whenever you can see those 3 triangles, the targeting reticule, circle around it. And it worked that time. I wonder if just trying to move through it too quickly can cause it to be a bit buggy. Like if you're already at a high speed, something like that might do it. Okay. What are we looking for? Oh? Oh! Very sneaky. Super missile? No. Power bomb. I've been on the China's fascist hype train for a while, Conclave Condio. Nice! Artifact. I have not, Sunyata. I think Tim Heidecker knows who I am, though. I think we're oomphies. 76% of items acquired. We're already 10% up since starting the stream. We started at 66. Okay. And we go down. Ow. Bum, bum. Not yet, nothing but burgers. Let's go! Whatever, I've got health to spare. Did you just take fall damage? No, I landed on an enemy. We are in the Hunter Cave, alright. And next we head over here. Is there anything in the Hunter Cave? Fuck you. Well, we have to circle back around out here in a second anyway, so... Just quit being cringe. I could listen to this music, like, forever. Oh, speaking of music, by the way, in my ongoing, in my ongoing playthrough of Thronebreaker: The Witcher Chronicles, I gotta say, the music in that game fucks hard. Holy Christ, the music in that game, knocks it out of the park. Like, can I just get you to listen to one track? Video game music isn't a concern for YouTube's copyright ID because they know it could be played during people's playthroughs. Listen to this. I actually liked this video. Do you know how infrequently I like videos? My God. Shh. Listen to this. It's a fucking card game. The music has no right to slap that hard. Holy shit. It slaps, but fuck elves? Well, I think the music makes them sound perfectly sinister here. What faction deck do you play? Oh, I don't play multiplayer. I'm just playing Thronebreaker. This music is used in the game, though. Did I say orc? I meant elf, sorry. Yeah. It's quite good. What is your take on the elves in Witcher? I haven't read all the books, though I just started the first one last night, and I'm already really enjoying it, to be honest with you. I think the elves can go choke on it. I feel like The Witcher is the first fantasy universe I've seen where I might be an actual ethno-nationalist. Unironic ethno-nationalist. At least for elves and non-elves, you know? And I'm not kidding when I say that. Here, I need to pee real quick, but after that I'll elaborate. There are a lot of things in the Witcher universe that I actually really enjoy, because I feel like they combine a bunch of fantasy tropes really deliberately, you know? Because, like, just really quick, in the Witcher universe, the humans there are Earth's humans, or descendants of them at least. It's not like a fantasy alternate universe. It's Earth's humans who were pulled from Earth sometime thousands of years ago in some big event called the Conjunction of the Spheres, which was basically like a big multiverse merger sort of dealio. I think the basic gist of it is that in the Witcher universe, there's essentially like infinite multiverses, and when people dream up gods, demons, or other creatures from another world, what they're really getting is a fragment of inspiration conjured from the ephemeral mists. Basically, if you draw or conceptualize Yogg-Saroth in a video game of your own, that's because somewhere out there in another universe there is a Yogg-Saroth, and you just hope that you never meet him, you know. And the conjunction of the spheres was a big, was a big collision of a bunch of those entities and ideas, you know. Oh, anyway. And there's also like hard magic and soft magic, you know, which I quite like, because about half the magic like there's two kinds of magic. I don't even know if they're both called magic, you know, but one type of magic is like math, you know. It's like you can use this much energy, you have this power, you can do this, you can do that, you know. It's basically like, you know, strictly defined magic system. Energy, you know, is something you train for. Magic and brews, cauldrons you create, all that stuff. That makes sense, right? Just nerd magic, right? But then there's like soft fairy tale magic, like the weight of promises, you know, like broken promises can have real consequences, like fate wise, you know what I mean? Which is really interesting. Have you guys seen the Netflix show? If you did, do you remember the law of surprise in universe custom of paying for something by saying that you'll give them the first thing that you didn't expect to find there? Right, the whole take the baby part. Yeah. The thing is, people treat those rules seriously in that universe, because if you ignore pledges and bonds and promises, there are like universe consequences to it. Like the fates conspire to bring ruin to people who fuck around with those rules, which is pretty cool. Anyway, you know, you've got lots of stuff. Anyway, as far as I can tell, the elves were like a universe spanning, like multiverse spanning giga empire that were incredibly aristocratic, imperialistic, xenophobic, and extremely fucking racist, you know? But they're on the downturn now in the Witcher universe. They're being tuned down as magic is kind of receding a little bit, and they still act like the imperialist cunts that they were before, while being the minorities. And the song that's playing here, the one that I just put, it's the Scoia'tael song, and they're basically a terrorist group who slaughter humans as a way of getting retribution. Yeah, I need to read the books. I'm enjoying them quite a bit. Oh, Second Thought replied? Hold on. Oh, this is fine. Hey, glad you mostly like my videos. Gonna be honest, not a big fan of the spectacle of live stream convos. It encourages entertainment over substance. Don't disagree with that. I'd be glad to chat privately, though. Then you're free to represent my perspectives to your audience however you like. Oh, that seems like a sterling, you know, response. Sure. You know, try to talk with him in private sometimes. Of course, DK Klein. Thank you. Wolfie Universe. So noted. All right. Okay, where were we? Gravity chamber. What are we doing? Something in here? My pleasure, Jelly Toad. What are we? You want to melt something in this room. Okay. It fucking slaps. Ah! Okay. Not getting that. Stop. 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 Ow. Stop. They don't listen when I ask them to stop. I don't think there's anything in here. I did not bluestone. Why would I care about other people building bridges with other people? Oh. A bunch of people are telling me the convo is Shark and FD, but, like, I only heard about FD, like, 2 days ago. And I like Shark, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's just odd so many people are telling me that somebody had a convo with another person. Like, to what end? Nice. Okay. Did I come in through the lake tunnel before? I think I did. So now we'll take the chamber access. Don't worry about it, Kelly. Am I using a guide? Chat is my guide. Thank you. Jesus. Anyway, anything in here? Oh, Mr. Building. Why wouldn't people say that? Okay, now we're back in here. What are we looking for? Nothing in a Hunter Chamber? Okay. Then we're going to move back here. Hunter Cave access. Chat's worried you'll butt heads with the video essayists they like. I'll butt heads with everyone. I love butting heads. There's an artifact. In here? Thanks, Canoe. Is there anything in here? Nobody answered, so I'll assume no. All right. Now here's... this big goddamn place. Okay. So before... okay, we emerged and we did pass through here, the frozen pike. Is there anything in the frozen pike? Nothing in the pike? Okay, then it's time to head to the research facility. Let's go! Boom, 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 boom. 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 Sing? Nice try. Not getting me today. I was playing Phasmophobia about a week ago with friends, and I came pretty close to doing a through the walkie-talkie rendition of Nicki Minaj's verse in Monster, but I didn't. Just came to my mind. Okay. Research base. Perhaps, Julius. Oh. That's right, it's fucking dark in here. Stop! Here's the video. What video, Posada-chan? Ah! Do I listen to any contemporary music? Are you kidding me? I just played a song from the Gwent multiplayer Witcher Expanded Universe card collection game. What do you want? Check out the game Hunt Showdown. I have heard of that game. Top 40 music, I think. Well, I do know the song Monster. Die. I know the Ice Beam is much better against them. That song is literally 10 years old. Yeah, but I'd say it's still culturally relevant. Oh, gotcha, Posadas John. People have talked about many videos in the recent past. I don't know if you're in a position of authority in the cultural relevance of music. I'm not saying I'm an authority. I'm just saying. Can we chill? Well, these guys are going to blind my visor for... Perish. Yeah, listen, the only band I need is Sweet Myths, okay? Thank you. Sake Tanuki, I do at least one of those things. Thank you for the very kind 10 bucks. Anything in here, lads? Release a Metroid in here. Really? I did it. Oh yeah, I've already gotten the energy tank in here. Is there another one? Hey, wait, hey! These fucking guys. What about the missile tank at the end of the Morph Ball walkway? I'm pretty sure I got that too. I have a distinct memory of doing that in the dark and kind of nailing it. Yeah, I know. Oh, oops, wrong one. Yes, I know. We'll be there. Let me 100% this game, goddammit. Have I played Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice? No, I have not. Sake, thanks. The 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You are so horny. No, I don't even... I don't even know what the relationship is between those things. Somnio, thanks. The tier 4 sub. Really appreciate it. Have you tried getting into the Wizard's Tower? In Metroid? Or you're talking about Noida? Or generally? IRL. Oh, IRL. No. I've yet to work up the courage. Hellblade is fucking sick. I've heard good things. Okay. God help me. East Tower. Okay, let me into the light. Please, God. Ah. I know this. There's a place I can melt with my heat beam. Is there anything beyond that? Would I play Noita again on stream? Maybe. Yeah. Sam Parrish, thanks. The very kind tier 2 sub. Hey, Voosh. Haven't subbed in a while because I like to support smaller creators, but I have some extra buckaroos. Mostly watch your content, so it's only fair. Goddamn right. Pay your taxes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, what? I'm not a smaller content creator anymore? Huh. How quickly the prestige falls. To this one or the other one? Must be the other one. Ah! I want the ambient music. Hey, where'd these guys come from? Wasn't it 2? I have not played any of The Last of Us. Okay, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I give subs because I want to help poor streamers. Hassan's too poor for me to even consider doing that to him. Yeah, he's beyond saving. Beyond hope. Thank you. Oh, and Miko, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Upgrading my sub. Want a yellow name so bad. Fuck the money if I give it all. Take my money, extend your warranty. Are you guys doing okay? Are you guys doing alright? Are we doing okay? Oh. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Wolfie Universe, thank you for $2. Watch a minute, this is great fun. Wolfie Universe, this is the second time you've done this. I love you. Thank you very much for recommending cool things to me. However, don't do it so obsessively, okay? You did with a YouTuber, and you're doing it now. It's like, you know, bunch of messages, and then here, check this out, check this out. Yeah. I'll see when I see. But I love you. I love you, Wolfie Universe. But not in, like, a weird way. One day, Zamp. Hey! Cool secret. All right. Oh, the Indigenous Hulk, thanks to the very kind $10. I was recently ghosted and unmatched after mentioning I watched you, Vosh. Knew it was a mistake as soon as I said your name. Funnily enough, that's actually happened to me. Just from, you know, it said being me instead of watching me. I was talking to some cute, fat titty, goth honey. You know, and, we were talking for a bit, and she was like, hey, it says you work at YouTube, and, you know, you look a lot like this guy. You're not Vosh, are you? Of course, I'm not going to lie. I got unmatched afterwards. Is there anything in here? No? Gotcha. Oppressed for being Vosh, true. Oh, thank you, Lenthalet. I'm really happy to hear that. Glad you enjoy the content, and I'm glad to, affect positively your life. You're not Vosh, are you? Sake, thanks to 2 gifted tier 1 subs, kicking it out. They said, why can't we have HUDs as cool as the one on racing games and real cars? Also, I'd have so much more respect for space dramas if they had more HUDs. What do you mean by space dramas? You mean like, what, like StarCraft? What is space drama? I do wish that media put way more effort into having good heads-up displays. You know what always bothered me? Iron Man. Always bothered the fuck out of me. Because it's like, you know, you see Iron Man's, like, suit UI, you know, the stuff over it, and it's always gibberish. Like, these movies cost hundreds of millions to make. They take years to make. But it's just like, just a bunch of numbers flashing, and then there will be, like, weird... It's just, like, weird bullshit, you know? Like, wouldn't it have been cool if there had been a ton of tiny numbers and details, and if you paused, you saw all the stuff that Tony was seeing? You know what I mean, right? Like, I think that would be a lot more cool. Research Lab Hydra. What about this, guys? First of all, the way the HUD is presented doesn't even make sense because the helmet is flush with his face. There's no way he can see any of this stuff inside. I mean, in reality, this would be projected right across, like, his eye, so this is just kind of like a visual representation for our sake. But, like, what the fuck is this shit meant to represent? Like, this is a dynamic, like, AI. His suit has a literal artificial intelligence. A lot of this stuff does not... Is this supposed to be a targeting reticule? What does it mean? What is that? What the fuck are these cells? What is this? What? It's supposed to be cool. Yeah, it's supposed to look cool. I'm just saying, you know. Creepy. Is there anything in Research Lab Hydra? Oi! Super missile the container next to the Metroid. Uh-oh. Oopsie poopsie. Favorite Marvel villain? Probably Ultron, because he didn't matter, no one cared about him, and that means he takes up the least space in my brain. He's occupied the least volume of brain space. For real, what does Tony do the suits AI couldn't? Not much. And I remember that at the end of Iron Man 3, they summoned like a whole fleet of Iron Men who were just being piloted by remote UI. Really, having a person in the suit seems kind of superfluous. They're just gonna turn Iron Man into a fucking drone. But it's not very heroic if he's just piloting machines from afar, of course, so it doesn't fit with the genre. Taka, you're killing me. Thanks to the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. If people can claim artistic liberties to justify questionable decisions, can autistic people claim autistic liberties to cover the same? Yes. And I do. And I will. Thank you. Don't say the plural of sec. Sec. Two sec. Sex. Ah, you got me. Oh god, my headache is coming back. Save me. Car Scryer Zero, thanks to 10 bucks. MCU Iron Man would have gone full transhuman the moment he unlocked nanotech. True. And Rewriter, with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, fuck the MCU, let's go, let's go, let's go. True! Dude, nanotech is so fucking boring in the Marvel universe and like in a ton of science fiction. It's literally just like it's just magic. Like, oh, now we have magic, haha. Like, there's no weight to it. It's just, oh, well, now it's magic. It took Tony Stark like 10 years to go from designing his first Iron Man suit to having like magic nanites assemble reality around him. Jesus Christ. Fucking boring. Also, by the way, when they build a suit out of nanomachines, how the fuck is that powered? What is powering the nanomachines? You realize nanomachines have to be powered, right? Like, machines don't do things for free. Tiny batteries? Okay, but what powers the suit? His heart core? What about the other ones they form? Mini arc reactor? But you can't make that out of nanobots. You can't make everything out of nanobots. attitude? Okay. Thank God. We can be done with the thermal visor. Okay! Anything in specimen storage apart from just gallons and gallons of my semen? Boss, do you want to play Phasma with me and Rory sometime after stream while your head hurt too much? Oh my God. Fucking Phasma with you guys? That's way the hell more fun than fucking streaming for these losers. How late do you all plan on being up? It's Saturday, right? Anything in here? Let's do a quick save. Gotcha, Gally. I'm more worried about Rory. Because Rory tends to go to bed a bit earlier. Could I just cut stream early and spend time with my friends? What a Chad move that would be. Sorry, guys. No time to stop making money at my job. No, but we're not gonna play right away. No, we'll play for a while longer. Phasmo sounds nice, Gale, assuming my headache doesn't get worse. Okay, we're looking for something. Is this the thing? This looks sussy. Did you hear about the Black Panther actress not taking the vaccine? Yeah, I think it's funny as fuck. That's like an entire goddamn acting career. One of the best gigs in one of the... Yeah, fumbling the bag. Holy shit. Which one? Wasn't it T'Challa's sister? Black Panther's sister? That was the one, right? Oh, shit, dude. So that means fucking Black Panther and his sister are gone. Holy shit. Jesus. Yeah, the scientist sister. She was supposed to be smarter than the Hulk in the MCU, yeah. Wait, how do I get over from here? Do I have to take the spider track? Scientist doesn't take vaccine. Sounds like a Jimmy Dore title. Holy fuck, that would be such a good tweet. Quote tweeting the announcement that she was being let go for not getting the vaccine. With like a upcoming Jimmy Dore title. Scientist refuses to take vaccine. Hollywood liberals lash out. That would be... Wait, hold on. That's a good one. Where's the original tweet, damn it? Yeah, it's our joke, okay? Maybe if I look up Black Panther? There we go. There you go. Contributing to the discourse. Okay, I assume that was the one thing we needed. Guys, Is there anything in Quarantine Axis, Quarantine Cave, all this stuff? Is there anything in this section? In the cave. Shut up. Nope. Shut up. Nope. Don't care. Don't care. God damn it. Let me in. Blue, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Is it a bad idea to try to get into a more self-indulgent career considering the way everything is going? Society's gonna be more unstable. Just get your bag. Take care of your fucking self and your family, okay? Don't agonize over oh no. Oh no, I'm contributing. Look, any job any of us do contributes to the economy of the United States government. Fucking tax revenue. Okay. There's only so much we can do. I mean, don't do anything, like, exceptionally bad or whatever, but... You hear the news about Kashama Sawant? No. What happened? We're fucking this guy up. She won her recall election? Nice. Kashama, more like her fucking based. Oh, that reminds me. So, I was fucking this... Let me be clear. Exceptionally cute girl from Tinder. No, thank you. No, I am brave. Thank you. And we were chatting afterwards, just generally, you know, and she expressed interest in running for local office, which, you know, I always think is quite nice. And I brought up Kashama Sawant, and she said she didn't like Kashama Sawant, you know, and I thought for a second, oh dear, wait, is this a conservative? Wait, I wasn't actually that clear beforehand. Where are we exactly with this? And she was like, no, actually, I don't think Kashama goes far enough. I feel like she's gone back with some of her lefty principles, you know. I want to be like the real lefty. It was like, oh, she's criticizing her from the left, you know. It was just a bit of a worry moment right there. Ah, yeah. Nice. Look up. Why is the rock sliding? You found out your Vosh. Everyone knows what my job is. And this goes back around that way. Okay. We have, incredibly, okay, we've cleared out all this. We're actually getting close to done. Okay, we head back to the ruined courtyard, and then this is the only bit left. Nice. You get stopped in the street now more? Well, they don't stop me in the street, but I get approached pretty often. Sakai 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I don't think tankies go left enough. They need to go left all the way over the Polish border. No. Save them. Did Zan already talk to Hans today? Did I miss it? As far as I know, they're still talking. God. I said as far as I know. I don't really know if they're... Destiny debates do drag out like this. Oh, true. Very true. Can anyone confirm whether or not they're still talking? They're done? Oh, thank God. Okay, all right. I confess to curiosity. Do you guys want to hear it as well? At least the opening bit. I can't help it. Maybe like the first 20 minutes or so. Where would I find this? Does Zan stream on YouTube?
Lost control.
Okay, Zan's having a fun one. Oh God, it goes on. Let me do the little mini player thing. One moment. No, not the mini player, the pop out. What is it? Pop up player. There we go.
Lane line while your hand was like behind. Cons look very good. Oh, I also have to read off time to talk about it. Huge death.
The opening bit's the boring bit? Is it? Oh, God save me.
Destiny Orbiter, so you ran to Daddy V instead of getting back to me, so I assume we're not chatting. And so these were messages sent over the course of,
Oh, yeah. Hans dropped, like... I saw this on Twitter because people were talking about it in my Discord. Hans just started, like, fucking spam posting. Look. This is from Hans's perspective. Or Hans started posting. To Zan. Since Vosh won't talk to me about it, I would also love to check about Vosh calling me reactionary. Figured since you're his #1 orbiter, you'd be up for that. I really don't talk to Zan that much. I don't... Also happy to chat about how I'm a huge Destiny orbiter, so you ran to Daddy V. This is like legit unhinged. Yeah, notice how there are time gaps in between each message, so he would like send one, steam for a bit, and then send new stuff, like a psychopath, you know? No, like literally insane girlfriend behavior here, or boyfriend. Hans posted these DMs. Hans posted his own DMs here. This is, yeah, this is... He posted these. Of him... Yeah. Why would he post this? That's a great question. You know, there were other people asking that, I think. Nicholas Diorio. Jesus. Hans said you fought with him in DMs. I really didn't. Yeah. He replied, I saw falafel. I can briefly read my DMs with Hans, since we're just dropping everything everywhere anyway. Should I? No, I don't want to. Nah. I feel like he was a smidge unhinged. That's my hot take. You know, I know you didn't expect that one, but that's my position. I know, Demon Mama. I know I'm going to cringe. All right.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so it's 5 hours just about. Yeah. It's probably like as miserable as waking up that early and doing all that is, you don't like it during the time, but afterward, you're like,
you feel good, right?
I feel really good. Yeah.
You got it out of your system. Like, yeah, like for whatever reason, I can't translate that to weightlifting. If I weightlift in the morning, I feel like dog shit. I feel like weak.
But yeah, I it's a little bit of an embarrassing. I want to finish up the swim talk here because we got to.
Why is there a desync with Xander Hall's voice and his mouth? Why is there a desync? This is from Xander Hall's stream. Does Xander Hall have... That's every Xander Hall video? What? Why is there a desync? Why would there be that?
Get on topic, but it's a little bit embarrassing. But around the same time when
and after that, I was like, I could get back into it, and I never made it as
gender dysphoria means you are uncomfortable with the gender you're assigned at birth, and while that is
have a different gender. So when I say like, oh hey, if you have
dysphoria and
been justified, all right? So like, I know that might be a criticism that I went too hard on him. I don't give a single fuck about that. I think he's of us, and he found it was like, you'll allow me to provide some background. Leftist Al and I never made it at sectionals, so like I probably could have swam at a D3 school, but it's not worth it, especially with how much time it takes to be a college athlete, even like D3, especially for swimming. I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing any of that. But like you said, we can get to the spicy stuff. So I watched your review, and I have some like notes that we can maybe like work through like one at a time.
Sure.
Yeah. So the first one that I just want to kind of quash is my treatment of leftist Al, right? I completely agree with you. I was extremely rude. If you allow me to provide some background, leftist Al and I absolutely hate each other. We used to be good friends, but we had a massive falling out over the Prime Cat stuff, and he
I'm not paying that much attention, Sherry. I'm just listening. No
ever since I want nothing to do with him, he constantly is like both like tweeting at me, harassing me, harassing friends of mine, like Cherry. Cherry, you know Cherry streamer, right? She
the CHAIR.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Cherry. So she was doing a road trip, and she stopped for brunch with me, and she like posted a picture of us, and he found it. It was like, I know Hans is an asshole. It's like, dude, like, it's one thing if you're fucking with me, but you're also like bothering my friends. If you want to hear like this, like,
tell me if the room has anything.
Opinion of me. Then like the day I got sexually assaulted, and everyone was like, giving me their like, like, oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you. His tweet was, I fucking hate Hans. That's still a terrible thing to happen to him. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. If you want to like talk about like feeling bad for something like happened to me, so like, I'm sorry, I was really mean to him. I could have been as mean as I fucking wanted and think it would have been justified, all right? So, like, I know that might be a criticism that I went too hard on him. I don't give a single fuck about that. I think he's a worthless sack of shit. So, and I treated him as such, yeah, so.
Yeah, I wasn't aware if there was any, like, prior dramas, because from my perspective of that debate, the VOD that went up, I was just assuming that leftist Al was some...
I don't know any details of their prior engagements. I haven't even seen their debate. I just don't have anything to say.
Who disagreed with your take in chat and you brought on to debate. No. So it just came off to me as like that was out of nowhere, and that seemed unreasonable to me.
Okay. Yeah. I would agree with you if there wasn't that context, but hopefully I provided that.
Okay, what was the next thing that you wrote down?
The next one is, I think maybe it was my fault in terms of what I said.
That's okay,
but I thought it was pretty clear during the debate. I think I said multiple times that you don't need dysphoria to be trans. So I'm just like clarifying, I'm not trans med. You don't need dysphoria to be trans. So I thought you maybe like heard something, like I said something sound like that at the beginning, and you just kind of ran with that for the rest of the debate. But I just want you to know, I'm not trans med. I don't think you need dysphoria to be trans.
That seemed confusing to me because during the debate, leftist Owl I think was making the argument that dysphoria and gender and being trans or dysphoria and your identity, your gender identity, don't necessarily need to be connected, I think was the argument that leftist Owl was making. If you remember, then you can correct me.
You said just that dysphoria gender
doesn't necessarily like relate to your gender. Or I think what you were arguing was that leftist Owl's logic could lead to the position that that gender is just a choice, so someone could just choose not to have dysphoria because they could just choose to be happy.
That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Like a weird backwards curling beard hair. It's really fucking annoying. Sorry. Okay.
With the gender they were assigned at birth, right?
Yes.
And that came off to me not necessarily as true scummy, but I was somewhat confused, and my mind immediately jumped to is he trying to make like a true scummy argument? It just kind of confused me.
So when I say something, when I say like being trans isn't a choice, I would say that every person has preferences, whether it's to be a man, be a woman, not be non-binary. You have some state of preference that you want to act out, and I don't think you can really consciously change those. And so when I say being trans isn't a choice, I'm saying you can't just choose to like have a different gender. So when I say like, oh, hey, if you have when I was making the argument to Al, because what I assumed from what Al was saying was, oh, if you can just choose to like be a different gender at any point in time, I would just say, hey, like just choose your gender to align with dysphoria, and then dysphoria gone.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
And so, and if he's clear,
That's not... That doesn't follow. The idea that gender identity is, at least to an extent, a choice doesn't mean that you could just instantly alleviate like that. That just it doesn't follow. I'm having trouble following this. Well, you know, I'm just looking for the ice. Ice. Somebody said ice. I went looking for ice.
Clarified since then. Again, I haven't talked to Leftist Al. I don't ever want to talk to Leftist Al for like as long as I fucking live. But if he clarifies that, oh hey,
is that the
not
only
what he
one?
meant, and he also like has a similar opinion in regards to like say like the preferences thing, and then sure. But when I say like choose to be trans, I don't mean say like choose to come out. I mean you choose your preference. I think all of us have some sort of preference, including say non-binary people who don't have a strong pull towards either like say like either gender. Their unconscious preferences still push them to say like be non-binary, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think if you watched my review of the debate, then you probably heard me say this, and I'm curious what your thoughts were on it. I think that the word gender dysphoria is a little bit misleading in terms of what it is, because when we use the term gender dysphoria, you would imagine gender dysphoria means you are uncomfortable with the gender you're assigned at birth, and that while that is true, generally a lot of trans people who experience dysphoria end up wanting to do something to change a lot of their physical features. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. And I think there's an argument to be made that dysphoria, maybe there's multiple types of dysphoria. Some people might experience it in regards to just their social identity.
It's not just gender dysphoria, right? You can have body dysphoria. Like I or it's like I have a lot of like say friends who are bodybuilders, and they might feel like body dysmorphia, like where they don't feel like their body is like the right way, or they feel like they're like too big or too small, or like they like like there's lots of different things where you don't feel comfortable like in the body that you have, and it doesn't necessarily have to be related to gender. So I can understand that. If we're talking about the different types of gender dysphoria, maybe I'm just not read into that. I've like always been of the assumption that even if there's like a spectrum of like how you feel about like gender dysphoria, like you might manifest in different ways, it still is fundamentally about you feeling as if you're not like presenting, or you're not the gender that you actually are, right? You know, in the case of say like a trans man, he feels that for whatever reason his characteristics or something like that isn't matching his gender. And so we want to say that if you want to say that's because we have something like internal that things like say sex and gender, or like sexual characteristics and gender are like somewhat connected, not like mapped up one-to-one, but like connected, then maybe that makes sense in regards to like the gender dysphoria thing. But that's kind of where I would go with that. If you say like some people might like experience it more aggressively versus less aggressively, some might say, oh hey, it's because like I have a dick when I feel like I shouldn't have a dick, or maybe they just like say, oh hey, like maybe I don't like feel feminine enough, right, or like look feminine enough, and like that can, or like look masculine enough, right? I'm sure like both those things would technically constitute as dysphoria. And then also like I think I already said this before, but again, not transmed, and I'm sure there's people who still very much prefer to be a different gender, right? You know, whether it's like like trans woman, trans man.
The video is sped up, Wheezing.
They don't necessarily have dysphoria, even if like say it makes them uncomfortable if they're like say being misgendered or right? I don't think it would be prudent to say that just trans people who don't experience dysphoria don't experience like some flavor of oppression, right? I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd argue anybody who kind of steps outside of the norm in that respect is probably gonna get some form of oppression. Yeah, so I guess do you want to talk about like what really I guess spawned the entire drama about the xenogender stuff, xenogender and neopronouns? So I guess I'm not so much concerned in debating about.
Can I just say, by the way, I feel like I don't say enough nice stuff about Zan, because I actually think that Zan is pretty well reasoned, you know? Like, if Zan has a disagreement or an issue or whatever the fuck we have as content creators, bullshit, you know, I feel like Zan is actually really well measured, you know? Like, his affect, he like, I almost can hear his brain like shuffling papers and then sort of like, you know, like hitting them against the table to level out their edges before he gets on to the next thing. I think that's nice, you know? Yeah, that's the proper term. A good lad. There we go. He's not really that much younger than me. What is he? 20? Is he 20, 21? I don't know. 22. 20. Oh my god. Yeah. 5 years. 5 years older.
Whether or not these things are valid, because I don't really think either of our opinions in the grand scheme of things really are going to matter all that much to the whole idea of whether or not society accepts these pronouns or accepts these genders or doesn't. But what I'm more so curious about, and the thing that just kind of stood out to me, and I guess just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth was the way that you accused people who validate the identities of people who identify with xenogenders or people who use neopronouns. You said that people who validate that are using transphobic logic, or logic that, whether they realize it or not, is invalidating
yes,
I guess real trans people.
And I can explain the explicit line of logic for that, right? So you've heard of Blanchardism, right? Where the concept that say trans women aren't actually women, they're just men who fetishize women, right? They identify with and fetishize women. And so why I called leftist Al a leftist or woke Blanchardite is because when he says, oh, you can just choose. And also the idea that in the case of the xenogenders, you identify with something, but you are not that thing, right? So if I'm applying that kind of logic to regular trans people, and when I say that, I just mean like binary trans people, right? In this specific case, not referring to the xenogender stuff. When someone says, oh, they just identify with X, but they're not X, in the case of say being like not a helicopter, even if you identify with heligender, right? When I heard that, I was like, okay, this feels like, again, woke Blanchardism, where you're saying, if I apply that logic to regular, like say a regular trans woman, so is she just a man who's identifying with womanhood but isn't actually a woman? Because that's like, this is like the big question that I am struggling with in regards to, again, I promise I'm not like I'm not like accepting xenogenders just to be a dick. I have a legitimate like query where I'm kind of like, all right.
Okay, so I still think he's off his fucking rocker, but I'll explain the issue with this line of thought, okay? So you can distinguish gender and sex as related concepts which refer to an identity form and a physical form, okay? So let's say a person identifies as an attack helicopter in some zany, xenogender, postmodern way, whatever, okay? Now, I think what they would be saying is that they relate to it in the identity form, but they are not adopting the physical form attributes, right? Now, I think that's pretty easy to understand, right? You know, we talked about this before with, say, otherkin or whatever. You know, it's usually there's some conceptual relation, but they're not saying they literally transmorph. Well, trans women are in the identity form women, but since gender is an identity, that's the only thing we need to be concerned with. But if you're asking whether or not trans women are assigned male at birth, the answer is yes, they are. So the answer would be, I think, parallel in both cases. Being a trans woman means that you adopt the identity form. Identity has nothing to do with the physical form. That remains unchanged. You know, you can get surgery or whatever else. But since we talk about gender purely as a construct of identity, the identity form is the thing which we're concerned about there. It's what we think of. It's what we care about. If we're talking about attack helicopter, you know, whatever, we're again referring to the identity form. So I don't think there's any contradiction necessarily. You know, Hans's argument is, well, if you're saying that a person who identifies as helicopter gender is metaphorically a helicopter, aren't you saying trans women are only metaphorically women? To which my answer would be, all of us are only metaphorically men, women, or other. As opposed to what? Literally? With gender? As opposed to the universal, like, mandate? Like, what alternative is there? Yeah, it's always been that. You can go metaphor, allegory, identity form, whatever, however you want to couch it language-wise. That's a social construct for you.
I feel like these are two different things, and I want to get to your like little chart that you made at the end. I thought that was actually pretty fascinating. I think I agree with most of it. But the idea for that is, I can't square the circle where you have two people and they're both like trans, but one of them isn't actually the thing they're identifying with, and the other one is, right? Mm-hmm. We don't say that a trans woman is just a man who identifies with womanhood. A trans woman is a woman, right? In regards to hopefully we don't have to normatively like deduce that, right? But even xenogender people will tell you, oh, I identify with heligender, but I'm not a helicopter. So my question then is, right, is how are these two things the same? I had this conversation with Dario.
I got this one
he's I think someone who agrees with your position. He's pretty good faith. And we essentially worked out to, if we just say that you feel like you're a different gender, then I would concede that xenogenders are technically genders, but I would still say that they're not valid in the same way that other regular, quote-unquote, regular genders are. And I think, and part of why I guess like I was so frustrated with Vosh and stuff, is I can show you like videos from both November 28th and September 19th where he says essentially just that. And so I find, and that's part of why I came out so hard against him, is I feel like he was giving a pretty similar take to mine. And again, I'm not trying to like stir the pot so much as like defend myself. I literally, this is like scout stuff, honor stuff, during the
I'll be honest, I don't know if I trust Hans's perspective on what I've said, and I don't care enough to go back. I don't know why he's so obsessed with defending himself through my takes rather than just, like, defending his takes. I don't know. I don't even know if I had those perspectives. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I don't like obsessively catalog all the beliefs I've ever had at any point in time. I just argue what I believe now, basically. Just, yeah, stand by your opinion, you know? Is there anything in the Chapel of the Elders?
Gender panel where he was on, there were some people on there that were actively trying to portray him as like transphobic because he,
Agreed,
at that point in time, he was not in favor of like neo-pronouns. And I literally remember playing defense as the mod and trying to like navigate that conversation so I don't cancel Vosh. Because back at that point, we were still tight. He was still like, you know, my hero. He's still the one who inspired me to stream. I didn't want to get the guy fucking canceled just because he was on my stream and he wasn't down for neo-pronouns, right? So that's why, so when I say that I know that Vosh's position, at the very least, has either changed or he just doesn't want to say it.
So my position on neo-pronouns hasn't changed since that panel. It's still the same. I think that semantically, neo-pronouns are difficult because they effectively take the form of a nickname. But I said that I would respect neo-pronouns back then. Like, there's a big difference between me being opposed to something in a sort of broad, I don't know if this is the best direction sense, and me being opposed to something because I think participating in it is bad or destructive. Like, I think those are very different. Also, it's also clear to point, by the way you deliver this information is pretty critical, you know? And it's possible for two people to have the exact same position, but one of them is arguing it in a reactionary way and the other isn't, which is something I don't think Hans understands as well. Now, I don't think I have the same position as him. I don't think that's the case. I'm not implying that that's the case, but like I've seen him on Twitter screaming about like trans traitors and, you know, this, that, and the other, and this is you ruined and you're, you know, like even if we had the same perspective, that doesn't mean we're doing the same thing. Pretty sure you never said they were trans traitors. I would never fucking say that. Have we gone to the ice ruins? This is the ice ruins east, not west. Do we want to go to the east one? Okay, to the east one. And then we're done. Then we're done with this area. And then we go to the last area. I'm really excited, actually. I'm glad we did this 100% roundup. It makes everything feel so much more cohesive, you know? Like, we've really... Oh, shit. Would I fuck Samus? Well, she wouldn't want to fuck me. She exceeds my value in the sexual marketplace. That's for sure.
I explicitly know that because I remember playing defense for him as a moderator, like to the point where, again, like where I was a biased mod, and I've watched both those streams where he does like 20-minute diatribes for both of those things, and I can tell you that with the exception of the second VOD of November 28th, where he says, "Oh hey, I think xenogenders are destructive for trans people. I'll respect them anyway because I don't think they're that big of a deal." I would say, as a content creator, if I think something's destructive, I would probably do my best not to reaffirm it. And he gave religion as an example, and I would say even like that's a worst example you could probably give in regards to religion. Saying if someone has a dangerous religion, and they're asking me to reaffirm it, I wouldn't do that. I might like not. I won't be. Maybe I won't scream at them every day. God's not real. God's not real. God's not real. But I'm not going to say your God is real or like your God is valid. If that makes sense.
Okay, this is extremely incomparable for a number of first of all, if you know a religious person, like I'm just talking live and let live, and religion is dangerous. Xenogenders aren't dangerous, okay? This is just, I don't know, what does this come off as? White knighty? Don't worry, transes, I will not lay silent as your advocacy is destroyed by people who use neo-pronouns. I will not be silent. You're like, right? I mean, it's just a bit weird. Anyway, again, there's a pretty huge difference. My contention with xenogenders is simply that I don't think they should be called genders. I think that you should have like xeno identity, you know, like other identities or other types of allegorical identity connections, because I feel like gender makes a lot of semantic sense when you directly relate it to sex. But even then, like, I don't think really my main issue is that I don't want to be called a transphobe if a person calls themselves Nazi gender and wants to be called like Aryan/Aryana or whatever for pronouns. That's it, you know. Now I don't think that's really going to happen. It's just sort of an ideological blind spot. Yeah, application versus idea. The issue is that, like, with any concept as inherently self-contradictory as gender, any construct that isn't total abolition is going to have some weird caveats and side cases. If you have an issue with the concept of xenogenders being thought of as a gender rather than just sort of an abstract identity model, the best way to do that would be to do what I'm doing, which is to just sort of calmly state that, but then reaffirm that it's really not that big of a deal, because it's not, and still respect people's identities, you know? Like, that seems like the best, seems like the best way to go about it now, you know? Okay, I think we're done with the drifts.
And so that's like the only real distinction I would have with Foster's position. And I would argue, like prescriptively, I think my position is more consistent and better because I'm actively fighting against a thing that I think is like harmful or dangerous to trans people, and he's kind of just dealing with it because he doesn't personally think it's that big of a deal.
But how does it hurt trans people?
In the same. Again, I can't point you to a specific study, right? And I can, or like a news story, and I can concede.
I just mean theoretically, I guess.
Yeah, theoretically. Well, again, it's the thing where I talked about where it opens up to like woke Blanchardism, where if we say, oh, hey, they're trans in the same way that trans men and trans women are trans, then we're essentially opening the door for people to easily deduce. I would say like this is not like a reach if we like accept both of them as equally trans. Would be that they're trans women and trans men. In the case of let's just use trans men so I don't trip over my words. Trans men aren't actually men. They're just women who identify and fetishize like the idea of a man. I don't think that's a super big leap, given the explicit philosophy of like xenogenders, is that you identify with something, but you are explicitly not that thing, if that makes sense.
Well, so I guess the issue, or I guess the thing that stands out to me most is, so you believe that what validates, or what makes, say, a trans woman valid, or makes a trans man valid, is that men and women are things that you can be. Like a human being can be a man, a human being can be a woman. And you would argue a human being cannot be a deer, right?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable making that statement, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I guess what confuses me is if we throw non-binary people into the mix, by that standard, what makes them valid? Because non-binary isn't a thing that we can derive from sex. I mean, sex isn't even a binary in and of itself. Right. It's more of a bimodal distribution. But that doesn't. But nonetheless, like non-binary doesn't refer to like.
Again, a good follow through by Zan.
Intersex people, or like it refers to people who aren't part of the gender binary. So is gender a tri thing, or is non-binary? Do you believe it to be an umbrella?
Hasn't Hans and some other people been saying that there's a gender trinary? Like they've been treating non-binary people like it's just the third gender? Because I've been seeing memeing on Twitter. I don't know how much of that's actually happening, but it seems like it's kind of actually happening a little bit over there. Okay, Phazon Mines. Oh, all the way over there? Fuck. Does Talon Overworld have a route? Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins again. Chozo Ruins. Phazon Mines. I think that's even farther away. Okay, here. We'll just travel all the way down to the far end of Magmore. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we just go there, and then it's pretty much a straight path, really. It's not that far. It's not that far. Okay. I don't know, the whole pushback I see online right now harkens me back to the super anti-NB days of the trans community online. No, Zan, I completely agree. That's what I mean about the reactionary mindset. That's what Hans is so triggered over. I don't think he's a reactionary, certainly not in an absolute sense. He's more progressive, probably, than like 98% of Americans. I think I even say that in the ICO conversation. I doubt he even watched it. But you can still have a reactionary mindset. Since starting this stream, you know, back in early 2019, I don't think I've ever been a reactionary in an absolute sense. I think on pretty much every issue I have, I'm probably more progressive than the average American. Varyingly so, but still. But there are certainly times when I've adopted a reactionary mindset. Like when I thought that woke scolds and weak trans people were destroying the left. You all remember that? I don't think that made me a reactionary. I do think that was a distinctly reactionary mindset. I tried to explain this to Hans, but I did explain this to... Of course, Sam. I tried to explain this to Hans. I don't think it, like... Yeah, here's what I said. I don't think you even understand the accusations I've made against you. In that conversation with Aiko, my language was measured and fair. I think towards the end I say in no uncertain terms that you are progressive, only that you've played the reactionary on this issue, that your affect and approach and perspective are reactionary here, relative to the other actors involved. You're not a reactionary in the absolute sense. I don't think my audience took it that way. It's like how Destiny isn't a reactionary in the absolute sense, but he plays the role nonstop these days. There's a difference between having socially conservative views relative to the general population and having a socially conservative mindset relative to the people you're talking with in that moment. RGR did the same thing. I've played the reactionary before. It's a thing that happens. I said that to him directly, but... And then he goes on to say a bunch of really crazy shit. It's not leaking DMs if I'm only reading my message.
For other identities outside of the binary?
Yeah, you could say that in this case, non-binary is an umbrella catch-all for all the people who don't fit on like the binary like gender spectrum. And what I would say to that, in regards to identity, I think Vosh, and I think you touched on this in your little, like in your like diagram at the end, where there's a lot of identity that isn't explicitly related to gender, right?
Sure.
And so for me, in the same way that there's a lot of ways to express yourself as a man, I'm sure there's a lot of ways to express yourself, as like the umbrella non-binary, and have the other aspects of your personality just not be directly tied into your gender. Because again, and I think Vosh like says this pretty well in his November 28th clip, where he essentially says there is no line that isn't arbitrary to draw. And I remember this because I had people in my chat arguing that say fairy gender was valid, but helicopter gender wasn't valid. And I was like, how the fuck do you say that fairy gender is valid, but helicopter gender is valid? And if there's no line, then that means we do have to like bite the bullet and say that we're okay with the existence of, say, Nazi gender, which I'm just not.
Yeah, we kind of do have to bite the bullet. It's not like there's any objective reason why man and woman should be the only, like, named gender identities outside of the non-binary, like, broad umbrella. We kind of do have to bite that bullet. Maybe the only solution to this is to just, like, okay, you know how people generally respect people's nicknames or chosen names? Like, overwhelmingly, right? Like, if a person says, hey, can you please call me this? Like, it's pretty much expected that you respect it. Well, if a person was like, hey dude, this is my nickname. It's like the F slur, but they actually say it. Or like my nickname is my name is this 800 character compound word I invented. Please don't misname me. It's very important. Like if somebody did that, you just tell them to fuck off, right? Like every time, unless you like saying the F slur or whatever, I guess. But the thing is, like, maybe we just do the same thing with any like perceived gender identities. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe we don't need to, like, draw this massive line in the sand where there's, like, this distinct ideological... Maybe it's like, well, I thought you said anyone could identify as any gender. And then I can say, yeah, but I don't like Nazis. Fuck you. You know, if they're like, Nazi gender, like, you're being transphobic. Okay, I'll be transphobic to Nazi genders. Eat shit. Fuck you. Well, this is ideologically inconsistent. No, it's not. I don't like Nazis. I feel like this is, I think this is, I feel like this is one of the ways in which my debate bro logic brain kind of works against me. What I'm saying right now is both the simplest and easiest solution. It's ideologically consistent with what we already do with people's nicknames, chosen names, whatever else. And it's easier. That way we don't have to waste a bunch of time going like, okay, well, this identity is, but if we're related to this, then, you know, like, instead we can just be like, no, I just don't like Nazis, so, like, I don't care. Nah, but I'm Nazi gender. My pronouns are er and yan, and if you don't respect them, you're okay, I'm a transphobe to you. I'm being transphobic to you right now. I will dead name you. Your name is not Adolf. It's not. No, it's not. It's Gregory. Shut up. Shut up, Greg. Then they start crying, you know? Honestly, that sounds like kind of fun. I've always wanted to be transphobic and get away with it. I'm sorry. Let's continue with this.
Not comfortable with, and I feel like because I don't have a good arbitrary line to cut it off at, and no one has presented me with a good one, I kind of have to dismiss all of it wholesale, if that makes sense.
I'd be willing. I'm gonna go ahead and take a guess. I imagine a lot of the people.
Right. Why can't they do the same if they don't like trans people though? They can. They're Nazis. Do you think that they wouldn't do that if we had a different set of standards? Like, do you think that if we were like, oh, okay, your name is Adolf and your pronouns are er, yen, they'd be like, oh, all right, well then I'll respect your identity. No, they won't. Ah. Oh, sorry. Oh, whoops.
Got upset about the helicopter gender thing and said that's not valid, but say, for example, fairy gender would be, even though, logically speaking, if you were to justify...
Sorry, we're in unexplored territory, which means that we are not hunting for items right now. We're just completing it room by room.
I imagine many of the people who say that helicopter gender isn't valid, had they met somebody they believed was sincerely identifying that way, they would respect said pronouns and identity. I think that was more so a visceral emotional reaction from many people in the trans community upon hearing you invoke a very common and very infamous transphobic saying as a way of, I guess, arguing against the concept of neogenders and neopronouns.
I understand the initial thing, but I would say that is too much of a reach, and I would not accept that like classification. Like up until this point, I don't think I've ever like said anything that could even like be hinted as it being like transphobic. I never really made like any strong claims about xenogenders or pronouns. So I feel like when I made that, I only used that because I was told that like if that was valid, then it would be valid. And I used it because it's the most well-known example, right? Everyone knows like the idea of like identifying it as a helicopter. And so it was very frustrating to me in that initial thing. And was because I had half the people were saying, Hans, you're a transphobic piece of shit for invoking this, and then I had like the other half of people being like, hella gender's super fucking valid, bro. And I'm like, oh, like how could, like if it's valid, then it's not a problem for me to invoke it, and if it isn't valid and I'm invoking it, then yeah, that's transphobic. But like, but it's supposed to be.
I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with Hans's questions here, by the way. I'm not trying to sound patronizing when I say this, I swear to God, but like what we're talking about right now is literally like the advent frontier of gender discourse. You know, like we're talking about insanely esoteric hypotheticals relating to the fringe cases of gender theory. So if he's just got like some concerns about this or whatever, or even if he was a bit antagonistic while resolving these concerns, I don't think that's really a crime. I think that's fine. I've done that. It's just, you know, I think he went a bit beyond being a bit antagonistic and took a hard right turn into Looney Town. You know.
Valid. I was just using it again, like Twitter. I'm trying to get more people to click on the thing so I can like see the poll. And I thought that poll was pretty interesting in regards to like what it meant. Like, oh hey, is this still like bigoted, or is it? Is there a difference between say not gendering someone who's a xenogender correctly versus say not gendering a trans woman correctly, right? I think that was like an interesting question. I think a lot of people, I would say, gave like pretty normal responses. Where I think Vosh did this too, where it's where being anti or not gendering, or not agreeing with someone's xenogender might be like a dickish move, but you're not transphobic. And I have explicit clips where he's saying like, oh hey, like, you know, if you're gamer gender and someone says that you're like not actually a true gamer, like that's not them being transphobic. And so if we're doing the thing where we just put every aspect of identity.
So whether or not it's transphobia is kind of a semantic game, depending on whether or not you want to acknowledge the whole helicopter attack gender thing as an identity or a gender, you know? I prescriptively, I prefer identity broadly rather than gender, but I don't think it's like that massive of a line. If it is transphobia, though, I would say that it's of a lesser category, in large part because of the relative harm assigned. Like, so for example, we talked about this earlier today. Cracker is a slur. I believe that. But I don't get mad when people say it, because I don't think it's as harmful. Yeah, exactly, Annie, yeah. So we've done this before. So, like, is saying a person isn't attack helicopter gender transphobia? Sure. Why not? But like cracker, which is also a slur, it's, you know, probably not as bad as some other forms of transphobia. The relative social weight, harm caused. Somebody says there's an item here. I'm going to look around for it.
Identity as gender, that's fine, but then we've essentially like lost the meaningfulness of either of those terms. Like they're just become synonyms now. It's like, oh, my identity and my gender just encompass everything, right? Part of my gender is that I'm a gamer, part of my gender is that like I'm a powerlifter, right? Part of my gender is that like I'm blonde, right? There's plenty of things that I
possibly, you know, that might end up just being the direction things take, you know? Gender is already such an abstract, esoteric thing. Maybe in the future, gender and identity will have almost synonymous meanings. Or one word will be phased out in favor of the other. You know, like, and they just sort of bleeds together into, yeah, that seems like it's not an impossible semantic direction for things to take. No, extra cat, I understand that. I've made that prescriptive statement, but things take the directions they take, and even if I think there's more utility to referring to xenogenders as identities rather than genders, I don't determine what words mean. You know, I'm not a linguistic prescriptivist. If xenogenders are understood as a gender thing and not as a broad identity thing, then I don't really have the power to undo that discourse, nor should I. Oh, there we go. There's a truck on the underside. Hey, Riverboat Jack. So noted, Zan.
I would say are outside of my gender, and maybe I'm just like stupid, right? Where I can't really qualify or quantify the part of gender, which like again, like I don't think, hopefully people don't call me like transmet, right? Like this is like from the World Health Organization, where they say like gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, boys, and girls that are socially constructed, and so. I can see how.
But by that definition, when like, because what I'm curious about is, and I want to get to like the Vosh thing in a minute, because I know that's obviously part of what we have to talk about.
I'm Vosh.
I asked this before, but I want to.
Zan, I'm so sorry you have to put up with this. I hate answering for other people, and I'm sure it must be frustrating to answer for me, though I don't feel I have anything to answer for here. Still imagine that's probably pretty annoying.
See if I could. I guess I don't know if you heard me or whatever, but by this standard, I want to know, what do you think validates non-binary people? If xenogenders and people who use neopronouns aren't valid, what are we deriving that validates the existence of non-binary people's identity?
And so I would say it fits pretty neatly into the concept of preferences, right? Both cis people, like I say I'm a cis man, my preference is man, right? And that's my underlying preference. It's unconscious. I don't wake up every day and choose to be a man. The combination of like unconscious preferences and stuff pushes me to be a man. In the same way, I would say for a non-binary person, their internal preferences aren't pushing them towards, say, the existing binaries like spectrum, or sorry, like the bimodal spectrum, right? Where like you have like more feminine men, more masculine women, They don't feel like they fit in that spectrum, and so it's just a catch-all term for the people whose preferences do not exist on that spectrum. And I think it fits like calmly inside that, right? If we had, say,
Isn't denying someone's ID because of their stated gender transphobic, even if you don't agree it classifies the gender or not? If descriptively we're talking about gender here, then yes, it would classify as transphobic. But I don't think it would be in the same vein of harm as transphobia against the broader categories of non-binary identity or binary gender identities or something to that effect, you know? Or to put it another way, you know, I think that there are different categories here, you know? I think that if there's a trans woman, okay, it's kind of shitty to exclusively refer to her as they, them, to avoid, you know, saying she, her. But I think it's much worse to use he, him. You know, you could argue both of them are exclusionary, but I think one of them is quite a bit worse for a number of reasons. And if there's a person who's like a xenogender, like they're xenogender or whatever, I think that it's maybe it's a like rude or bad to refer to them as they, them exclusively, as opposed to whatever neopronouns or identity or whatever. But I think that's quite a bit better than, you know, just like referring to them by pronouns associated with their birth sex. You know what I mean? There are always different layers and categories. And I think that as long as a person understands and validates the concept of non-binary people, that's kind of a blanket acceptance that takes away a lot of the weight of bigotry or possibly transphobia against people with xeno identities, if that makes any sense. You know, if you've done the blanket acceptance there, it feels like it feels like you've made up a lot of work on the back end. Does that make sense? Does everyone? My perspective on this has changed considerably over the past near 3 years. So, you know, I'm as I'm talking about this with you guys, I'm kind of learning as I go. But I feel like my positions now are far more defensible than they were back in the day. Where am I supposed to be X-raying, by the way? Because this jungle gym is quite difficult to climb. What am I looking for?
If the spectrum, right, was say like an oval,
all opposite
right?
the red door. Okay.
Then the non-binary could maybe either just be like a separate circle or another circle around it. Like, oh, you don't fit inside of it. And again, like quoting V here for a second, right? I'm going to do this a lot because I've just studied his takes in particular to make sure I got my ducks in the row for this. Where he says, oh, as a gender abolitionist, which I can fuck with, right? I don't want to make a million genders. My goal, right? If I'm talking about like where I want like gender to look, I just want more people to be as comfortable as possible, expressing themselves, regardless. Like, you know, like have them like expand the expression for men, expand the expression for women, expand the expression for non-binary, right? And saying, oh, like these are my characteristics. And I think non-binary as a classification fits that.
It's right there.
And I think that's why non-binary people can be valid. But it doesn't mean that a non-binary person inherently has to have a xenogender. So if that makes sense, why I'm okay with non-binary, but I'm not okay with xenogender. If that helps.
Aren't people who use xenogenders kind of non-binary though?
They are non-binary. They are non-binary by default, but not all non-binary people have xenogenders. If that makes sense, right?
So what's the difference between someone who goes by they them pronouns and says they're non-binary and someone who goes by like its pronouns and it identifies with like an animal or an inanimate object or something? Like what validates?
I got you.
For what it's worth, by the way, I'm pretty sure that Doe doesn't actually believe the deer gender thing. I think that it's fucking with us a bit when it says that. Like, as I understand it, the Doe is a non-binary trans person who just quite likes deer and sort of identifies with them in an sort of an abstract sense. But I don't think. But now it has deer gender on the Twitter. You know, the Twitter bio. I think mostly because it's funny, which I suppose I do respect. Doesn't that just make its life harder? I mean, it was talking with Destiny over Twitter, the person who mocked its suicide attempt. Clearly, Doe is, you know, a glutton for unpleasant engagements. But, you know, I respect the bravado. Oh, I see. It's an elevator. Oh, okay. This leads back to here. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Anyway.
In regards to the pronouns, I've actually come around to the concept of like it just being like a nickname, and I'm more fine with neopronouns with the explicit exception is that I'm not okay with them when they're validating xenogenders. So if you say like, oh hey, I'm Zer and I'm non-binary, and like the reason for why I don't like xenogenders I've already explained, but I can do it again. But the idea is I'm fine with neopronouns. It's just a nickname, right? If someone asks me to call them something, I'm gonna try and call them that thing, right? But if I explicitly know that it's validating something that I think and Vosh agrees is like destructive to trans people.
Oh, wait, stop. Don't. And Vosh agrees every time you're about to drop the worst part of your take. Stop.
You keep bringing up Vosh. I don't know why you keep bringing him up.
I'm hoping he'll talk to me about this because, again, I think it's extremely disingenuous to have a talk about me and slander me. And then when I ask to have a conversation, he agrees. And then when I tell him what I want to talk about, which is him slandering me, he runs away. And then the next day still posts the initial video slandering me. I think that's absolutely cowardly. And I'm hoping, by getting enough eyeballs on this, that I just bait him to actually having a conversation because I think this is absolutely fucking cowardly. And again, you seem like a nice dude.
This is really Hans. Hans, if you wanted to talk to me, you should have just not been. I don't know what to say other than you've acted insane. I'm sorry. I can't. You're burning away my ability to find good faith interpretations of your behavior, and you'll never see. I can't say it. Like you're not going to be convinced by that argument. You know. God, I wish I could just drop DMs. You come off so fucking unhinged. The issue, and you took this from Destiny, by the way, and this is the problem, okay? Born half a devil. The issue is, every word you've typed to me in DMs is dripping with spite. That's the issue, okay? This isn't an attack on you being emotionally involved. It's fine, being emotional is fine. It's that every word you're it's like you're slathering, like saliva's dripping from your mouth, like you're so emotionally involved. And the reason that's an issue is because it makes you deeply irrational. That's the thing. All D-orbiters act this way. Irrelevant did the same thing. Whenever they think they've got their teeth sunk into any discourse, they do the when they put the voice towards the back of their throat, and they do this, and you know the language dripping with contempt. I can't tell you how happy I am to have grown up to the point where I no longer feel like unmitigated spite is an acceptable way of demonstrating intellectual prowess over other people. What a fucking embarrassing tendency. Well, I guess I can't travel through either of these pathways. This is blocked off and that's blocked off. Shit, this is a dead end. I gotta go back. Irrelevant's a huge hate watch. Yeah, I know. I attract the interest of many people. You know why I have so many hate watchers? It's the same reason Demon Mama does, because we're entertaining. Beyond everything else, all other disagreements, is because I'm entertaining. And so is she. Because whether you love me, whether you hate me, people sure seem to love watching me. And tell that from all the people talking about me. Relative to my size, nobody else even comes close in the online lefty sphere of just sheer number of people talking about me all the time. I don't even ask for it. All I have to do is breathe. And people are on me like flies. And, you know, maybe mosquitoes would be better. Because I'm ripe for engagement. Possibly, Zan. I do trend a lot, yeah. Powerbomb through Morphball Tunnel through Lower Ice Store. If you say so. So I take that to my credit, at least. They still say you think it's okay to lie, and in so doing, demonstrate they are themselves okay with lying. Why should I care? People lie about me all the time. You think it makes any difference to me whether I'm being lied about from Nazis or from what, Destiny's community? You know, the illustrious DGGers, like, oh, you know, I was being lied about by all the conservatives online, and oh, look at that, now these people are as well. Same damn pattern, no problem. Yes, the DGG gender people. God, the plasma beam just melts them. Wait, that's not it.
But like, I'm not looking for, you know, the scion of VGG. I want to talk to V about this because this is really fucking rude. So like, and I can.
That's a really fucking Zan. I just want to say this is a fucked up thing to say. Like, talking to Zan, like Hans talking to you and being like, I'm just using you. You're just a henchman. I'm getting through. First of all, like, Zan, you can confirm we don't like talk in DM. Like, we don't talk in DMs. We don't like there's not some like weird collaborative. I mean, I like you. I'm just saying there's not some like weird behind the scenes shit. Also, like, I don't think you ape my takes. I've disagreed with stuff that you've said. A weird, rude thing to say.
Respect your criticisms, but like his criticisms, I don't think that's fucking fair. And I got the receipts on his positions.
Well, I'm not very familiar with the drama between you and Bosch because I haven't very much followed it at all. I've been pretty busy lately. But I mean, on Twitter
if you really want, we don't have to talk about this. But I would like to explicitly say.
But on
like,
Twitter and DMs and stuff, you were saying that like Bosch is my daddy, and I had to ask him for permission to debate you and stuff. And I was just doing a charity stream all day.
Here's what I assumed, right? So tell me if I'm wrong. And
I was raising money for a charity.
No.
3D printing houses for people.
So I said this yesterday, right? This a conversation between Bosch and I started at 8, right? Yesterday. And I said, dude, I'll be real. You calling me reactionary was bullshit and cringe, and you posting the VOD after refusing to talk to me was also shitty and dishonest.
I'll post it
I'm
twice.
like, all right, like, if we have a conversation, he's saying he doesn't want to engage with me on this at all, which I think is extremely cowardly. And then there's like this moment, right, where we're still talking, and I message you, right, and I haven't brought you up at all, like in the conversation with V. And so I message you. I'm like, hey, you want to have a conversation about this? And you don't get back to me, assume because you're a charity stream. And then Vosh brings you up and says, Zan wants to talk to you about this. And I'm like, oh, all right, looks like Zan like went to Vosh and told him about this. And that didn't happen. Like, again, like I guess I'll trust you on this. And I jumped the gun on that one. But it seemed like from the contextual clues of that, like, oh, hey, I'm talking to Vosh about this. Never brought up Zan. I messaged you. And then like 2.5 hours later, Vosh just randomly says something about you. And I was like, all right, I think Zan talked to Vosh about me. And like, which is fine, right? You know, y'all are friends. But then it felt weird when you said like, oh.
He didn't talk to me. I saw a screenshot of a tweet Hans gave, I think in my Discord drama posting channel, if not possibly one of the Twitter group chats that I'm in, where Hans said like he's done talking about this, and it was like, I think somebody in the who posted it was like, lol, like this is after Zan makes the video criticizing him. So it felt like Hans didn't want to talk to Xanderhall about it, like which would have cemented my opinion that he doesn't really care about the issue and just wants my attention, which he's basically admitted to here. So what am I looking for here?
oh, I haven't talked to him all day, and I was like, that just didn't feel right. So like, if you can clear that up for me, that'd be awesome.
I hadn't talked to him at all. Probably not since I was in his like last stream chat, maybe like 2 days ago. I've been way too busy. Today I woke up at 8 a.m. and I was straight on my computer and in the voice chat for this Hightail Thank Miss Charity stream.
What did you raise, by the way?
We raised $15,000
Nice!
plus. I had to dip out at 4 p.m. my time, which is 4, 5, 6, 7,
Oh, you use that?
7 p.m. for you, I assume, if you're an EST. And
am I
so I ended
looking-
up starting at 8 a.m. and we did the charity stream all day. And I ended up stopping at 4 and we managed to get to 15,000. But I think more might have gotten raised. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the game Hightail, but
No, but tell me about it.
What am I looking for?
Imagine if you know how Mario kind of invented, or you know how Metal Gear Solid kind of invented the
Nope.
like, stealth.
Sure, like,
To this game, since I'm talking devs and getting to meet to me, it's reality.
I wanted to have a conversation with you about was you said that you were nervous for me about why I'm like so aggressive and like why I've been doing this, and you're nervous like I'm doing this just like to get in the good graces of Destiny and DGG. I want to clear up a couple things like pretty quick, right? So yes, I interact in the Destiny subreddit mostly because it's the biggest subreddit where I can plug my shit, right? I'm got that Sigma grind set. Whenever I make a YouTube video, I fucking pay my editor good money for that shit. I want to get as much fucking eyeballs as possible. So, I'm gonna post it on my Twitter. I'm gonna post it in every Discord.
Oh, sorry, Joe says. Here's the behind caught up now. I'll have you know I'm not a glutton for negative engagement. Destiny's just something, and I thought I was going too far for everything to happen. You're right, I don't believe I'm dear gender. The concept of gender just sort of breaks from the inherent sex classification connection. It's all in the purpose of a movement towards abolition. I'm writing a thing about it so these other people can finally stop telling me what I believe. Doe, you are naive beyond imagining if you sincerely believe that writing out something is going to keep these fucking jackals from misinterpreting your beliefs. But, I respect it. Go to the top step, jump over to the grate, and blow it up. Blow what? What grate? That's fair, though. What am I? Across? This? Okay, sure. Fucking fine. Whatever.
Discord that allows me to post. I'm going to post it in every subreddit that won't fucking ban me for posting my shit, right? And DGG is a subreddit where I get most of my engagement, like in regards to that sort of thing, right? So that's where that comes from. In terms of actually talking to Destiny, I think I've talked to him 5 times. Like once during the initial Prime drama where he was debating against me, and then once there was like I think it was a debate about like it was like the gal in the bar and like she was having like that panic attack because she saw like a dude like triggered an episode, and I debated him on that. And so 2 adversarial debates, and then
okay, wait, a couple things. First of all, I'm not sure what to do when my primary concern with Hans is that a ton of his behavior is just explained by trying to bait drama from DGG, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm doing that exactly. Yeah, it's kind of my main, it's kind of my main thing. It works. Yeah, so I'm not sure what to say. I mean, I guess I appreciate the honesty. Also, I don't think being called an orbiter really has anything to do with how much you've talked to the person. An orbiter is just somebody who's kind of in the community and tries to like share portions of the community by relating content to the book. Like there are orbiters to me who I've never talked to, probably, right? Bad Empanada. I've never had a conversation with Bad Empanada on stream, but he's absolutely an orbiter of mine, albeit in a negative sense.
I think we did like 2 different panels together, and those are like all my on-stream interactions with him. I would say my behind-the-scenes interactions with him have been really positive. Like he's normally pretty chill in DMs. He gets back to me like relatively quickly. We like sometimes like I'll send like videos or tweets of me like doing my lifts because like he's been getting into lifting, and we had like a pretty cool conversation about lifting on stream once. That was like the right after our initial debate
That's nice.
About the bar victim check, and so so I talk to him about that sometimes. But I guess like why I was comfortable calling you like a Vosh orbiter. I was like, if people are gonna like slander me as like doing everything I do for DGG and all this sort of stuff, like I'm ready to put it all on the table. Like all my fucking interactions with D are like 5, and then like we have a little bit of like DMs. Like I think the last time I DM'd him was just for the like full disclosure stuff, right? Let me see.
I don't
The
think
last
this
time I
is
DM'd him was I sent him.
relevant.
This was on the 6th. I sent him a picture of me getting my squat PR. I had 4 of 5, which is 4 plates for 3, so that was a big fucking deal for me. And then before that, the last time I DM'd him was on the 28th. And so I maybe would send him a message like once every like.
I'm going to the adoring recollection of all of his engagements is not doing anything to dissuade me from my previously held opinions on this subject. Hold on, I'm just checking. How often does Zan even like post videos with my name in it? I guess a moderate amount? Feels like proportional. Over the past few years, we've got maybe a dozen? What do we have? We have Bosch gets okay, so this one's the Professor Flowers one. Calling out my food takes. Okay, it's fine. This one Zan was talking to me directly, so that doesn't feel like it counts, I think. Me talking to Charlie Kirk, the RGR thing. Was this a stream? No, okay, everyone reacted to this. This was just us playing games together. This is responding to another person's accusation. I remember this article. John Tron relating to me. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a lot of the stuff here just relates to things that a lot of people talked about. I don't know. Seems fine. I really do like the... What motivated moving away from the old drawing to the new drawing? You know? I will admit that the old one is a little intimidating. Just felt like switching things up. Yeah, this one's quite, I think, quite bracing, you know. And this looks more like a drama React Sona type thing. But you've leaned into the drama community, haven't you? Yeah, this one has more personality, which I think is better for the purposes of for the purposes of what we're talking about. I'm just impressed by how intimidating this one looks. Do you think I should get a drawn me that my editors can throw in from time to time, you know? Like I could just, you know, just like a pose. I would need to be like really muscular, you know? Like it's kind of a joke because I used to draw myself so beefy for the old videos, you know. You have a million drawn yous, shut up. Yeah, well, we need a better one. Take a look at the guy to the podcast icon. Maybe Tempest. Maybe. Don't go rushing off to it, okay? I am temperamental. Here, if we go by date added oldest. Yeah, you can see, you know. That was the theme of the old videos. I'd always draw myself more muscular than I was.
American. So from now on I'll be going as Vosh. Got it? Alright, good.
Oh, that's a blast.
Hey there, comrades. So, some of you know me as Irish Laddie, probably most of you, actually, but I chose that username when I was 11 years old and had a shaky sense of national identity. I'm actually American. So from now on, I'll be going as Vosh. Got it? Alright, good. So...
God, I'm trying so hard here. Holy shit. I can hear it in my voice, my effort to enunciate every syllable. Anyway, see, I drew myself here. I think that's cute, you know. It's a cute little drawing. It's not really a good drawing, but... And then in this one, I'm like pixel art. See?
Yes, I advocate...
Look, I even animated it. See? Look, isn't that cute?
...to secure the interests of the working class. Yes, I advocate for the deconstruction of the...
These videos are probably cringe as hell in terms of their dialogue or whatever. Oh, my longest yeah boy.
Israel. It's a contentious subject, am I right? So many undeniably the outcome from your mind and your rhetoric.
These are the only good Vosh videos, to be honest with you. And this was like a stencil of myself. That's right. And then this conversation I had while drawing what was going to be a Bernie Sanders related. Why am I doing this? Oh, right. We were doing something.
Like, probably 5 to 6 days. So,
Sure.
so like, I just
so
feel like it's disingenuous that a lot of people, and maybe you're in this category, maybe you're not. If you want to correct this now, that's fine. But I have seen some stuff about you calling me like an orbiter, and I was like, if he's been calling me an orbiter, I feel like you got a lot more history with Bosch than I got with Destiny. If that makes sense. I thought that
Sure,
was fair.
but I think
Well, it's not about
I think-
history.
how long have you been doing? How long have you been watching the lefty streaming space?
Oh, is there anything else in this
I watched,
room? In here?
Vosh was my favorite streamer of 2020. Again, like he's like my inspiration for streaming. I think I watched every single one of his VODs, or not VODs, videos that he posted to his YouTube channel in the year of our Lord 2020. That was like banger fucking content. I would like, I'd go to the gym, I would go to my like job at school, then I'd go to school, and I'd come back. I would like, watch that, make dinner, do homework, go to sleep. I would watch Vosh every single day. I started watching Destiny probably about towards the last quarter of 2020. So not last quarter of 2020. Beginning of 2020. Wait, fuck. No, okay, so I watched Vosh in 2019 onward, and then I saw a lot of Destiny stuff in, I think, the middle of 2020. But I never watched him as much. Vosh was always, like, my main thing. And then I started doing content creation. I originally started as a book review channel. I'm a big reader, actually. I know I look like a big dumb guy, but actually I'm pretty well read. And I would do, like, a nonfiction book review every week. And I did that, but then I found it was just a lot of time, and I had recently graduated and started doing like my new office job, and I was trying really hard like to get promoted and stuff. So I was really grinding. I just didn't have enough time to devote to making a video every week, right? So I'd take like 30 hours of work because I had to read the book, write the script, shoot the video, more. So I said Twitch stream it. I didn't sub like that was nothing. That was nothing against you. I literally did not have time. I in college I was.
That was kind of cool that the fan blew the explosive enemies into the grate of the opposite fan. That's like a really cool bit of interactive scenery that you wouldn't expect from a game of this era, I think.
So fucking busy that I had to start watching YouTube videos at 3 times. Still pretty. I'm like there were some unfair right around the Demon Mama debate, right? I barely ever talk with Destiny. Like enough for me. All right, I'll get you next year, dude. But like right now, that's fucking boss as shit. I love that stuff. And so I remember posting it to VGG and EGG, and I got a lot more traction in VGG. So I made a meme like, man, one of these subreddits cares about living your values, the other one doesn't. VGG didn't take that too kindly, so I poked the bull a little bit, and you have started saying, oh, Hans is getting in good with DGG, and then I also contributed to this because I remember posting a video about living your values as a lefty, because I'm actually really big into like living your values, right? If you have money and power as a lefty, I think you should really.
The whole living your values shit is like the ultimate virtue signal for fake socialists, dude. Holy shit. This would be like me like approaching him, asking if he deliberately avoids using any tax write-offs to pay the government more every year, every April, because he believes in raising taxes, and when he doesn't, I walk away smugly. It's Jimmy Dore shit is what it is. It's Jimmy Dore tier behavior. Yeah, like, oh, why do you hate justice Dems and hyperfixate on them? Oh, they're not living their principle. Well, how are they not living their principles? Well, they're not as lefty as they say they could be. Like, it's always some broad, like universally applicable criticism. Oh, God.
Really be using that, right? One of my biggest things that I'm happy to have been wrong about is when Hassan donated like the hundreds of thousands of dollars like to the labor ship, like with his line. Dude, that was fucking awesome. I walked back that shit so fast. I was like, fuck yeah, this is enough for me. All right, I'll get you next year, dude. But like right now, that's fucking boss as shit. I love that stuff.
Okay.
And so I remember posting it to VGG and EGG, and I got a lot more traction in VGG. So I made a meme like, man, one of these subreddits cares about living your values, the other one doesn't. VGG didn't take that too kindly, so I poked the bull a little bit. And then during the initial Demon Mama conversation, people said that I was rude afterwards, right?
Well, it's alright. It's just been a while. It's
oh yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to monologue at you. Like, I got like you asked for like the arc, and I'm like, I didn't know what you wanted to hear.
I didn't know there was that much to it. I guess
I got the whole thing. Like,
I guess like the only reason I was like, I'm gonna be honest, like my biggest concern when it comes to the entire xenogenders and neopronouns debate is that every time I see discourse of this sort, discourse that's meant to discuss whether or not a certain group is valid,
over it.
It almost always historically has led to really weird places, right? Where at a certain point, it almost seems like the idea that insert group isn't valid or insert group has gone too far or insert group is crazy is like the undoubtable decision, like the undoubtable position to have, right? Like back in 2015, 2014, 2016, if you were like a public figure who thought non-binary people were valid, you were just the biggest SJW on YouTube. You would be roasted by the entire internet. Nobody believed non-binary people were valid back then. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, same would go for transgender people. Hell, the whole Stonewall movement was all about like gay and lesbian liberation, but it was started by trans people, and they sort of like excised them out because they saw like, well, people who we can't. Well, okay, the trans people are going to make us gays look bad, and so they kind of excised them from their civil rights movement. And then the trans movement came, and it feels like they started to excise non-binary people from their movement because they felt like that was too hard for normies to swallow. And now it seems like normies have finally swallowed the non-binary pill, generally in online spaces that are marginally left-wing. And now it feels like now we're on with like the xenogender
There's a lot of
thing.
guys I'm still working on getting them to like do regular. Like it was unironically the funniest thing.
Yeah.
I was right after I had like the Xeno debate with Al. Like the next day, I went out with some guys. And or that weekend, it was like a couple days afterwards, and I like had to go to the Met. Like I was like, guys,
Anything in
trans
there?
people valid, because they were like two Southern
Sure,
boys,
but-
like we were all working in the same office, and so it's like I know what you mean. Not everyone's there yet, but I understand like your idea, like historically,
well,
right?
The problem is though, because that worries me, because it's like this pattern that is repeated throughout history, where it's like, okay, well this group is valid now, but this other group that's like way too far, we can't let them be around. They make us look too bad. That feels like it's been a repeated practice over time. And hell, I'd argue that in 2014, if you gave me all the data there was to validate the identity of non-binary people and put me in a debate with Sargon, I don't think I'd have enough of a strong ground to stand on with that time's evidence to prove that non-binary people are valid in a scientific view. Just like now, there's not a lot of scientific evidence that would suggest that xenogenders are valid. And I think that this is one of those situations where I think anybody commenting on the issue, including myself, I talk about this type of thing completely theoretically speaking. I've never really...
I actually made a comment about that. I was like, Zan says this is like gatekeeping and we're not all educated, so we should be talking about it. And I was like, why are you reviewing it?
It feels like this is probably something that's... I would feel embarrassed if like 10 years from now it came out that there's just as much evidence to support xenogenders in our philosophical and psychological framework. Like if studies ended up coming out proving...
Okay, so one thing. First of all, I think that Zan is big cash money correct here. I think Zan's nailing it. I will say, though, that, like, non-binary acceptance wasn't moved by, like, academic papers and scientific, research. It's moved essentially by ideology and general acceptance. See, if xenogenders become well accepted enough that the use of terms associated with them becomes accepted in, like, mainstream speech, then they will be as valid categorically as non-binary people are today. At the end of the day, we're really just talking about arbitrary linguistic categories being used to describe, I wouldn't say arbitrary, but extremely variable and subjective personal identities. This isn't, it's not really in the advent of science. It's really just in the advent of who are and are not we willing to accept. I think the data affirming sex and gender are the same thing as what move many people in the issue. Oh, yeah, sure, Zan. No, I agree. Well, the sex-gender divide is descriptively true. Those words mean different things. And likewise, scientific evidence on how, sex is a, is a spectrum and so on, it's stuff like that. I think at the end of the day, though, especially if we're talking like non-binary xenogender, we're moving purely into the realm of sociology, of identity, philosophy, so on. But there is valuable scientific information to sort of unearth here, I think. Metroid Quarantine. I bet this room won't suck.
Definitively that like validating people with gender identities is like overwhelmingly good for their mental health. Like I'd feel really shitty if I took the super hard xenogenders are transphobic and bad stance if 10 years from now it turns out you actually validating their identities helps them a lot, and we're actually kind of doing something really mean. Because like very well-meaning and well-respected people have made this mistake, right? Shuanhead, I don't know how you feel about Shuanhead, but she's
she's always been good to me. I don't want
Shuanhead has apologized for it, but she did say and do some pretty NB-phobic stuff back in the day because at the time she had no reason to believe that she was in the wrong. Just like I feel like many people on your side of the xenogenders debate thing feel like you have no reason to believe that you're wrong, because it feels very obvious, and I have no doubt that maybe it could be. But this just feels like something that maybe needs more time and evidence studied to it before we can like make that definitive statement.
I understand what you mean, and my question, right, is I feel like you could essentially say that for anything that isn't currently accepted, right? I don't want to follow. People in my chat are screaming. They're like, ask him about incest and ask him about like pedophilia.
Morally neutral.
And I don't
morally neutral incest. Okay.
I don't want to like try. I'm not trying to be bad faith there, right? But I think the idea.
And I've seen all the classic Destiny debates. Right. That was how I got out of it already.
Right. But the idea then is, right, how can we know that like what's the right like platform? Because like under your ideology or under like that like your statement, I think it'd be a pretty big slam dunk to be like, all right, what about transracialism? Like, what do you? Because we say like, oh, it's not obvious now, but like maybe.
You guys remember my talk on this with Kalinsky? Oh! I actually managed to freeze it right in time.
In the future, because there are people who are like artificially darkening their skin and like getting implants.
Wait, Hans, can I show you an article really quick?
Go for it.
Before you use this example, I just really quickly want to show you an article because it's pretty dope. It's actually pretty cool.
Is it about is people saying transracialism will never be valid, or is it like, okay, I'm like on the edge of my seat. What's this?
No,
supposed
it's not necessarily relating to transracialism, but it is referring to, I think, the degree to which our understanding of race even is very, very strenuous and maybe a little bit more arbitrary than many people realize. Do you mind if I message this to you on Twitter DMs, because I have I have Discord open to the thing. Yeah, so I'm just gonna DM it to you here. Yeah, so here's this article. I just want you to get a look at this article, and I just want to hear your reaction to the title and the thumbnail and everything to it, and then I'll add the additional context. So,
if science shows all identity forms impact our brain the same way, would you say they're all equally valid in a gender sense? Well, no, because if it's just about identity, then you really could make the argument that making fun of a person for being bad at video games would be the same as calling a trans woman he, him. If they were gamer gender or gamer identity or whatever. I think regardless of whatever categories you put these social trespasses into, you have to be there has to be some kind of meaningful categorization. Or there has to be a distinction in terms of perceived harm, because I don't want every single instance of, quote, invalidating a person's identity to be treated the same way a person should be treated if they call a trans woman a man or whatever. Look, I don't want to plead. We're already at the breaking edge. Let's not fall off the cliff. We'll build the bridge as we do. True, Kanye.
So what do you think of that title?
Miriam Zinter was outside her house gardening when a comment by a neighbor brought her lovely day to a screeching halt. Quote, "Why do you have a Black Lives Matter sign on your front lawn when all those people do is kill each other?" End quote, her neighbor asked. "I'm black, but look white. Here are the horrible things white people feel safe to say around us."
Oh, so, I saw that.
Again, it's a hilarious fucking banger meme.
But, wait, Hans. I'm asking. Wait, do you think that she's black?
Like do you think
that woman's black?
I mean, it's entirely possible that like she's like interracial and just like happens like, you know, it's expressing like a certain way. Like
that's what it is. I did this with all my friends. I sent them the article and then added the extra image just because I want to see the reaction. But yeah, that's a picture of her biological parents and their wedding day.
Yeah.
Both her parents are mixed race, but very obviously black. But just like how if you have a grandparent who had blonde hair, but both your parents have brown hair, you could still have blonde hair anyway. She happened to end up with wavy hair and light skin, even though both her parents are black. And she goes on in that article to also talk about the type of racial discrimination that her family faced in the time where, you know, when she was growing up and everything. And I just want to bring that up in particular because stories like that start to make me think maybe our conceptions of race really aren't as rigid and well defined as we think they are. You know,
so ideologically, I can completely understand that. Practically, no. It's in the same way. I'm like if I would say like I go back and forth on like whether like gender should be abolished or whether we should just make people be as comfortable as possible, like with like more like broad like you know all encompassing genders, right? But
well, I'm sorry. I get that, but like it won't, never would, and doesn't, Vosh, because the fuck Nazis came before. Nobody's going to call you transphobic for denying Nazi gender because anyone who would. No. Well, I'm not talking about the gender thing. I'm only arguing against the idea that all forms of broaching identity should be treated equally. That's the only thing I'm arguing. That not like descriptively this will happen. Only prescriptively, you know, it should not be the case that all types of identities are respected with the same, because if that's the case, like, was a person's identity is like a food lover, like if I think of myself as a person who likes good food and people are like, well, actually your food takes her shit, like, is that the same as like dead naming? I say, like, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think at this point we're pontificating past the edge of reasonable, you know. But you know what? Honest to God, have people not killed themselves because they wanted to be a musician, but people kept telling them they couldn't play the violin? Have people not taken their own life because they desired so much to be a thing utterly unrelated to their gender? But they were denied that recognition. Yeah, maybe we just shouldn't be cunts.
Also, one second, my chat's begging for me to put it in chat. All right, you fucking goblins, enjoy the racialism article, but specific. But the idea for that, oh fuck, I lost my place. What was it? Oh yeah. Okay, so the idea is that like if we abolish race and we abolish like gender, right? Like the two worthy things, right? In terms of abolishing, long term, sure. If we like act in that way now, a lot of problem. In the sense that if we say, oh hey, right now, there's a lot of, say, trans people who very much don't want to be misgendered, who very much, like, you know, feel with their gender, and it's an important part of like how they feel, right? If how would you feel if I said, yo, I'm a gender abolitionist, I'm gonna fucking call anyone whatever fucking pronouns I want, doesn't fucking matter, I don't believe in men or women, we're all just cubes. Like,
how do you know that people who identify with neopronouns and xenogenders, how do you know that they don't feel a genuine amount of unhappiness and depression possibly when their identity isn't validated, but feel a feeling very similar to that of gender euphoria when they have their identity validated? If that was proven to be true, would you still find it to be a good thing to validate their identity, or?
At this moment in time, I would say no. And I'm fine biting that bullet in regards to making some people sad now. In the same way that if someone says like...
Well, there we go, I guess. I don't think at any point this is a position that I've had. Anything in here? Oh, what's that?
Like they are like the biggest
But isn't that gatekeeping?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's the definition of gatekeeping an identity. And I feel like every time that a group of people has gatekeeped an identity from a too radical extra identity or too radical whatever in the past in regards to the whole LGBT thing, it just feels like every single time up till this point, it's always been a disaster. It's always been a mistake. You've always, like, people who are the gatekeeper in these situations have always ended up being on the wrong side of history of everything. It just worries me that so many people are so quick to jump on board with something that resembles that exact same tendency all over again. It's like, are you sure you don't want to just like hold back a little bit, like maybe a year?
I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't know if you know this. Like, the only reason I even like responded to the Vosh thing is because like because him and Iko like had that chat about me. I literally promised my chat. I think it was like the day after I had the debate with Leftist Al. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up, Hans. Stop talking about it. I'm like, all right. In the interest of my chat and all the people.
Hans's behavior on this matter strikes me as the exact opposite of a person who doesn't want to talk about this. I'm sorry. It's look, if I was a casting director and he was an actor tasked with the role of person who doesn't want to talk about this a bunch, he would not get that job. He would not.
People who are extremely angry at me on Twitter, I'm gonna stop talking about xenogender stuff. And I tried not to talk about it, and then everyone else kept talking about it and kept adding me about it. And like everyone wanted to talk to me about it, including you. You DM'd me that one time. You're like, hey, you want to talk about it? And so, and then I was like, just leave it alone, Hans. Leave it alone. Until I saw the Vosh thing, and I was like, all right, I can't not respond to that just because of the size and scope of him as a creator. So that was the only reason I got back in this game to talk about this. I'm totally fine leaving it. Like, if we want to say that it's such an inconsequential issue, we should all just fucking stop talking about it. That's fine. But like, if you press me, like, I'm gonna try and give you like my reasoning for why I support those things. And again, like,
I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it in that it's an inconsequential issue. I mean, we are talking about people's identities. These are their lives, right? And they really do care about these things. If you talk to somebody who identifies with neopronouns or xenogender, this isn't just a niche political topic to them. To them, this is their lives and how they identify.
Damn, Zan, you're tired coming into this? You're killing it, dog. You're fucking... You're a chef. You're making a dish. Very, very pointed, you know? Always the right questions.
And now I don't like to make a habit out of speculating on the
speculating on me, Zan. Do it. Speculate harder. As it keeps
I'm not No, I'm not talking about you at all. No, I don't make a habit out of speculating on the sincerity through which somebody identifies. That's just not something I make a habit out of, and I don't think anybody really should. And that I feel like that's the main problem here, because
people, right? We have to.
On Nazi, introduce me to somebody who's Nazi gender.
No,
I like that's the thing though. That's the thing though. We can talk about theoretical.
That's such a good answer. Introduce me to somebody. Okay, Nazi gender. Find me one. Well, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the problem if you can prove it exists. Find me one. Bring them to me. What a good answer. Find me the one who identifies as Nazi gender. Just
theoretical situations. We can talk about theoretical situations.
But what I'm asking is, right? Like again, like we're big brain things.
Vosh, it's called a hypothetical to test an idea. So this is where like the logic brain thing fails, right? The issue is that we already have a bunch of social conventions that we generally are expected to respect, but sometimes you don't have to when the person's being a dick about it. Like if a person made their nickname like a racial slur or something, you know? No one would be like, you think people should be expected to call others by their nicknames? What if they chose a racial slur, huh? What if that happened? Well, then I wouldn't do it. Well, then isn't that inconsistent? No. No. I don't think so. Well, and you're deciding whether or not it's valid. You're gatekeeping. Yeah, gatekeeping against racial slurs. I'm fine with that. I do that in other ways too. You know, that's actually I'm pretty consistent actually. Where, you know, I have. Well, isn't that arbitrary? Well, yeah, but isn't all the language preferences we adopt arbitrary? Like our decision to prioritize certain, like this thing, like arbitrarily, I will prioritize being friends with people who don't say racial slurs. Like, yeah, okay, we already have decorum as a regulating mechanism for a lot of these concerns. Now, this is something I believed for a while, and maybe it's still something that I guess I'm working on internally a little bit, but I guess it's just, I just don't think it's a problem, really, you know? Or to put it another way, demonstrating a hypothetical error is not sufficient. You then have to subsequently demonstrate it's a real problem worth worrying about, you know? Because if you wanted to, you know, you could be like, well, all right, but would this bridge design hold up if a meteor came down and crashed into it? And you could be like, well, I suppose not. And they could be like, all right, so don't you think we need meteor shielding? Don't you think we need to construct meteor shielding all around the top of the bridge so in case a meteor hits it, it'll survive? And no, actually, I don't. I don't think that's a thing I need to do. So you acknowledge there's a possibility that your recklessness will let people die? Yes. I am not building meteor-proof shielding. That is correct. This is preposterous. Like, you know, it's like eventually you have to bring it back to the real world, I think. I've been having so much fun streaming the past couple of days.
Thinkers, right? So like what I'm asking you is like,
Sure.
if you're just saying it doesn't exist, then like what's to stop me from being like, I think everyone who says they're a cuttlefish or a helicopter, they're just fucking faking. I haven't, like, you ain't no helicopter. Like, I just, when you say like, oh, this like gender is bad,
yes, by this standard, you could also argue, why can't somebody just pretend to be a girl to get all the benefits of being a girl? It sounds like it's a fairly similar argument, right?
True.
That it's meant to be this. Are you implying it's meant to be grabbing attention? Why do you think people identify with xenogenders?
I actually did not say, this is actually a really fun quote from V again. I'm sorry for bringing him up, but in the September.
Okay, guys, I don't think it's that weird when chat does it because it's kind of a meme, but saying out loud V instead of Vosh over and over really comes off as like really strange to me. You know, it's really, really, really weird. I guess he's not saying Pepe Lavi. I mean, that would be even weirder, but you say D instead of Destiny. I think I do it sometimes when chat's doing it. I would never, if I was having a direct convo with someone and I brought Destiny up 60 times, I would not be saying D over and over again, you know? I think there's a difference between a wink and a nod, Pepe La D, and like actually just by default referring to a person that way. It's very weird. Is there anything in this room, this big sort of cylinder, this silo? We've almost cleared the top 2 floors of the Phazon mines.
September 19th thing. I have this clip pulled up if you want to see it. He explicitly says, I think a lot of people use xenogender just to feel special about their communities.
I don't care about what Vosh said. I'm not
I know. I just like, but like, I don't think I would push that.
Wait. Why does he keep bringing up my takes? Hold on.
Bringing him up. But in the September 19th thing, I have this clip pulled up if you want to see it. He explicitly says, I think a lot of people use xenogender just to feel special about their communities.
I don't care about what Vosh said.
Yeah, and? Well, people will adopt esoteric and new identity forms as a way of distinguishing themselves and, you know, accruing in-group capital. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a thing for, like, everything. I mean, you can argue that I phrased it in kind of a demeaning or mean way, but thankfully I'm transphobic, so that's not really a big deal for me.
I know. I just like, but like, I don't think I would push that far. But what I'm saying is, it seems extremely arbitrary.
Wait, can I tell the Vosh story?
So that anything in here?
One second.
Or processing?
But it's like, so the idea is, right? For the Nazi gender thing, it feels extremely arbitrary that we're not okay with that. Because like, in terms of the xenogender people, right? The only xenogender person that I have met is a cuttlefish, right? Like, they say they're a cuttlefish. No other, I have not met any other xenogenders. So does that, like, under your logic, that means like none of the other genders exist, or none of the other xenogenders exist. So like, if I'm trying to be consistent in terms of like, a framework, I need to have a worldview, and like in your case, where like I can accept the cuttlefish gender, but I will reject the Nazi gender. And I honestly, like, you know, like, I shit talk her a lot, but I honestly fucking respect Demon for saying this. She just bit the fucking bullet and she said, oh yeah, fucking Nazi genders, that's fine. Like, because I feel like you can't draw an arbitrary line. Because like, where do we draw that arbitrary line of like what xenogenders are valid? Because that's also gatekeeping, right? Because like, you know, like first we said cuttlefish and stars are all right, but like Nazis and helicopters are out. That feels weird, right? So I
Didn't we do this with the super straight discourse? If you want to say super straight is a sexuality, I think it meets the criteria of a sexuality. I just don't give a fuck because I think it's bigoted. That's my criteria. You're being super straightphobic. Yeah, I am. And what's about to happen to you is a hate crime. Redacted. It's right. I mean, you don't have to. That's consistent. I really feel like a lot of the problem here is that we just grow up assuming so many of these things, like the idea of man and woman being like the two genders. Like, it's given so much arbitrary social credence that everything else that comes about that's equally arbitrary, we try to debate it out, you know? Oh, well, where's the evidence for this? Like, okay, well, where's the evidence for man and woman? Well, they're already things. Like, okay, so now there's a new thing. That's, like, yeah, it's... Now there are new things. Welcome to the future.
I reject all of it as opposed to
So,
trying to draw an arbitrary line.
Are you asking me whether or not I would think Nazi gender would be valid, or are you asking me whether or not if we knew that person was sincerely identifying that way and it genuinely made them feel better, if I would see that as valid?
Both. If you want to answer both questions.
Sure. Fine. So if I met somebody on the internet who said they identified with Nazi gender, practically speaking, most likely the way that conversation would go is I'd immediately assume that they are just a neo-Nazi troll and probably block them in one
You can't know that. Why
day.
would you invalidate their identity? Even if they are a Nazi, that's their legitimate feeling, right? Like.
Well, no. In this case, the scenario I'm describing that's made up is the one in which I would assume that it was a Nazi doing that because it's usually.
But what if they're a
Nazis
trans Nazi
like
who's
that.
or a non-binary Nazi who's so into being a Nazi that it's part of their gender?
Then
be transphobic.
You'd have to find if somebody comes to me that says that their gender is part of being a Nazi, and there's some amount of mental distress that is caused to them by not having their gender validated, then I'm obviously going to validate their gender just like that of any trans person in my view, because I'm not in the business of gatekeeping this type of thing. But practically speaking, like actual real life me in an actual situation like this, where I'm going to assume, okay, this is a conservative just trolling online. But if I was able to truly know, then you know.
I'll be real. I have not yet been a helicopter.
I think just bite the bullet. I'm Nazi phobic, you know? Oh, you're Nazi gender? Oh, I'm not transphobic. I am Nazi phobic though, so that's gonna hurt you a bit, you know. Oh, my dysphoria, I don't care. Don't be a Nazi. Imagine like somehow they like get a print reading it or something. Here's scientific evidence showing that you're causing harm to me equal to when you misgender a binary trans woman when you don't refer to me by my Nazi gender identity and pronouns. Okay. And that's the one time you guys get to make the 40% meme. The other direction. Ha! The progressive 40% meme. The fucking vindictive shit-posting lefties posting like, you know, new research shows that like 78% of Nazi gender people have attempted suicide, and they're like posting it and like laughing or whatever. That's the future of discourse right there. Right there. Oh no, it's all good, Tan. It's all good. Ain't nothing. Little too much chili there? Okay, I'll put it another way. The utilitarian gain that you get by rejecting Nazism in all forms exceeds the utilitarian gain of respecting people's gender identities when their gender identities are Nazi-aligned. There you go. By a vast amount, by the way. By like an exponential, by a tremendous gulf. By uncountable distances, unimaginable canyon, there is a difference. Because Nazis are bad. Yeah, that's why we need the low-tier God emote. I swear to God, I'll get it up soon. This is a fun combo, isn't it? You know, this is good because you know we get all the fun bits. You know, we get to be a little transphobic hypothetically. Everyone likes that. Everyone has fun. I'm making life really hard for myself with the clips today. God damn it. Dude, Zan, you've never been bad at debates, okay? I genuinely think that the whole Zan bad at debates thing was just from the one bit where Lauren Southern asked you to say white rights, which, you know, admit wasn't exactly a W in your part, but like apart from that, I feel like that's where the thing comes from. It's like that one thing, you know. I had zero debate experience before starting YouTube. Yeah, whereas I'd been fucking around with it for like 8 years. So it's, you know, it's an ongoing engagement, I think. Ongoing process, yeah.
Person. And so like what's
neither have I. I've only ever met one xenogender identifying person in my life,
right,
and that is dope.
And so okay, so then my question, right, is either we're like very easily readily like available to say like, oh hey, dismiss the Nazi gender stuff.
Okay,
like what's to stop me from saying, oh hey, you're just like a bad faith like little shithead 14-year-old who's trying to like be like special online. Why should I like accept your validity as a helicopter, right? I feel like those arguments again, like I understand that I'm using the extreme like Nazi example, like specifically to push the boundaries of this, but I legitimately can't contemplate a spot where it doesn't work, right? Where like because anything that you said about the Nazi gender, like, oh, they're being bad faith, I don't actually believe them, maybe they're trolling me. I'll be fucking real, dude. Like I think if someone unironically comes up to me and they're like, I'm a Lakers fan gender, I'll be like, I don't fucking believe you. Like
and I'd probably have that reaation too, because my immediate response would probably be, "Are you like a conservative?" I don't know. And I understand that the idea of there being genders that don't. Wait.
So the only issue with this is that this argument applies to binary trans identities as well, you know? Because conservatives, Lauren Southern legally identified as a male in some country or another, you know? Steven Crowder will be like, oh, I'm she, her, and then go to like a Planet Fitness to like fart on people's faces and like take shits in the issue is like, if you accept the idea that gender is purely an identity-based thing, which you kind of have to, or you're a transmet at best, when you insofar as like, you know, your identity is what counts at least, once you accept that, you open yourself up to bad faith behavior from conservatives no matter what. Like it's like, oh, a conservative says they're cuttlefish gender, are they trolling or not? Well, okay, they could just say they're a woman when they're presenting at least as a cis man. Like this can already happen. This element of bad faith engagement with the, you know, gender identities, that's already a thing that can happen. So
Sean,
it does
I ever
happen.
called you a conservasexual? When did I say that? Because that's hilarious, and I must have been high when I said that because I don't remember it, and high me is pretty funny if that's the case.
What'd you say? Conservasexual?
Sean in chat said I called her conservasexual.
Okay, like Shu, is that wrong?
You never
though?
did, but
like,
you would.
You seem to like again, like your preferences are fine, but like you seem to like go for like, you know, the far right guys. Like I'll be real, Tucker Carlson looks like a bunch of mashed potatoes with like half a coconut on top, but you like sit for that guy all the fucking time.
I can't really say much if you've seen my Twitter timeline and anything I've said about any conservative politician who's a woman and over 30. Just don't look at my Twitter timeline in that one.
Wait, what's your Twitter timeline? 1 second.
All right, listen, I've got a thing for MILFs, all right? I'm very into MILFs, especially blonde MILFs. I think MTG is hot. All right, I think what's her name? The Boebert. What's her name? I think the Boebert lady is hot. I think yeah.
Okay, Boebert.
Sarah Palin. I've had a crush on Sarah Palin since I was like 10. All right.
Okay, but like young Sarah Palin, like that's the. Like,
hey, you ever seen that one video, Nailin' Palin? You seen that one?
I have not seen it.
I'm not.
Give me some. You seen it? Yeah, come on, give me some. Give me some. Give me some. You seen it? Yeah, come on, give me some.
Nailin' Palin.
Yeah, Nailin' Palin.
This isn't porn.
Don't bring it up on stream. It's porn. Yeah, it's real porn. Don't bring it up on stream. It's porn.
Hans, what did you think it would be?
You should have known it was porn by the title.
That Zan trying to nuke my stream. Like you.
He hasn't heard of Nailin' Palin. Oh no.
Okay. If I had to, alright, being super sexist for a second, all right. Like, if I had to rank them, I think old Sarah Palin is more attractive, and then Lauren Boebert. MTG, I'm tight.
Insane. Listen. If we can, all right. So I guess if we can get serious again, I guess my main at the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
Do you mentioned that you said that if you knew beyond a reasonable doubt, you knew for certain that using somebody's preferred pronouns and validating their xenogender would increase their mental health and make them feel better, and it would help them just broadly. You said that you would still not respect that gender, you would still not respect those pronouns because you believe that causing that little amount of harm to that one person will, in the end, cause a net negative amount of harm to the trans community because you believe the thought process that validates not xenogender people is actually harmful to like trans people that are like non-binary or like binary trans,
Yes.
right? That's your point.
Yeah,
I guess
I'm comfortable biting that bullet, and I know that yes, that will make some people sad, and I understand that sounds like this is not a fun bullet to bite, but I'm willing to bite that bullet. So yeah, and if I olive branch to you, right? If like I'm happy to be strung up in 10 years if I'm wrong, right? Like what's that meme from like that French Revolutionary? It's like my greatest hope is like the one day where I'll be hanged as a reactionary, right? Because like society has passed me by. That's totally fucking fine. It's just right now I currently haven't seen it. If there's like if there's like maybe people haven't linked me them, right? Like is there not like other studies about like xenogenders like maybe either like experiencing like extreme levels of sadness or oppression or like as opposed to like say like just being mean to somebody on Twitter, right? Like because again, like I would say that not validating someone's xenogender is not transphobic in the same way that like is like misgendering, say, a trans man or like a trans woman or like a non-binary person who isn't like a xenogender. I don't think that's I don't think that's comparable. And I would say that
Yeah, honestly, I don't know, guys. The real red pill on this one might actually be it's not about deciding whether or not recognition for xenogenders would fit within the category of like gender identity violations. It might be recognizing that gender violations are just an arbitrary distinction from other forms of identity invalidations. You know what I mean? Like it could be that categorically there's not really that much of a difference between invalidating a person's gender identity and like disregarding some other critical element of their perceived identity, you know? It could be that like whatever social allocations we give one priority over the other are just a product of social prioritization. Or to put it another way, you know, imagine if you went back 20,000 years, okay? Now, if you were to find some sort of hunter-gatherer dude, okay? Now, biologically, 20,000 years ago, this person will be evolutionarily pretty much the same as us, okay? If you could talk with them in their language, which do you think would offend them more? Attacking their gender identity, whatever form that would have taken back then, their whatever that is, or saying that they're a bad hunter? My personal opinion, you know, in terms of the harm done, it seems like the latter could potentially, I mean, a lot of this is what we're told to care about, right? Now, I'm not saying that means that misgendering trans people isn't like a big deal or whatever. I think it's quite a big deal. I'm only saying that the reason why greater priority is given to those breaches of etiquette, you know, those expresses of bigotry, is A, because we even categorize it as bigotry, because we do distinguish gender from other forms of identity, and B, because we're made to care about it, you know, because it's something we talk about as a distinct identity. In this respect, we almost construct the oppression we suffer. We build these categories so that our experiences might be segmented, some prioritized over others, and thus the denigration we receive along those lines is amplified, at least perceptually. And that perceived increased harm is real, because, after all, hurt feelings kill. It sounds trivial, but even if everything in an abstract sense is equally identity valid, what we're told to care about is what we take to heart. And what we take to heart is what we can be hurt through. And what we can be hurt through is what leads to depression, stress, and suicide. So, you know, maybe the real red pill is that we're asking the wrong questions. Yeah, Doe, I have no idea what identity means either. The thing is, what we're talking about right now is philosophy. There's not really a hard answer on this. This goes even, I think, beyond sociology. We're talking about like the abstract construction of self. This is some, you know, Durkheimian shit. All right.
That certain people, like again, V agrees with me on that one.
Is there
That's
anything left here?
You might say it's still mean, but I don't think it qualifies as transphobic. That's like someone calling me dumb fuck instead of Hans.
Wait, so why do you? So what motivates you then? I'm curious. What motivates you then to argue against
Around the walls?
Transphobia and and bigotry and whatnot down the road? What motivates you in that sense? Like, why? What annoys you when you see conservatives being transphobic? What annoys you? Like, actually, about that?
Right. As far as I can tell.
Oh shit, it's 10:30. Fuck. Galley, are you still here? I'm sorry, I got kind of invested in this. Oh, rip Galley. Fuck. Oh, I feel like an asshole. 1 second. See if I get a response. Why do I have ats on my work server? Oh, I see. Well, I've done what I can.
They're aggressively anti-science. They're aggressively anti people being, again, documented, able to feel like a different gender. And again, if there's like a lot of studies that I just haven't seen about the xenogenders, maybe I'll turn my brain around.
Okay, I'm gonna say this again. Does anyone else feel like it's a sussy-wussy warning sign to say like that your support of trans people is validated by science? That seems odd to me. Like you need to wait for the researchers to finish shuffling their papers, and like this is principally a philosophical discussion here. Like, you know, well, I'm not saying the data is bad or science is bad or that it's worthless or any of that bullshit. I'm only saying that I think that like my support for trans people is principally ideological. You know, it just seems a bit odd. You're always putting yourself like. Does that mean that Hans is admitting that Hans would have been like transphobic up until the mid 2000s? Right? Trans people have existed forever, but like, so what? Research wasn't done on them. Just like, oh well, sorry, waiting for the data. You know, I don't. I mean, most of us were, yeah, but like maybe that's a bad thought process. Maybe progressivism shouldn't wait for the doctors to come out with peer-reviewed studies saying that you shouldn't do the thing people are asking you not to do. Like, you know, maybe there should be some kind of grounding information here. Also, science can't prove the existence of trans people. Science can prove the existence of gender dysphoria, and even that's really hard to correspond, you know, sociologically, controlling for factors and stuff like that. But science can't prove the existence of trans people. Science can't prove the existence of gender. All science can prove, really, is that people care about gender. But if people care, if that's the thing that validates scientific inquiry, you could say the same thing about xenogenders, or really, I mean, quite a lot of things. Where the fuck am I looking?
I haven't seen them, but there seems like there's a good deal of evidence that both trans people are valid in both like a psychological way, in a societal way, in how we understand gender. Then yes, and if you're saying like why them but not xenogenders, then we go back to.
All right, you know what? I can be more hyperbolic. Okay, I feel like this take is also like. I feel like you could validate a lot of racism with this, you know? Like, imagine a person saying, I believe in racial equality because the science doesn't show that there's any, like, significant genetic variation in IQ between white and black people. Like, so if different studies came out, that would change your moral position. You know what I mean? Like, right? You understand what I mean when I say that, I'm sure. Like, back like 200 years ago where it's like, you know, there wasn't research on this, just sort of, well, I mean there was, but it was all phrenology or whatever. It's like, oh well, I'm waiting for the studies. I feel like ideological grounding is what matters for ideological issues.
To that conflict where I presently think that accepting the xenogender at this point in time invalidates the trans, say binary and non-binary trans people because of the like the Blanchardism. And I have to bite that bullet because if I didn't, because if you can answer that question for me,
Well,
Like,
what I'm
then
curious
down.
about is how that physically happens, though. I'm curious how that sentiment of validating that identity culminates in the real world into harming trans people's like acceptance. Because generally, it seems like the communities that are accepting the identities of non-binary people are already the most progressive and absolutely most accepting communities, especially when it comes to trans people by far, right? So I don't really see these communities that are so radical in their acceptance of trans people that they're willing to accept and validate people who identify as things that you and I may see as being very far-fetched. I don't see those people somehow through that logic being turned transphobic by that. I guess you could make the argument that if that thought process gets taught to other people, then they could end up becoming transphobic from that. But like, I don't know how we're going to get from this is a thing that very left-wing pro-trans people are advocating for, and this thought process is going to end up being used to hurt trans people. I don't see how that jump is made.
He's spitting.
Okay.
Like
and
this?
so I got you. So here's this. So this is entirely hypothetical, right?
Okay, where am I supposed to bomb? I've scanned everything everywhere. Where? Which is the unlabeled fucking Dimitrimium surface? Where? Yeah, this is the Metroid experience. Where? It should if it's bombable via power bomb. Down the ramp to the left? But I just bombed this area. Right here. I just bombed it. Use X-ray? I did use X-ray. Down this ramp? There's nothing to scan. Thermal? Keep following the walls. Okay.
Right? And this is hypothetical and based on a utilitarian thing. So the idea is, if I'm trying
Wait, can I say one more thing first?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, sorry. It's just I want to get it out before. Yeah. So I guess I feel as though the onus is on you to prove that it is causing more harm to validate their identity, practically speaking, than it is to not validate it, because we know 100% of the time if we don't validate, you know, a xenogender or neopronoun user's identities, usually it's going to cause them some emotional distress to do so. I think that's a fairly reasonable statement. Most xenogender people want their identity to be validated. So you have to prove to me that it is worth that trade-off, that there is enough being harm caused, that it is worth taking the...
The weird question to me is like, how can a system which operates iteratively like the scientific understandings of gender, our binary system, man, woman, which is now attempt to recognize... Oh god, you read too many fucking philosophy texts. Not binary, add a structure non-iterative, like xenogenders and others. Just to internally recognize the relation between itself and the outside. Personally, I think it's going to be possible. Oh, my fucking brain's swelling. Jesus Christ. Aren't deer supposed to be stupid? Isn't that like the thing? They see the headlights and they just let the car hit them? What is this? This isn't very affirming of your identity. Possible with the inside to reproduce gender of this particular, more specific than non-binary. Well, I agree with you, but I got tired reading that out loud. It made me sleepy. My small brain.
The emotional dump for that person.
I'm in the
to
mind
not
security
validate them.
station.
Like,
Is there anything in here? Chat?
Is right now,
I'm looking at
I think we can
myself.
both agree that the xenogender thing is like super online, super small. Like it's, you know, it's a couple like 1,000 people like at best on like Tumblr and on like the farthest parts of like lefty Twitter, right? There's not actually that many like xenogender people, right? And you're saying, oh hey, show me the material harm. Right now it doesn't exist because there's a small subsection of people on the internet. Although like maybe if you say like, oh they're canceling somebody, maybe that's like a problem. But like it's not that big of a deal. But what I would ask then, right? This is like Karlin Borisenko actually did this during her debate with Hunter Avalon. Have you seen that debate?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. You remember at the end, like the really fucking stupid meme where she was like, my religion is better than all the other religions because my religion hasn't been used for an atrocity yet. And it's like, all right, well, like Dr. Carlin, like give it some time. Like if I invent a religion that's like absolutely atrocious right now, eventually it could still cause problems. So saying that it hasn't caused any problems yet, I don't think is an argument to waive all of like my, say, in this case, like philosophical concerns. And again, I can grant you, I can absolutely like I'm gonna bite as many bullets as I need to for this.
Stop saying by bullets. This is the mine security station, not security access A. This is security access A. We've been in the mine security station. There's nothing else in here. Ah, that's what you want. Oh, that's what I want. Is it? I already went through. Wait, didn't I? Oh no, it's a loop. Or processing. Yeah, I would have gone through it already. Okay, it's fine. I'll check it.
I completely agree with you that right now I can't like point to a stat like online, like say like IRL and say this is like the amount of trans acceptance has gone down, right? Oh, but again, so like we're just talking about feelings online in terms of like making people feel bad. I can give you personal stories of me talking to conservative coworkers and conservative family members, and I'm fucking fighting my ass off trying to get them to like accept like trans people, right? And I get them, and then they fucking like come back with the helicopter meme. Am I supposed to say, yeah, that's also valid? Like I just. And again, like that's a utilitarian-based argument. No,
sure.
But it's two-part, right? So like, there's the initial part where I say like I can't square that circle.
Okay, you can't argue against the validation of a person's identity because of optics. All right, optics is how you present the idea. People say I'm obsessed with optics. I would never be like, oh yeah, I'm not going to accept this minority cause because it's difficult to argue for. That's your fucking problem. Get better at arguing then. Don't make that their problem, Jesus.
Of the woke lanternism, I feel like we're falling into that. But like in terms of practical utility, in terms of application, yes, I do think like accepting xenogenders does harm my ability to advocate for the rights of trans people to regular people. And again, like this is why people are calling me reactionary, because like, again, down for trans rights, but like I'm not for xenogenders, so I'm considered conservative online. But like IRL, super fucking left, right? And I fight with these people all the time. And so yes, like if we're talking about a utilitarian argument as a streamer, if I have to pick like arguments as like to make the world a better place, I will pick the one that's best suited for that thing. And yes, if it individually hurts like xenogender people, I can tell you right now, dude, I promise, if there's a xenogender person and I don't want to hurt them, I'll block every xenogender person on this platform. I will never engage with xenogender people ever fucking again.
Oh my,
like, absolutely fucking.
Holy shit, the Destiny brain. Jesus Christ. I'll bite this bullet in my unceasing advocacy for trans people. I will simply block everyone from this minority group so they don't have to hear my thank you for your ceaseless advocacy for trans rights, sir. Here. God. He's so brave. You don't understand. The trans people need me to not validate your identity. He's quite fond of using other people as shields, isn't he?
Fucking minimize the chance of me ever doing that, and I can still have the benefit.
Does that not sound really, really, really yikes, though, right? That, like, you are so averse to validating their identity that you would rather completely cut them off and never speak to them in order to not have them engage with you. So yeah, like this sounds to me like when someone says, well, how am I supposed to get to know somebody's new pronouns when they transition? I'm just not going to talk to them anymore, so I don't have to learn how to memorize their new pronouns. It's like, okay, well,
I just like categorically disagree in regards to like xenogender people being like valid in the same way as like binary or non-binary trans people are valid. Again.
But xenogender people are non-binary. He really does think non-binary is just a third gender. Like non-binary just means not binary. That's what non means. It means not. In case anyone didn't know. Yeah. Didn't he himself say xenogender or non-binary? I just don't understand how a person can be, oh yeah, I accept non-binary people as long as your non-binary identity never has a specific name. Because that's what's being said here, right? Like, you can be non-binary, but you must only use the abstract term non-binary. You can never give it a specific name, because then it would be harder for me to defend you from conservatives, of course. That's why I'm like this. It's for you. Silly. I'll unpause in a moment. Just, you know. Not that anything's difficult when you have the fucking plasma beam. Ow? Well, unless you get caught in a corner.
And like, I still can't square that circle for you. So we fundamentally think of them as different things. And,
sure. I'm curious what your thoughts are on... Oh, wait, really quickly, sorry.
No worries.
I guess a lot of people have been calling you a reactionary. I know you mentioned that Vosh also said that you've been a little bit more reactionary lately. But I think a huge part of that has to do with Your argument sounds very, very similar to Blair White's arguments about non-binary people.
I have not heard them.
Have you like
I don't
Blair
watch
White's
a lot of
arguments
Blair
about
White.
non-binary people? Okay, sure. So Blair White is
What is a
trans
non-binary?
medicalist.
I've been arguing this entire time not knowing what a non-binary. No, sorry, keep going.
Okay. So basically,
Aren't trans men and women just men and women and thus a binary? Don't those two make up? Being binary just means that you're either a man or a woman. That's it. Because that's the perceived gender binary. If you're on the, if you're binary, you're on the binary, you know. Non-binary as a concept wouldn't make much sense in, say, India or other places that don't have a gender binary the way that we do. Non-binary is just if you're not a man or a woman. It gets more complicated than that. There are people who identify as non-binary men, one of whom is Destiny, who, depending on context, will alternate between referring to himself, as non-binary or man. That's not a joke. I'm not bringing this up as some irreverent dig. He does that, you know? Despite man and non-binary being categorically mutually exclusive, there's some identity value in aligning with both, I imagine. But anyway, yeah, just... do you think Hans would go off on that? Like, Hans would be like, how do I explain to a conservative that you can be non-binary, but also on the binary gender spectrum at the same time? I'm sorry, I'll have to block you, Destiny. I will simply respectfully choose not to engage with you, for my ceaseless advocacy for trans rights must that'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
Blair White is a trans medicalist. She believes that only binary trans people are valid, and only binary trans people with gender dysphoria are valid. Those are her standards. And then, of course,
she's just trans med. I'm not trans med.
And then, of course, she's also kind of a piece of shit. So she'll just misgender people or just like generally invalidate anybody she
Anything in here?
with.
Like the you look great
apart from what I got?
I've seen Vosh react to a couple of her videos. Yeah, I know what you mean.
She does that kind of thing. And a huge talking point that she always would push is that her trans medicalist perspective validates gender, like trans people's gender identity, way better than the left-wing idea of gender being a social construct and non-binary people are valid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then no, you're either born pink brain or blue brain. Some people are born with blue brain. Some people are born with pink brain but blue body or pink body, right? Like sometimes the brains get like that seems like to her an easier way to explain it to people. So she always argued, if you're validating non-binary people, you're just making it harder for us to validate real trans people.
That's true.
And I swear, if you want to go look at any video Blair has done on non-binary people, you'll be able to see the very obvious parallels. And I think that's what set a lot of people off about you when it comes to this whole xenogender debate. It feels like you're taking the Blair White style position in this regard.
I'm gonna be mean for a second, okay? I find it extremely fucking tiring when instead of attacking my positions, people just say, you feel like someone else that I dislike. Because I can...
Holy shit. For him to say this after the past week, all he's done is hide behind his perception of my opinions. Holy shit. Guys, I know it's been a rough week of me non-stop ascribing Vosh's positions to my own to defend myself. But I gotta say, I'm really fucking tired of you guys comparing my opinions to other people. What the fuck? Does he have any self-awareness at all? Holy shit. Okay, I got the missile upgrade in here. I blew up on all these walls. That is wild. Okay, alright.
Tell you all the reasons where all the places where I disagree with Blair White. So saying, oh, Hans, you sound like to me like, the only binary trans people are valid, because you're saying both binary and non-binary trans people are valid, but not xenogender people, because you also include xenogender people. I would very much appreciate you like attacking that, as opposed to saying you give me general vibes of people I disagree with.
Is he dumb? Is this what a cognitive... Zan is comparing the logic, which is identical in both cases. In both cases, Blair and Hans make the argument that that there's this additional set of identities which are not scientifically rooted, which they feel like they can't advocate for trans people if they acknowledge the existence of those people. the logic is identical in both cases. It's not like there's studies on non-binary people. Like, what studies would those be? It's just, it's gender. It's an identity, you know. Yeah, it's like the Professor Flowers thing with the Nazi comparison. Like, they can't understand it. They don't...
Because I've gotten a lot of that, and I find it absolutely infuriating. Because I can't
Well,
argue.
sure, I didn't say that I give you vibes of people that I disagree with. I said that you give a lot of people that, and that seems to be why so many people are upset with you and are calling you
Okay,
a
well, those
reactionary.
people are dumb then. Like, I don't know what to tell them. Like, I can give you all of my positions on like on trans people right now, and like where like Blair White's a dumb fuck. Like after hearing your her position.
He thinks that those people are saying he has the same positions as Blair White. He doesn't understand the... He doesn't understand. You're going back? I know. We've cleared out the entire 2 top floors, so we're going to head down, but first I want to save.
From you, but like, so again, like if people get those vibes, like I can't argue against vibes. Like people can like have issues with my position. And
Well, it's not that it's vibes. It's more so that you are making more or less the same argument. The argument that the validation of one group of people that's not quite as popular
told me that you would also
is going
exclude
to
the Nazi. Like,
well, I would exclude in a realistic scenario when I'm online and somebody says they identify as Nazi gender.
Who are you to be the
practically
arbiter of
speaking,
realism, though? Like again, we go back to the thing where like there's always going to
Hans.
be no. Hear me out. Here's what this sounds like to me. Like in its most basic, right? You're saying she validates some people, but not everybody, and you validate more people than her, but also not everybody. And then so I'm pointing at you and saying you just have given me examples where you're validating some people, but not everybody. So I can make this.
I wonder if there's any way whatsoever, through any kind of social convention, that we could validate the identities of some people but not validate others without being inconsistent. Yeah, Stevie. I wonder if there's any way. I'm racking my brain right now. I'm thinking, is there any way whatsoever? Have we ever developed any social protocol for not being fucked about with in situations where you're generally supposed to be respectful to people? Well. So you think it's okay to be proud of being good at tennis, but you think it's wrong to be proud of being a murderer? When I hear these arguments, what I think of is like, what would these people be saying if the concept of law had just been invented? Like, okay, so you want people you disagree with to be sent to jail. Yeah, if they murdered someone. Yeah, if they murdered someone. So you think you should get to decide that a person goes to jail if they murder someone. You just get to decide. Well, then what's to keep them from sending people to jail if they hold socialist positions? There isn't. Laws are just tools of the powerful. Violence legitimized through the state. But we should still send murderers to jail. Or future anarchist jail, whatever that might be, you know. See, because yeah, Doe's more lefty than me. In Doe's future anarchist utopia, you know, there's not really jail, just the pit. It's just the pit, really. Just sort of kick people into it. Stop hitting me. Oh. Broke the leash. Or what about, you know, the cum vat? You all remember the cum vat, don't you? That's an old Vosh joke. Yeah, 100% my town, they call it the dough pit. Yeah, the dough pit. Just fucking knock people's asses right into it. I'm trying to think of a funnier joke. Let me think. Let's end this miniature diatribe with a good, resounding conclusion. Okay. Gladiatorial arena. All right? Gladiatorial arena. That's the winner. That's it right there, okay? Here's the dealio, okay? Depending on the severity of your crime, one of two things happen, okay? Either you fight, or you clean up after those who do. Minor crimes, you're cleaning up. Get your blood mop, okay? You're going to be keeping that sand clean for a while, all right? That's the light crime, all right? Heavy stuff, you're going in there, you're fighting. Maybe in the real anarchist society, people who commit crimes of any kind are just simply drafted into the massive, you know, conscript force of soldiers that we have fighting against the, you know, the Xenos hordes.
Same argument against you because you're not validating the Nazi people. So like what I'm saying then is it's extremely frustrating because you're saying, oh, you don't validate everyone that I validate. I have reasons why I do those things. And I'm not saying you're being disingenuous. I'm saying it's frustrating when I get that from people who say, oh, you're just like Blair White. No, I'm not like Blair White. I can do do a cover of one of her videos right now and say where she's fucking stupid, right? But like I don't know how to argue against you sound like this because you also don't include everybody. Like that gives me Hitler drank water vibes. You know what I mean? Like what?
No, it's not because you don't include... It's not because you don't include everybody. It's because your logic for the invalidation of a group's identity is based on how easily you can explain your existence, or I guess the existence of another group, to conservatives. Like, you know, that's not... It's not really a proper argument, you know? There are lots of things that conservatives just aren't going to dig. Like, for example, trans people. Should we just abandon that? I mean, the non-binary thing. Like, if you want to just talk to trans people, or sorry, if you want to just talk to conservatives about trans people, why acknowledge non-binaries? Like, just go the full trans medicalist route. Just go like, well, trans people's brains are in the wrong bodies, and there's science that says that. Anyway, they kill themselves if you don't let them get surgery. And I guess after they get all the surgery, you can say that they're the sex they say they are. You know, just to be polite. Sure. There you go. Congratulations. That's the most convincing argument you're going to give a fucking conservative, okay? What if we won today? What if we accomplished? We win! Woo! God. Okay. So we've cleared the top 2 floors. And then we've got... The red elevator takes us down there. And then this elevator... We can't do that. We have to take the red elevator. Okay. Oh, shit, dude. We're almost done with the fucking game. Holy fuck. Can we finish it tonight? Ooh, I hope so. I don't mind being up late. Did you hear about Nancy Reagan's skills? That she was the throat goat? Yeah. That's kind of, like, upsetting, you know? Because my belief has always been that conservatives suck at sex. Maybe Nancy Reagan wasn't a conservative to begin with. Maybe, like... Maybe she just felt guilty about, like, the percentage of her body mass that was made up with repurposed cum and became, like, super conservative. You know what I mean? Because if you suck a lot of dick, like, a decent portion of the cells in your body were constructed with the resources extracted from cum, right? I wonder what the most cum person ever is. Like, there's not any research on this, which is a shame, honestly. And also is kind of an example of the limit of the limit to research as a concept. But, like, do you think there's a human being alive right now who is like 1% cum? You know what I mean? Like 1 or 2% cum? I bet it would be like, it'd have to be like some bathhouse frequenter, right? Or just some glory hole hound. And they would just be like, can you stop holy shit, they're like fucking football tackling me off the... Let me go! Jesus!
What am I supposed to say to that?
Yeah, sure. So, in regards to the Nazi gender person, it's not my concern whether or not they are acting in, like, let's say...
Porn stars? No, porn stars are not mostly made up of cum. Sorry, lads, okay? Porn stars do, like, one shoot. Like, I'm guessing most porn stars... I'm guessing most porn stars don't do that many shoots a week, okay? Also, a lot of them don't even swallow, okay? There are cream pies and they get cum on their face. Most porn scenes don't even end with cum being swallowed, which is wild to me. But anyway, like, the average, like, gaylord who frequents a bathhouse probably swallows, like, 40 times as many loads as a porn star, okay? There are probably people out there who swallow, like, 50 loads of cum every day, and they just have the strongest jaw muscles in the universe.
we
Enough.
brought this up originally with two different hypotheticals, right? There was the hypothetical where I'm on the internet, I'm scrolling through a forum, and somebody comes up to me on this forum in some way. You can't do that physically on a forum, but they say that they're Nazi gender, and they tell me that's how they identify, and they want to be respected. Chances are that practical me, like going through that thread, I'm probably gonna be like, okay, this is clearly like a Nazi troll who's doing this. Is generally what they typically do in my experience. But if in a completely separate example, a completely separate scenario where I can now magically know, actually the person on the other end of that thing isn't really like a Nazi troll, the person on the other end of this line is being genuine, then chances are I won't even say chances are, then without a doubt, I would probably respect their identity, mostly just because I really, really don't care about being the gatekeeper. I don't. There's a difference between what I would practically do in a situation like that and what I would do if I knew beyond a reasonable doubt that the person on the other end of this account wasn't just some random troll online, right?
And so what I would say to that is, like, I would look at that and I'd be like, fuck Nazis. I don't give a shit. If you are a Nazi, I'm not going to respect your Nazi gender. I think, like...
Wait, that's my position. You can gatekeep based on other... That's the solution. Oh, what if they were Nazi? Okay, well, that's a Nazi. Fuck them. Like, that's the solution to the puzzle. Has this whole thing been a what do you call it? Devil's advocate? This is the solution right here.
It's more tied into ideology. And because,
wait, can I ask? Wait, an extra question. Wait, is the Nazi? Is the person who says they're Nazi gender like an actual like is the Nazi gender thing like their like they actually believe the Jews are bad, yada yada, or are they just saying they're Nazi gender and that's how they identify, but they aren't?
I'm sure in the spectrum of Nazi gender, you can think either of those things. Like you can
be,
sure. you can like
so
just
I
you can
think
just love
in
the
this,
aesthetic. No, but
very,
for example, what I'm saying then is right. I'll tell them to fuck off, but like I can't give you or like if I tell them to fuck off, I can't. Sorry, if I don't tell them to fuck off. Like, I have to accept any and all genders. And I'm sure there's things that are even worse than Nazi gender, right? We go to the Nazi gender because that's like the easiest thing like to talk about in terms of like like X bad, right? But what I'm saying is like I would say no Nazi gender, and you'd say you'd probably agree with me. You think it's bullshit. I would probably put the same level of like that to someone who said they're like legitimately say like a helicopter. I think the possibility of someone's gender identity being like in the spiritual form of a helicopter is about as fucking likely as someone being in the spiritual form of a Nazi. And this goes in like the thing where again, like I can't find, if I could find a line where it's like, yo, like stars, cuttlefish, you know, small furred animals, they all fucking fit. And I can like say no machines, no inanimate objects, no table gender, right? But I can't find a spot that doesn't feel extremely fucking arbitrary. Because if we say, oh, like, are we saying like just...
But it's kind of all arbitrary. It's only as arbitrary as whatever designations you use to decide that Nazis shouldn't be respected anyway, which I don't think is arbitrary at all. You don't want to respect Nazi gender because Nazism is cringe, but you wouldn't like you wouldn't be like, well, you like socialism, but you don't like Nazism. That's arbitrary. Like, well, no, it's actually pretty reasonable. I think, you know, there are reasons.
Mammals or like just say animals, like no inanimate objects. So like I can't find a place where to draw the line. So I either have to accept all of them or I have to like accept none of them. And so it feels like all or nothing to me.
Why?
And if I can't find myself to accept Nazi gender, then I can't.
It's like, hey, do you think that you should call people by their chosen names? What if this person's chosen name is the entirety of Mein Kampf with no spaces, just all the characters? It's Mein Kampf. You have to say it out loud every time, the whole thing. Well, if I've accepted that I should call people by their chosen names, then I have no choice but to do like that's right. Again, I'm not trying to shit on Hans for not immediately arriving at this answer, because this is only something I've recently come to myself. I'm shitting on Hans for being a deranged lunatic about all this. Just keep that in mind, okay? Critical difference there.
Like, I could use the same logic for the other genders.
So we've had to talk about the harms caused by the validation of xenogenders and neopronouns in a very abstract sense so far, especially. We've had to use a lot of analogies and a lot of hypotheticals because just in the real world, there's just not a lot of cases of people identifying as these really far-fetched or out there seeming, and I'll say seeming because I don't.
I would say all xenogenders in this case are far-fetched, just like by virtue of like how many of them there are, right? I think you could say that, like some are even less likely, right? We could say like there's one Nazi.
Well, I'm curious
like
what you think of like gender fluid people.
Oh,
yeah, that doesn't really land either. So I acknowledge that xenogender stuff is super esoteric, and I would never want to like talk about this shit with Charlie Kirk or whatever, because like there are better things I could be talking about. There are more important things, more relevant things. However, like you can make the argument that in America, like 15 years ago, there were no non-binary people. You know? Or like a little bit before that, like, yeah, there are actually no trans people, so it's not a big deal. Like, a lot of this is just like, how many are there? Well, it really depends on how normalized this discourse is. Who knows? Xenogenders are unpopular right now. Like, they're not widely talked about or known or whatever, but like, if they were popularized, you have no idea if in a century, like, half the population is going to use non-binary gender specific terminology to refer to their identities. Like, you don't know. What if they do?
Okay, gender fluid people. If your internal preferences have you going back and forth like along the binary, then like, or even like sometimes like floating into the non-binary like realm, that feels fine. It feels like it's like a legitimate thing of your preferences. But then
at that point, now you're defending the idea of being able to just change your gender on a whim, which is what leftist Owl did, right?
No.
And now I know, yes, that most gender fluid people, obviously, there is some impetus to them.
There is something explicit about gender fluid people that like make them like
why can't this also be true for xenogender people?
So everyone's fluid. No, wait. Those are different things. We're talking about
why couldn't that be present?
I know, but what I'm saying is like this is like a categorically different thing. We're talking about the fluidity of someone whose explicit identity is that their gender flows back and forth normally between like man and woman, right? Like they normally
Wait, gender fluid people are not limited to binary expression. If you acknowledge gender fluid people exist, you have to acknowledge that, you know, your gender identity is quite variable. I mean, otherwise they couldn't really be gender fluid, right? I mean, is there anything else in this room that I'm missing, guys?
That is and having those internal preferences that drive that process is internally different than someone saying, "Yo, I feel helicopter today. I'm a helicopter. If you don't respect that, you're transphobic." That is markedly different. Because I feel like the internal preferences of the gender fluid person are explicitly coming out like in their expression. And if that gender fluid person says that like the part of their fluidity turns into
Wait, in their expression, does Hans only think that gender fluidity is valid if, like, on the days where a gender fluid person feels like a guy, they wear, like, a baseball cap and, like, I don't know, cargo shorts? But then on the days they feel like a girl, they wear, like, a spinny dress? I don't know if we should gatekeep identity behind expression, because if we do, like, are trans women not women if they're boy moding? Like, you can get into some wacky territory with that one.
Who is xenogender, I would tell that person to kick rocks for the xenogender part, and I would respect the other parts. I would be consistent on that.
So in that case, if a xenogender person's internal preferences guide them towards identifying with a xenogender and using neopronouns, why would that be any less valid than a gender fluid person? A gender fluid person.
Sure. Yeah, maybe we should just adopt like the Roman gender and sexuality attitude. Oh, are you fucking someone? You're a boy. Are you being fucked? You're a girl now. Congratulations. You're wearing a dress? Alright, you're a girl. Good job. Oh, that's... Well, I guess they all wore togas, right? That's a different kind of dress. You're a boy now. Congrats. That's just... I'm simplifying it a bit, but, you know. I don't think they actually believe that.
Changes their identity. Their identity can morph and change over time in that regard, frequently, back and forth even. And that change can coincide with their increase in happiness, right? Because they enjoy identifying as a certain way, and that's what brings them happiness. And frankly, I don't know enough about gender fluid people and exactly how they identify to delve super far into it. But I did. Some people in chat sent me a couple of articles, and I've been looking over and taking a look at it every once in a while. And it does seem like there's a lot of evidence to support the validity of gender fluid people as well. But it seems like there's so many of these new identities that always come along. And as I mentioned before, when you come out of the gate with a discourse and your position is, nah, this group has gone too far. Nah, this group is too much. This group, I'm cool with the groups that came before. I'm cool with trans people, non-binary people, gender fluid people, gay people, and everything. But these xenogender people with the neopronouns, they're going way too far for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, that tendency indicates to me a general bias in regards to when you encounter a new situation, where you might take the position before really waiting to see whether or not it's smart to even take a position on that topic yet, or take such a strong position on the topic, right? Because the thing is, the onus isn't on me to validate xenogenders. The onus is on you to prove that people identifying that way are harming themselves or others, because that's their right. I mean, your right to swing your fist ends at their nose, right? So their right to identify a certain way ends.
Zan, you are just kicking ass. Yeah, no, for real. Zan, you were just popping and dropping. You are kicking and dicking. You know, just Good ass shit.
the nose of trans people, but if you can't prove that they're swinging at trans people's noses, so to say, in this wordplay I'm using here, then it doesn't really seem like there's a reason to question their identity or question
I
their
disagree.
validity.
Again, like, this goes like back to like the religion hypothetical, where it's like if I have a religion, again, like that's fucking like atrocious. Like it says like, you know, murder every person that isn't, you know, like a giant white guy, right? And I just made that religion. It hasn't currently committed any atrocities. I don't have any evidence currently that it does bad things. But I can tell you that the application of that ideology might cause harm, and then that application.
Isn't it a little interesting that Hans doesn't need to wait on evidence that validating xenogenders hurts trans people, but he does need to wait on evidence that xenogenders are valid? That's a bit odd.
Application goes into the woke Blanchardism that I keep coming back to as the square peg round hole that I can't fucking square, like in regards to doing that. So I understand.
Could you not make the same argument about something like trans women being dangerous in women's bathrooms just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean that could end up being a harm to women, right? That validating trans people that way could end up harming women.
That doesn't happen though. And then
it could.
See, wait, but he just said evidence. But he just said he didn't need evidence. So is he saying that he wouldn't have supported trans women using women's restrooms until the data came out that they weren't a harm? What Hans is essentially saying here is that he would have been opposed to trans women using women's bathrooms until trans women did it anyway, and then studies indicated it wasn't harmful. You see? The language here puts him in the position of the reactionary until proven otherwise. His default position is the conservative one until challenged by data, as opposed to his default position being the progressive one until something happens to otherwise change it. Does that make sense? Are you guys following? Do you think I'm reaching too far here? I feel like this is pretty indicative of a bad thought process.
One day, what if it does happen?
And I have like another question, right? I don't think we do this thing for anything else, right? Because I feel like in regards to, say, like sexual liberation, right? We're all good with people fucking who they want to fuck, like as long as things are consensual, right? No one's like, yo guys, like there's a lot of like weird sex stuff that people say no to right now, like bestiality, and we haven't accepted that yet, so why aren't we just more accepting? I feel like we're
Is this really the comparison we're drawing here?
only doing this in regards to the gender, and we don't apply this to any other category. And so I feel like it's kind of superfluous to be like, yo, yes for gender being infinite, no for like liberation of other concepts like being infinite.
Okay.
If you want to think about that for a second, I have to fill up my water. I'll be right back.
What about let people do what they want as long as they're not hurting other people? Or animals, I guess. What about that? Like, does he think the reason people don't like bestiality is because it's unpopular? Like, there's not an argument that can be made against it? I don't know if I should talk about this, because my desire to make a counter-argument is being overwhelmed by my desire to play into the idea that I want to fuck horses, and honestly, the comedian will win out over the interlocutor, so let's just continue.
I'll let you marinate for that for a second.
Okay. Why... I don't think the bestiality comparison's a very good one.
I agree.
I'll have to repeat that when he gets back. Actually, really quickly, I'm gonna go P2 because I've been holding it for a while, and I don't like just sitting here and talking back before.
Chair technique. It's like, I was like, no, Hans, you're not demonstrable harm, because that's what like Azan's gonna point to, saying, hey, respect me as being that fan. If I can point to demonstrable harm, because that's what like Azan's gonna point to, saying, hey, like if you're mean to somebody, you're not like affirming their xenogender on Twitter, like you're causing demonstrable harm. Like I would say. That doesn't qualify for like the transphobia. Obama, respect me as a league player. I will never respect fucking debate.
So much urine. My blood fest must win the debate by default because you've got more water than I do now. To get to bed fairly early
victory.
Tonight. Closing statement with the whole xenogender thing, and it'll be my just general take. And hopefully, there's not too much that's burning bridges with anybody. I like having lots of friends. I have. The more friends I have in this scene and doing this job has hit me emotionally in some way.
In like office environment, and it really like grates on me. And after a bit, this is part why I stopped doing panels. Is I was like, putting my best foot forward, being nice to everybody. Some of these people were getting on on my fucking nerves, and I just want to be able to say, like, you know what? Fuck you, dude. Like, I'm sorry. He's the like fucking money grub and trying to like keep things good. Work.
Disrespect towards you almost tarnish all those memories and that attachment that you would have to a creator that you enjoy of any period of time, but especially one that you would describe as your hero. I guess it feels like to a lot of people that
I'm just like
that
a spiteful ex-girlfriend, right? Like,
it feels that way to a lot of people. Yeah, okay. It looks a lot like that sometimes. And I'm not saying that is. I'm not trying to insult you. I want to be very clear.
Yeah,
I am trying to be honest, but I don't want to be
most
mean.
people won't just come out and say it. So let me respond to that like immediately.
It feels like to a lot of people that have been saying it in my chat, particularly because you brought up Vosh a lot. It feels as though a big reason why you want to debate Vosh specifically is because he was your hero, as you said, right? Like there is probably some amount of a parasocial bond there, and it feels as though Vosh's perceived acts of disrespect towards you almost tarnish all those memories and that attachment that you would have to a creator that you enjoy of any period of time, but especially one that you would describe as your hero. I guess it feels like to a lot of people that
I'm just like
that
a spiteful ex-girlfriend, right?
It feels
a little
that way to a lot of
bit.
people. Yeah, it looks a lot like that sometimes. And I'm not saying that
a
is,
smidge.
I'm not trying to insult you. I want to be very clear.
No,
I am trying to be honest, but I don't want to be
most people
mean.
won't just come out and say it. So let me respond to that like immediately, right?
Thanks,
so, yeah. Like, did it really hurt my feelings when Vosh said that I was drunk on that stream when I wasn't? And then when I asked for an apology, he kind of threw it in my face. Yeah.
Okay, look, I really just gotta. After I talk with Our Relevant 3 hours, where he refused to believe the idea that a person wouldn't denounce an ideological ally because they were rich and had a house or whatever the fuck he was talking about. Hans freaked out on Twitter, said he was no longer a socialist, which, right, of course. Then, went to my chat, like, freaked out, And up until that point, I had not had a negative impression of Hans, not one bit. So when he started acting that way, I asked, is he drunk? And I meant that sincerely. Now, he took this really personally. Now, I swear to God, what I'm about to say is not intended as an insult. I don't know if he has like a negative history with substance abuse, in which case I can understand him taking that statement more negatively than it was intended. But if I was acting a certain way and somebody was like, "Oh my God, is Vosh drunk?" I wouldn't like take that super seriously. Like to me, that would just be like that's another way of a person saying, "Oh, you Wilden." Like it's like to me those are semantically identical statements basically. But I don't have a history, so I don't know if he does. I genuinely don't. So I have no idea why he took that so personally. It doesn't make sense from my perspective. Oh, there it is. There's a grapple point. But then like I don't know, it's just a saying that not a saying, it's a rhetorical or hypothetical question that I've heard so many times. But then like he DM'd me and he was so weird about it. Like, he asked for an apology. And then I said, and I could say this because I'm pretty sure he screenshotted and posted it because he's a fucking DM poster. I said, "So noted. You so violently misinterpreted my position. I couldn't believe anything but inebriation could explain it." Because he was saying that my belief was that you could never hold socialists to account or whatever. And he responded, "Jesus, all right, buddy, later." And then he asked for an apology again. I don't know.
I was like, that might be a small thing for some people. That really fucking hurt my feelings, all right? Like, like that's no bueno. And so I was like, all right, fuck this. And then so like, did I escalate? Absolutely. But like me, like disagreeing with Vosh and wanting to fight with Vosh. I mean, maybe there's some like residual stuff that I can't feel. It's unconscious, right? But my biggest fucking issue is really is that like a streamer who's 100 times my fucking size, 100 times my platform, said a bunch of shit about me that I disagree with, and then refused to have a conversation about it. And then after he knew that I wanted to have a conversation about it, he ran away and then posted the video anyway. So that's I don't care if it's Vosh. If Destiny does, I'd be just as fucking pissed off. If some streamer.
So I think again, like I've said this, but like I'm no one's fool but my own. Hans has explicitly stated during this conversation that he baits engagement to try to get attention from DGG. And like the language that he uses here, he ran away. He asked to debate me, and I said no. Like running away usually implies that you have something scheduled or something like, you know, organized or something prepared. And then one person backs out in a manner which indicates like fear or concern. Well, actually, no, I do have concern, though it's not of me. So his behavior here, like, it's basically the stereotype of a debate bro, you know? Because he then, when I said I didn't want to, because again, the topic that he wanted to debate was whether or not I held the position he said he held. So he didn't even want to debate me on a position. He wanted to debate me on whether my position with the same... Why would I want to debate someone who's now essentially admitted to clout sharking with a community I quite dislike, on whether or not we agree on a thing you claim we agree on? What a weird subject. Just say you want my attention, you know? Just ask, I don't know, what do you want? Ask for a hug. It's just really strange. And then he went to Twitter and say that he had won by default because I had backed out. Like, this behavior does not endear yourself to me. If this is some sort of, like, attempt at playing at my ego, Hans, I'm not as insecure as you are. It doesn't work. It clearly doesn't work. I've been laughing at Destiny for months as he tries to get my attention. It's not effective. So, it's like, we probably could have talked if you'd been reasonable. But, and I know he's watching this, either now or in the future. I know he's going to hear the words coming out of my mouth right now. Everything in this stream, right now, that I have said, is a response to you. Okay? If you want to debate me after all this, it can be for no reason besides your own attention. Because this stream answered your questions. Do we believe the same things? What are my concerns? Why did I say what I said? Everything now has been answered. Perfect response. So, if you're still fussing about with it, it's because you don't actually want to discuss the topic or elucidate anything or arrive at the truth. It's just because you want the attention, either parasocially or as a clout shark. So, no. You can cry about that all you want.
With almost 400 fucking thousand subs, like, and I'm a 4.5k Andy, right? If some motherfucker who's 100 times my size posts some shit about me and they don't want to have a conversation about it, then yeah, I'll be really fucking pissed. And like, maybe is it worse because Vosh is doing it and I know what Vosh is, and like Vosh has been nice to me in the past.
Oh, it's a meal.
I'm gonna show chat.
Oh yeah, show chat. My
Dinner is served.
But you all wish you had femboy e-boys serving you dinner. Thank you very
There's
much.
Also sesame seeds. I just didn't know how much you
I
liked them.
fucking love sesame seeds. Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
What's the calorie? I'll even eat the carrots as a show of
I put 3 carrots on there for you.
That's the exact number that I would have eaten. What's the calorie count per serving?
I will have to tell you in chat.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Seriously.
You're welcome.
I was getting tired of the energy boost.
Bulgogi sauce?
I fucking love bulgogi sauce. Yeah, I'll eat 3 carrots as a show of good faith. Well, just a moment.
Maybe that's like a bit more salt in the wound because I expect more from him and I'm consistently disappointed. But like, I don't think, like, I would be mad regardless. Like, maybe I'm like 0.5% more mad because it's Vosh, but I think I'm 100% justified even if it wasn't Vosh. And people want to say that like I'm angry because like we're not like friends anymore. I mean, like, I'm sorry, like, I can't change my past of like, being on good terms with him. Like, does this mean like anytime I get in a fight with somebody who's bigger than me and we don't talk anymore, that I can't talk about them without being obsessed? Yeah, like, I'm keeping it 100. Like, I'll be as straight as possible about like, I'm not actually straight, but like, I'm keeping it like straight and narrow on this one. Yeah, like, does it bother me? And like, does I feel like he's treating me so uncharitably when I know that he's capable of not doing that? That absolutely fucking bothers the shit out of me. So yeah, like, and I mentioned him a lot, partially because I know there's a lot of crossover from your community and his. And again, part of this conversation, if I'm being as like, open as possible, is I want Vosh to be able to come and fucking talk about this himself, because I want to let this discourse die, but I'd really like to have Vosh either say, yo, Hans isn't actually reacting.
Jesus, listen to that. Like, literally sentence in the same sentence. In the same sentence. I want to let this discourse die, but also I insist on debating him about it. 910 calories, but I gave you an extra meatball because you don't have as many veggies. Ah, gotcha. More than I would have expected.
Reactionary, or I want him to be more honest about what his actual positions are. And yeah, I definitely pepper that heavy at the beginning of this conversation. And I'm sorry if that made you feel like a proxy. I didn't mean to make it feel that way, but I'll be real. Like the real person I want to talk to about this is him, because I feel like he's the one who impugned my character.
This is so fucking rude. Like, does he not realize how impolite this is? Like, Xan has been nothing but cordial. This only reinforces my belief this is some kind of mental break. I feel like any reasonable person could understand this is incredibly inappropriate behavior. Totally unwarranted. We were having an extensive convo for like 2 hours. Like, how do you not know?
Called me reactionary, and I'm not fucking comfortable with that. And I feel really mad.
I'll admit it's a little not underwhelming. It's a little bit sad for me that a lot of people in the political scene, I guess mostly because, as I mentioned, the internet has been writing a lot of fan fiction about me and Vosh for a while now, have kind of grown this perception that like I was inspired by Vosh, similar to how I guess how you described it, you were. And I guess I'll give a little background to that because that was one of the big things that I particularly had an issue with on Twitter. Because I just, once you hear something enough, even if it's not true, it just starts to bother you.
It makes you mad, right? It's like when people accuse me of being on roids. I totally get it, but keep going.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think you're on roids because I've seen dudes who are on roids.
They're so much bigger than me. Like, I feel like people
you're not on roids.
They just don't go to the gym. Like, I'm big. There are guys there that are fucking huge. I'm like, yeah.
The dudes that I know that are on roids are well, actually, so I don't personally know. I know one other person in my life who does bodybuilding, and he does TRT. That's his steroids. He doesn't do like I think TRT. That's more.
You know what I mean? Like, because I legitimately got fucking beef with V about this. Like, people say like I'm either unhinged or stuff. Like, this is partially why like I got like fucking 20 people all want to like debate me on xenogender stuff, right? And I think you did a pretty good job like debating the position. But like what I would say is like every single one of them has the same fucking thing. I don't think I'm obligated to talk to any like random person, content creator or not, about xenogenders. But if someone invokes my fucking name and like I want to talk to them about it, like you probably should fucking talk to me. Because like if you shoot first, if you say something about me and I ask, I think that's a bit different than someone saying, oh hey Hans, debate me on xenogenders. And I'm like, I've never mentioned you, I haven't talked about you, I haven't done any of this, right? I think those are kind of like axiomatically different things in regards to like what I would say, like responsibility.
Axiomatically. I know I'm not one to criticize other people for misspeaking, but
that have that conversation, right? I don't think I'm obligated to debate any random person on xenogenders, but I do think Vosh is considerably more obligated that, hey, he spent 50 minutes talking about me, I deserved like some kind of response.
Sure. Well, I mean, I can't speak to what Vosh will do. I mean, he is his own.
Hey, by the way, I just want to say, to be fair, okay? The reason this came up is because Aiko brought it up. That was like the thing that Hans was mad about, right? And Aiko also brought up Sansel, who she criticized. And Sansel said that Aiko misrepresented his position. And Leftist Al came up. And you know what? After that convo with Aiko, I got DMs from Sansel and the Leftist Al asking if I'd be interested in talking with them to like clear up whatever has been spoken of. And you'll never guess what I said to both of them, too. No, seriously. I said no. I talk to whoever I want. I don't want to do this infinite cycle, this talk about talking, meta conversation over and over and over. I did the same with Hans. You gotta be careful with this stuff. If every person who I mentioned on stream was entitled to a conversation with me, where does that extend? Is every like minor person in chat? What about people in chat? If there's a person in chat with a bad take, I criticize them. Somebody in Discord, like, where does that stop? Stops here. Buck stops with me. The only true answer is that I get to choose who comes on. I'll debate anyone I want. You guys have no idea the people I've turned down. Sometimes I don't even turn them down for good reasons. Sometimes I just do it because I know you get mad at me if you knew. Presidential candidates, multi-million sub YouTubers, cult leaders. Sometimes when I say no, I'm just laughing inside, thinking, wow, chat would be so mad at me. I do it anyway.
his own man after all, and I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if I think
True,
he's streaming right now, so I don't even know if he's aware of us having this conversation at the moment. But
I was playing Metroid when that was
if
set.
down the road, I'm sure there'll be a point where if he's interested, then there'll be a debate, or maybe there won't. I don't know the drama that happened between you. I didn't really follow it all that
I'm
much.
interested.
I just wasn't around for it. I've been way too busy lately. I haven't really been watching any political content creators or streamers for a while now. But do you actually like?
No, I got you.
Actually,
It's hard, right? Because like when we stream, I virtually only do like political content stuff like when I'm on stream now. I just don't have time otherwise. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, it's because then it makes it feel like you're not work time is work. At least for me.
Yeah,
for you, well, do you? I'm actually curious. Do you consider streaming to be like? Do you feel the burnout of streaming like it's your job? Because I do hardcore, but I didn't when it was just my hobby.
I think it's honestly maybe if it was my job I'd be more stressed about it. There have been times when I say like when I feel kind of burnt out about political content, right?
So
and maybe I'll just like say I'll play games for a bit, right? Like that was a big thing, right? Like by the time like around the time of like my assault, right? I was in a new city, I was really overworked with work stuff, and then that happened to me, and I was like, fuck, I just can't handle streaming right now. I can't handle doing any kind of political content, right? And like this has sort of happened a little bit before, and I'll be like, all right, fuck it, I'm not doing politics. I'm gonna like take a 90% viewer hit, and I'm gonna fucking play teamfight tactics with my friends on stream because I still want to stream. And I think times like the side, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, yeah, that's more so what I mean when I say canceled. Cancel doesn't mean your career is over. It just means people are mad at you online. So I got canceled. I'd say this was actually my biggest cancellation.
I find it extremely, I guess, how I behaved before, that was still me, but that was like me not having like had to deal with any like real like pushback, right? I was like the golden child.
Quote as well.
It's like, hey, all right, both of them had some goals. I disagree, but like you can't deny Thanos had the Sigma grind set, okay? Like,
no, do it again.
No, but and finding an alias that you're comfortable being called, like whether it's Zan, whether it's like Hans, like I'm like really happy with the name I picked. I think it's fun. There's a lot of like some people bad faith, so like they're like no, you know what I mean? Like,
and it's going to be in a modded Minecraft server.
Right. I think we about covered that. Well, what did we learn today? Apart from the importance of proper emotional regulation. Yeah, if we learned anything, it's that Zan rad. All right. We'll check the Reddit discourse. Let's go. Some Hans's DMs to Zan, the angry ex-girlfriend energy. To be fair, leftist Al is a deranged nut who thinks Katarana did nothing wrong with the whole Prime Kai shit. I don't know any details here. Oh, this needs more details. That's what I just said, basically, you know? This has words, though, which I'm not reading. Let's see. I hope they talk. I hope not to be cringy as hell. Nah, Zan held down the fort. No cringe. Han's been the one who's toxified this debate and probably caused harm to a lot of non-binary people, calling them transphobes. The thing is, by the way, the thing that's important to remember is that Hans absolutely has really bad emotional regulation. And Hans was presenting his ideas in the least heated context with Zan, which means that elsewhere in other streams and videos I haven't seen, Hans probably talks about this in a much more contentious and aggressive manner than he does here. Like this was the best possible showing for his perspectives. It's not safe for work thumbnail. People need Jesus. It's not safe for work that it's an issue. Jimmy Dore is selling Let's Go Brandon shit on his merch store. That's nice. That's nice. Glenn Greenwald using an edited video clip to attack us on. Let's see. What's the edited video clip? Wait.
Hero Julian Assange being extradited. What the fuck is wrong with you? Assange stands on the internet are some of the most psychotic weirdos that it's just like, just stop, okay? Just be normal. Just stop. Do your fucking weird thing at the Jimmy Dore stream, okay? This is not the Jimmy Dore stream. We do a bunch of different content here. Go hang out with like weirdo fucking fascists, okay? Bro, why are you not mentioning Hero Julian Assange being extradited?
Okay, here's my hot take. The reason these fuckwads like Julian Assange so much is because he's basically a Republican and he hates the Democrats. That's the only reason why. They don't give a fuck about whistleblowing. These people barely talked about Chelsea Manning. They barely talk about Snowden. They talk about Assange, okay? There's a reason why Chelsea Manning's a hero. Snowden's a hero. Snowden told us a bunch of really important stuff. But it's always Assange. Yeah, he did strategic data leaks targeting Democrats. Yeah, it's the anti-Democrat shit. That's it. She was going to be upset with you? Why? She was one of those people. All you have to do is say Democrats bad, and she will join hands and skip along to whatever death camp you're building for queers. You know, with respect. Respectfully. Not true, but kind of true. That's really rude. It's okay. We're friends. I can say whatever I want. Show your Activision Blizzard. Oh no, Lord, help us. Oh yeah. Speaking of Shu, I know you would, Sam. Look at that. This is from our top secret group chat. You guys aren't invited. Unless you are. I mean, you might be. Oh yeah, I saw this, see? After constantly shitting on Vosh for not debating him on xenogenders, Hans refused to debate Xander Hall on xenogender. Yeah, this is the reason why I DM'd him that. Why does one of your friends have a pick crew? Avi, I should make my own pick crew, like a nice good one. One that properly looks like me, you know? Let's see, anything else interesting? I'm just delaying while I finish this food, and then we'll go on for a bit. Let's see. This one looks spicy. Am I the only far-right person who enjoys watching Vosh for some reason? Unlike most leftists, Vosh is edgy, is okay with racist jokes, hates liberals, articulates their opinion well, very common for leftists. It's actually really easy to see him as a far-right person himself in a different universe. He just has the right personality. He even co-opted the Pepe Me. Honestly, I think we can type him. Yeah, keep watching my shit. Maybe you'll get me eventually. Okay. This person's probably baiting. But I will say that I do occasionally, not a huge number, but a decent number, you know, see posts from far-right people where it's basically like, damn, I wish Vosh was on our side. And they never actually say it like that, of course. That's a little bit too blatant, but it's like, you know, if only he wasn't a fat retard, you know, he'd be so much better doing this. Or like, what, you know, like it's always this, you know, like angry, whatever. But so we say the same for Alex Jones, don't we? I've said it about Fuentes, you know. Though, I gotta say, Whatever brainworms caused Fuentes to admit to never having been with a woman while getting interviewed by Sidney Watson might persist if he was a leftist, and maybe I'd rather keep that optical hit away from our side. Just lie. Fuck. Hmm. Didn't Alex Jones call himself retarded? Yeah, he did. Yeah. Should have just owned it and called himself aromantic and asexual. True. Unironically, why didn't? Well, he probably believes saving it till marriage or whatever. Oh yeah, though. 1% cum. Yeah, it's kind of like milk fat percentages. You know, like milk's 1%, 2%, extra slim. How much cum are you made of? 1%, 2%. Whites, you know, milk and cum's both white. It fits. It tracks. Oh, a text message from my father. You know, I feel like I should incorporate the new medium. Papa Vosh. That's his legal name. Yeah. We'll see if he responds. I'm almost done. Just have another forkful of rice. Here's Paposh. Whole milk is 4%, butter is 100. Almost done. My dad would be just the type of fuck to not respond either. Or like text me a heart. And I'll go like, hey dad, what's up? How you doing? You know, but he's already asleep. I guess it is 11:40. I mean, yeah. React to Daily Dose of Internet while you eat like a real streamer? Is Daily Dose of Internet copyrighted? Probably not, right? Because it's just made up of other clips. Probably not. By the way, more than 3K people watching at midnight for a mostly video game stream. Oh, wait, we got a text back.
Bosh bad, Bosh bad, Bosh bad.
Just give me a second. He's boomer typing right now. I wish you'd show them my scary pinned raccoon. Absolutely not. So Vermin's been getting into taxidermy, and I have to say I hate it, even though there's a remarkable amount of talent involved, you know? It's like, oh, let's go pick up the empty corpses. Went to the bathroom the other day, and Vermin was airing out one of the pelts on a rack next to the entrance to the fucking bathroom, right at eyeline. It was a pinned head, not raw shit. I will say, most people's, you know, problems with it are intuitive. Like, I just ate meatballs on stream. I mean, if you're so caught up about animal death. You'd have to be, screaming at every obligate omnivore as well. What we're really talking about here is a familiarity with morbidity, with grim shit, which I'm not good with, but Vermin is. Earlier yesterday, or even today maybe, Vermin was like bringing me the dangling, pelt. And, oh, look at how the eyelids have stretched back to reveal more of the plastic eyeballs of Pinin. Oh, look at the snout, so on. No, there's remarkable artistry. It is exceptional how well... Because Vermin's a sculptor, a talented one. Most taxidermy specialists don't do sculpture work, which means that when they fill the body with foam or plaster or whatever, they get stock molds. It's one of the reasons why you shouldn't taxidermy your pets. If you're really, really, really familiar with how an animal looks, you can have them skinned to go the whole 9 yards. The issue is that unless your taxidermy guy is also a sculptor or is willing to hire the services of a sculptor, the filling of the pelt, it's not going to be shaped right. But Vermin is a sculptor. Vermin has been hand sculpting raccoon heads. The clay underneath, the mold, and then assembling the pelt around it. That's so cool. It's revolting, but it is very cool. Also, the cats love it, I mean, can you imagine? They're house cats. They don't even go outside. So then you've got like a pelt in the house, Vermin was dangling it, and Artemy was just losing his mind, trying to get at it. Of course, the thing's already dead, so... Oh, wait, hold on. We've got a guest. Hey, Dad. Say hi back over text, just to make sure you're properly synchronized and there's no other issue. Everyone say hi, Dad. Hi, Vosh's dad. There you go. Pile it in. We love you. Well, I love you. I can't speak for them. Hope you're doing well, old man. You're up pretty late, but I guess it's also Saturday, so. Anyway, you are beloved. Always spoken of positively here. Sure, you're almost deliriously tired, but... Has Furman met your dad? Yeah. Had a Christmas together. Pretty sure. More than once. Anyway, they love you. I actually never got a text from my dad confirming that that he was... Oh. Hi, I'm here. Well, now you're here. Oh, hello. Do you see it now? Everyone say hello. Hello, Vosh's dad again, just to make sure. There we go. One more round. Come on, everyone. There you go. We love you, Dad. I love you. You're only my dad. Unless, my brother's here as well. I hope you're having a wonderful night, that you get a good sleep, because it's pretty late for you. Aw, alright. You definitely saw that one. Always mentioned in a positive light here you are. Your remarkable parentage and good breeding exhibited in me. So, it was just a bang-up job and all that. Vosh, show him a cat. There are no cats here. There are no cats anywhere around. Can I get one? I don't know how long my dad's going to wait, but yeah, if you can get a cat quickly, then yes. If you can quickly procure a living animal. Anyway, Dad, I'm surprised to see that you're up this late. I'm just finishing a meal. Home cooking. I assume you're still watching. I don't really have any evidence. But I'll just have faith. Is Mom there? Oh, either way, we love you very much. Good. Oh, here we go. All right.
I think Artemy's also coming.
Here we go. Here's the fleshy. Good, yes. Here we go.
I've got it.
To celebrate the presence of my father, here's a stinky raw chicken. And here is a cooked chicken. There we go.
He's pissed at me. I took him all the way.
See?
Here. He was minding his own business.
And they both love you as well. Oh, you two are behaving. You're not bapping at each other. Oh, oh. Well, anyway, I love you, Dad. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, you're sharp. Ooh, yeah. Hello, Artemy. Mwah. Be free. Oh. Nice. No, Galley, people just like you. Okay. Well, have a good sleep, Dad. Assuming you're still here. Yes. All right. Fucking pigeon's claws, man. They get. Look at that. Through the damn shirt. Jesus. They get sharp so quickly because the base of the claw is so narrow. Artemy. Big dumb boy. Oh. Yeah, stop showing off. Oh, I'm sorry. Is my pathetic tiny amount of muscle that shows just a little bit more because of all the weight I've lost, is it triggering you? I'm sorry, just let me just oh my, you know, my back of my head itches and yes. Yeah, it's the Shapiro show. I think Shapiro honestly has better arms than I do. He's also a lot shorter, which I mean makes it a smidge easier. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm still here. Well, Dad, if you're sticking around, then you're about to experience the worst part of every stream, which is when I acknowledge the existence of people who donate large portions of money to me. That's right, it's dono time, people. Let's roll it through, and then we're going to get through as much Metroid Prime as we can before I collapse on stream live and sleep here for hours while the donations continue to roll in. Why don't I just live stream my sleep? Honestly, I sleep naked, but I could wear like a, like a matte black sort of unitard. I'd make money doing it. You idiots would donate. You would, absolutely you would. I'd just be laying there and, or maybe it could be like you donate so-and-so amounts and it would be, you'd make like a loud noise or something. Wake me up. That'd have to be a lot of money though. Yeah. Who sleeps naked? Is that a joke? Why would you ever not sleep naked? It's my fucking bed. It's my bed. I'm sleeping. What are you, living in the pod? Do you get your food from nutrient paste? What do you... She's so uncomfortable. Do you wear boxers into the fucking shower? What do you... It's illegal in Minnesota to sleep naked? Okay. Airflow on skin is overstimulating to some. Damn, that's like... That's wild. That's like those New Yorkers that called the police when the blackout allowed them to see stars for the first time. You know? That's some fucking Ted Kaczynski shit right there. I have to wear underwear when I'm sleeping because the air on my genitals feels like, oh god, holy shit, return to monkey. Anyway, let's roll it through. I thought that was LA. Oh, it could have been LA. LA, New York, huge cities both. Okay. Rewriter, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Fight me on Genshin Impact. Trying to think of a way of calling you a pedophile, but like in a funny way. Don't abuse children. I'm sorry. I know that Genshin Impact is a large popular game, and honest to God, pretty much all anime is like borderline fucking pedo bait, at least half the time. So. I've heard some people say they really like playing it. I've seen some videos, like streamers, sometimes while stream jumping on Twitch, I see people play it. The mechanics don't look like awful. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I guess like just seeing images like this just makes me want to not associate at all. You know? Pigeon! Shut up! Fuck you! Or like this. Pardon the low res, but like, I'm sorry. I know what anime communities are like, okay? To me, this is nothing but alarm bells ringing. This is nothing but sirens blaring. This is nothing but red flags. Just an envoy of them streaming in. That's official art. Yeah, I know. That's literally just chibi, isn't it? No, these are kids. The little one there is definitely like a little child. I'm not yelling at Kiki. I'm not yelling at her. I'm yelling at you guys. Anyway, okay, are you guys ready for my hottest take yet? Are you guys ready for my insanely hot, incredibly hot take? My unimaginably hot take. My just, oh my god. All right? We need to get rid of the competent child anime archetype. I'm just all of it. Just get rid of it, okay? If you want a person who's good at doing something, they have to be not just post-pubescent. They have to be like at least like a young adult, okay? Stop. Oh, this 10-year-old girl has an uncanny affinity for men. No. No, they don't. They're 10. No, they don't. They just got potty trained, basically. Like, just like 5 years. No, they're not. No, you don't get this child warrior has power. No, they don't. They're a child. They will die in a fight against a dog. Any dog, even a chihuahua. No, shut up. Fuck you. I honestly feel like, I don't know. Whatever. So is Demon Slayer canceled because of Nezuko? Not gonna lie with you guys. Not gonna fuck around with you. Demon Slayer is a good show, but Nezuko, being a younger girl, one of whose powers is to turn into a chibi form of herself, being mentally incapacitated via demonhood to the point that she has the mental age of a 3-year-old, being romantically pursued by the 16-year-old, the yellow-haired kid, the protagonist fawningly talking about how cute his sister is. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit sussy-wussy. Especially since, by the way, how much fucking cooler would it have been if Nezuko was the older sister? I mean, can you imagine, like, him getting in a fight and then like long, like spindly adult arms burst out from the opening door on the carriage that he carried, like the box that she carries in, and then like a demonified like 6'5" woman with like dead eyes steps out. Like that would be like, that's so much cooler than like kawaii moe. Oh my god. And by the way, I understand they had to make Nezuko cute because they really want to play up the idea that she's a victim. You know, she's the one good demon. She's one of the good ones. But don't you feel like that message is a bit undercut by making her so like saccharine and so obviously good? If one of the morals of the story is the idea that like she can be one of the good ones, that she's capable of fighting alongside humanity against the demons because of her purity of love and blah blah, doesn't it like undercut it to make her literally look like a fucking chibi? Like, wouldn't it make more sense if she looked a bit more threatening? Because she doesn't. I mean, now don't get me wrong, okay? I love Nezuko as a character. Seriously, and on by the way, I'd be like delusional beyond compare if I said she wasn't adorable. She absolutely is. Oh, I even forgot about the fucking mouth gag. Yeah, that too. Why does she even need a mouth gag? She doesn't even feel a compulsion to attack humans. Can somebody explain to me why this needed to be a part of her character design? She be biting? Her claws can cut through meat and bone. Like, she does though? Yeah, but this seems like, okay, guys, I'm pretty sure this is like the writer's intentions came first. Like, come on, like, well, she has to because, like, yeah, we know why she has to because the mangaka was like, well, this would be cute. It's charming and cute. It's just along with some of the other stuff. It's, yeah, I don't know. Look, I like Nezuko. I'm not saying that I don't. It's just, you know, I just think it would have been cool if Vosh, you're kind of reaching here. Really? You don't think having your weird lolly moe cute mentally 3-year-old demon little sister friend warrior have a permanent gag is okay? No, fine. No, fine. It's fine. Look, again, I like Demon Slayer, and Nezuko has a good character design. Pretty much everyone in the damn show does. It's a really good. It's a good show. I'm just saying that some of the stuff strikes a bit odd to me, you know. Also, Nezuko is probably my favorite character in all of anime with regards to the disparate tone of her reaction images. Sometimes. This stuff is always gold, you know. My humble opinion. Fuck you, Zan. RGR would hate this. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Pigeon, do you want to maybe be in a place that isn't directly in front of my monitor? Is that possible? Have you thought that might be a thing you could do? We shouldn't have let her in. This was a mistake. Pigeon. Pigeon, I cleaned both litter boxes yesterday. Maybe you should just spend the entire rest of the stream pooping. I know you guys love to do that because you do it constantly, all the time, constantly. You don't want to just poop? I know you love pooping. That's why you scream whenever you're done pooping to announce your poops to us. She's dead. Oh. We'll be watching something on the TV, and because we're there, she'll run into the fucking poop box, you know? And she'll go, "Meow, meow, meow," and then, like, go in there and poop. And then scream for a bunch afterwards. Hello, Pigeon. God, you're so ugly. Ooh. All right. That was the first dono we read, and it took us 15 minutes to get through it. Nice. Yeah, Wei, thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. Forgot to do this a couple days ago. Glad you haven't unfollowed me on Twitter, lol. I usually don't unfollow people unless they do something to offend me. So hopefully you haven't. Stake, thanks the very kind 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Hans's feels more like a turf argument than a Blair White one. If we validate X group, then we lessen Y group's acceptance. Yeah, it's just a weirdly reactionary. Somnia with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Vork emote, you know, like Warhammer 40k and shit. I do think it'd be. We don't really have an orc emote, you know, like Grug, but like having a beard and glasses on an orc would be kind of funny. It might be nice. Slow Food, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Accused Nerf Herder, thank you for the 5 Australian. Happy to have you here. Good Girl, thanks to the $5. Changing my donor name to Good Girl just to hear Fosh's voice say Good Girl. Clever. Sake, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. 6 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. If we're in agreement about gender not being binary, but rather bimodal, shouldn't NBs be non-bimodal? I think it's sex that's bimodal, and the gender construct is binary. Non-bimodal. I don't even know what that would be. Wouldn't it be on the mode somewhere? On the chart, on the axis? Isn't it interesting most of the people who make the attack helicopter argument also fetishize the military so much they'd fuck actual helicopters? True! We need to recognize the critical overlap between people who make fun of trans people and people who jerk off to, anthropomorphized military hardware fucking each other. Or people who watch Girls und Panzer. Or that awful fucking show where they all ride the big battleships. More Naked Snake and Still Alive. Thank you for the $5 both. I'll definitely talk about Blizzard Activision situation soon. Ursula 5, have you read Sterner? No, I have not. Inca Blue, thank you for the 230. Really, really appreciate that. Doe said something like people care too much about gender and make it too much of their identity plus aesthetic and it's restrictive, hence the deer thing, and I like that. Yeah. We could all stand to take it a bit less seriously, you know? Squid, thank you for the 2 Australian. Bring back saying comrade. Maybe. Parker with the 2. Opinion on Tsar Nicholas II from Russia. He's dead. Read that one. Farsquire 0, thank you for the very kind $10. Really, really appreciate that. Inca Blue, thank you for the 230. True. MCU did one good thing. It provided an alternate Captain America which linked 5 generations of interpretations of patriotism and not in a post-9/11 American jingoistic sense. Anti-authoritarian Cap is best Cap. I don't even know enough about that to say. I don't even fucking know. Yes. Quoteth, thank you for the $5. Thank you for stealing money from children to give it to me. Sake, thank you for the very... Oh, wait, I read these. Sake, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Kek V. Kumatan, thank you for the $5. I do not want... I don't really care for the X-Men. I don't think I've read a single comic of theirs. Farsquire 0, thank you for the $10. MCU Iron Man would have gone full transhuman the moment he unlocked nanotech. True. I think I read that one. Gloob, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 85D2 Derek, thank you for the $5. Miko, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. And the Vigilante, thank you for the 511. Vosh, I once went 2 months without coming, and based on what happened when I finally broke that streak, I was easily 1% cum. Jesus, what prompted that denial? Jesus. Allison JPEG, soft cookies are better than crunchy cookies, but soft cookies need to have a crunchy edge or they're worthless. The Andrea, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Skill Will, thank you kindly. Happy Mexicano 7, thank you for the $5. True. D Boonies, thank you for the 5. Do fascists need a black and white version of the world? They typically do, yeah. One Devil, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Sather with the $5. For rifles, you should look at the Heckler & Co. G3, most sturdy rifle out there. For me, the first priority is aesthetics, okay? I want to hold a rifle that makes me feel like I'm a bewildered vampire, you know? Like I've sent out my assistants to provide me something in line with my with my regal aesthetic, okay? I want the engraving. I want it to be shiny, you know? I want there to be red. The Heckler & Co. G3 is a handsome gun, though. And at least based on this image, it is indeed quite a shiny one. Look at that. That's a bit gaudy, though, I think. Justin Arowski, thank you for the $2. Sather, thank you for the 5. Dragon's Cookie, thank you for the 5. Oh, much appreciated, but I'm probably not going to play no Call of Duty Vanguard. So here's a Steam code for Call of Duty Vanguard. NK4D JLN8 S5QRXMJGX 8CNB. There you go. We'll see if that gets claimed. Gia Bush and Probo2, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. My pleasure, Probo2. Sake, thank you for the $10. One day China will have the bear surge from Mongolia. John Burton, thank you for the very kind $20. Really appreciate that. Don't forget that the Hegelian/Marxist dialectic was inspired, at least partly, by Hermetic, alchemical, and other occult concepts, such as solve ig coagula, and vice versa if you consider them a time-tested concept. John, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, but it sounded really cool. I'm on board with whatever cult you just sold me on. Seven So Lilycree, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Happy to be providing too many bangers for you to catch up on. None of the fun, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. D Boonies, thank you for the $5. Kitten Astartes, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Please make a Discord channel about guns. Maybe. Not a bad idea. Rick, thank you for the $5. Justin Abroad, thank you for the $2. Likewise, 23 Rainbow. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. All guns smaller than the Gao 8 Avenger look stupid and larpy. True. Jack D117, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Booty Bounty Hunter, thank you for the $13. It's very kind of you. Soviet Ball, thank you for the $5. Yes, M14s and fouls are both good options. Tom, thank you for the 10 Swedish kronar. Red Solidarity, Hunter653, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Sake with the $10, thank you very, very much. Lord Vader with the $20. When are we finally going to start normalizing snuggling with the homies? You got to do that in your day-to-day, man. That's an all of us problem. Cadzer, thanks the tier 2 sub. CEO of Plasma Pistol Gang, thank you for the $5. No promises on Halo Infinite being played on stream, okay? Wolfie Universe and Miko, thank you for the $5 both. Likewise, Kat Laufenberg, thank you very, very much. Check out Head Nerds in Charge sometime. It's a comical female POC-led discussion every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. about sex, mental health, and pop culture. What if people in my community, as I know them to be, are both racist and sexist? What would they do then? What would you do? Sake, thank you the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. D Boonies, I will not be doing a musical collab with Contra. I doubt I will be on Behind the Bastards anytime soon. Canuck, thank you for the 5. Dragon's Cookie with the $5. And another Steam code for Ultimate Chicken Horse Game. BNAC6HRW7WWMBVZ. In case any of you want that. Sake, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. And with the $10, you've been obscenely kind today. Thank you very, very much. Have I forgotten about the link donations from yesterday? Nope, they're still sitting there. In fact, it's pretty much all just linkers now. Well, you know what that means? It means we put them off. God damn it, we're so close. We're so close. Where are we going? What the dog doing? What the dog doing? Ooh, ooh, ah. Ooh. What are we doing? Huh? Huh? Lag? Exposure to frigidite. Huh. That's neat. Did it have to be called frigidite? Like, isn't that a bit on the nose? Hey, this ice-like substance that's very cold and can be melted with heat, it's called frigidite. Just say ice. Do it. Yeah, coldium. Oh, Dad watched the entire fucking... Dad, does that mean you listened to the anime bit? I love you, Dad. Have a good night. I'm actually very flattered that you took the time to watch. the most powerful of the elite pirate forces. Omega Pirate can become invisible to normal sight, vulnerable when cloaked as all energy is drawn from defense systems. By exposing itself to Phazon, it can regenerate damaged tissue. Considered the pinnacle of the elite pirate program, this enemy should be handled with extreme caution and maximum firepower. We'll use the flamethrower on it. That'll fucking slap. Oh no, this goddamn attack. Ow! Whoa! What's that reach? Are pirates genetically modified? This one looks like he might be. Oh my god, Pigeon, you're licking yourself so aggressively. It kind of looks like it hurts a little bit. Hey, gotcha. Love you too, Dad. You have a good sleep now, okay? It's past midnight. Is your dad a sub? No, my dad is not even a tier 1 sub. Can you imagine? Such unsupportive parents. Vosh, you don't have a melee attack, you don't need to get so close. Well, getting close is what prompts him to do the big, charge slam. That charge slam, which is what makes him vulnerable for a second. Oh, Pigeon. Whoa. Fucking gotcha. Now you're gonna go cloaked, aren't you? Ooh, oh my god, you can see his circulatory system. How sick is that? Come along. Where? Hey! We're pumping them. Okay, that had to do a lot of damage, right? That fucking energy shield. Woo. Have a good one, Paul DSSB. You got a date tomorrow morning. Ooh, hope you get some nice pussy. Just say nice genitals? Well, nobody here knows what Schwussy is referring to, so... Yes, fucking bat me. I've got all the energy tanks in the game. You can't hurt me. I can tank every attack. Come on. Send in the reinforcements. Oh, there we go. Ah, right, of course. Another... It's here, right? Yeah. Okay, X-ray visor next time. So if I wasn't using the X-ray visor correctly, does that mean that I did no damage during that charge phase? Oh, well, rip. His health bar. Oh my god, I didn't even notice his health bar. This whole goddamn time. It's the same color as my health bar, and I'm stupid. What do you want from me? You heard of the game Maneater? No, but I've heard the song. Whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Like that one. DMCA. Yeah, sorry, my rendition is too faithful. Okay, what do you think the next one's going to be? Snow? What are you thinking? I'm gonna guess snow. Oh, I was right! Fuck yeah. Quick cleanup. Which weapon type for him? Just super missiles? Regular super missiles? Oh! Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, he just kind of fades out of existence there, doesn't he? Whoa! I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm going for the Omega Pirate. Why the fuck would I fight you guys? If he cycles through his vulnerability phase this easily with every fired super missile. No, that brought him back. Didn't it? It totally did. You would have known if you'd scanned him? Maybe. Hey, you, ow! There, Jesus. Purple ones are the worst one? Yeah, because there's not like an easy, quick way to kill them. The red gun does a ton of damage on its own, and super missiles and ice super missiles both kill ass. Whoop. We are starting to run through our health. Oh, yeah, missiles do work. Oh, missiles work. Hey! How could his shit possibly absorb a fucking plasma energy shot, but not a missile? Wait, who's arguing? Ding dong, panic stasis. To the front of the class, both of you. Why are you arguing? Ow, 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 ow. Yep, ow, yep, yep, ow, ow. Get along, you two. Get along. I'm ignoring the little pirates. We appearing anytime soon? Get him! Oh, shit. No, I voted for Biden. I'm a Biden voter now. Elite quarters access. You don't say. Well, with the exception of like one pickup back there, doesn't that about cinch it? I mean, obviously we're about to be given some new direction, but... Explore this room? Okay. Voosh Bade. Voosh Bade. Meow. Pigeon. And the last missile pickup is in the place that you guys advised me to only get after I got the Phazon suit, right? I'm imitating the noises she's making because it's very cute. Where is the energy tank? People said there was an energy tank in here. What am I missing? I know the missile is in that fungal hall. Oh! I knew that. Right. Now, let's go back to... Was it here? Either way, we have to head back. Hall B. Yeah. Ooh. Boo. Stop. 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 I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I simply do not care. I have the Phazon suit. I'm a Phazon girl in a Phazon world. It's fantastic. It wasn't in here. No, it wasn't. The missile upgrade was in a place where I had the morph ball. Well, then there are two things I'm missing. The mining tunnel as well. Right? The morph ball tunnel gives you an artifact? Oh. Alright, what am I looking for here? Lads, we're tired and I'm growing impatient. X-ray the floor under the mushroom. Jesus. You want to freeze? Is there some... particular reasons these ones are immune to ice? Not immune to being blown up. They're color-coded? Oh, shit, you're right. All right. Ooh. All right. Now to get the last artifact. And after that, once I get the last artifact that's right over here, that is the last pickup, is it not? But then that's not the end of the game, of course. I'm a Phazon girl in a Phazon world. Yeah, this kind of would have sucked without the Phazon suit. Are you 100%ing downloads as well? Nope. Yes! Hey! Let's go! A wahoo! Nicely done, lads. We're not done with the game yet, though. Scan's only 72. I wasn't going for full scan completion. Scan completion is way more annoying and less satisfying, in my opinion. Hey! God damn it. Let me out. I don't want to go the right way. Stop. Annoying fucking... Let me up. God damn it. Stop. Stop! Stop! Oh my god. Power bombs take care of these guys. Dude, dude, bro, dude, did it just seriously interrupt my fucking grapple? Dude, did you know that your most powerful weapon deals lots of damage? Oh my god. Did you know that if you just took a second to defeat them, you could, and they would stop bothering you? Are you aware that this game incorporates combat mechanics? I'm going to I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna lose my shit. It knocked me. Let me through. Okay. Oh, it's the wrong door. Dr. Fauci! Ah! Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. So, there's a second mushroom. Trust the science. 1 mass, 2 masks. Trust the science. Trust the data. Okay, we navigated this insanely difficult puzzle. Dr. Fauci. I don't even know where we're going next, man. As far as I can tell, we've done full map completion. Stop. Stop. Okay, fine. Right. 1 mass, 2 mass. Dr. Veggie. I baked you a pie. Oh boy, what flavor? Pie, pie, pie. Dad, I'm hungry. I'm dead. Why did you make me this way? Why? I baked you. It's okay, Kelly. Vosh, you drunk? Am I drunk? I take this accusation very seriously. I will now spend months angrily demanding an apology from you. Did you just accuse me of alcoholism? Debate me. Oh my god! They can't weigh that much. I'm in fucking power armor. I guess they're pretty big, really. Capable of splitting in 2. Weakness to weapons with fire. Well, oh my god, they split in 2. Fuck you. Oh my god! Holy shit! Okay, new plan. We outrace them. Okay, it's fine. They don't knock us off. They just... Let me through. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, me running away from a debate with Hans. I baked you a pie. Oh boy, what flavor? Dr. Fauci! Masks! Metroid, stop. Stop! No! Dad, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Dr. Fauci. Okay. I'm fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. I baked you a mask. Oh boy, Dr. Fauci! No! Ah! What if we killed the enemies? Do you think that would help? Mask, mask, mask! Why did you make me this way? Dr. Fauci! Hey, Fauci, I'm Dad. You do stuff like this on stream. People think you're some kind of Machiavellian genius. It's the other one. It's the other one. I'm tired of you. I'm not tired. I feel like the real stickler would be adding a third unfunny comedic bit. You know what I mean? But it has to be fitting. Yeah, let me think. And just so you know, 63% of Americans are hungry for pie and do want to know the flavor. But you know who doesn't want to know? Dr. Fauci! That's right, don't you? Dr. Fauci! 1 mask, 2 mask! Why? 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 It was John Oliver, you know? Stop! Got him. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. And if you look right over here, you'll see a pie that I baked for you. Except, wait, That's not a pie. That's Dr. Fauci. This is a pie. Except, no, it's not. That's masks. Masks. I'm losing my fucking mind. I need to finish this fucking game. Yeah, guy is struggling to death. He has 20 seconds. Alright. Oh, it's been fun. Okay. We finally made it out of the Phazon mines. Well, just about. Whoop. Whoop. Oh. Okay, where are we headed to? Our ship? Da shippy? Alright, I don't want to go to the Fendana Drifts. Palin Overworld, that's where we're going. Simple as... Be a fast and your mum's knickers plop when she hears me knocking at the door. Simple as. Love the Queen. Love me brew. Love me brew spot. Love me hoinky wink. Love me rootin' tootin' pointin' shooty gun show. 8 trances. 8 French. 8 sandwiches. Love me fish. Love me chips. 8 pronouncing consonants. 8 masks. Lord Dr. Fish. Yeah, what if I finally got a chance to do stand-up to a crowd and I just did this shit? Oh, I love having so many blue names in chat. Would you actually do stand-up? Oh, I feel like I would knock stand-up out of the park. I have absolutely no reservations about talking in public. I'm very expressive physically, like, you know, gesturing with my hands, you know, enunciating, leading into it, that sort of thing. I've always fantasized. I've said this before, but, like, one of my big fantasies, because you know how, like, every guy, at least, has the fantasy where, like, the school shooting happens, but they stop it, or, like, whatever else, you know, like a shooting, like, all right, well, if they came in, I'd, like, do a backflip, and I'd do this, and karate chop them in the neck. Like, I feel like it's a really common thing, you know. We watch too much television, so that's what we think of. But, for me, one of my big fantasies, excuse me, sorry, gaylords in chat are saying no. Just got distracted for a second. Gaylords, pansies, pussies, and the French. Oh, oui. I have never thought of that because we do not have shootings in our school. Yeah, and that's why there are so many of you. Fucking frogs. Anyway, so as I was saying, Gally, you're Canadian. Shut up. So anyway, as I was saying, one of my fantasies has been, it's always been like, there's some big show, just anything. It doesn't have to be stand-up, just like literally anything. But like a person doesn't show up to the act, so they need to fill an hour, and they're like, we need someone to just go out there and just for like an hour. We just need to hold them up, you know? And I go out there and I like kill it with just fucking off-the-cuff stories of people pissing on my sandaled feet in a bathroom or just any other shit like that. Relevant accent meme. Oh yeah, I've seen this. It's very good. Being a lesbo is pish. I tell a girl she's banging, you get coming for you. Like, I'm just saying that to be your pal, I'm saying to shag you. Something like that, I think. That's Scottish, not British, but... You know, the Scots would be very offended at you three-heading. One of my fantasies, fucking horses. Dude, unironically, I feel like I could talk about the whole horse thing to a crowd for 20 minutes to make them laugh, you know? Like me being like, I want to be the horse, you know? They never understood. People, you know, they joke, you know, oh, you like horses? No, horses are disgusting. I'm disgusting. I want to be the horse. And so do all of you, by the way. And so, you know, you can lie and say that you haven't, but you know. Oh, yes, that would definitely go well. Oh, I don't fucking care. I am horse. Welcome to my TED Talk. Where am I going? I saved. Under the ship. Well, now we're saving again, I guess. Shut up, Gally. Go to the temple? Okay, that tracks. Thanks, Wax Newman. I'll get the chance one day. Ooh, gonna be some spooky shit in here. Uh-oh. 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 Time to enter the fucking spook house. Boarding the spook train. Next stop, spook station. The conductor is a skeleton. Want to show this stream the raccoon rack? Do you guys want to see the raccoon pal? Yeah, I'm so curious. Okay, well, the pins and the clips are to help set it in the proper place while it dries. Okay, listen. I'm gonna show it now. Just close your eyes if you don't want to see it, and I will announce vocally when it's no longer on screen. Okay? Okay, I'm showing it now. Close your eyes. You see? Can't even see the face proper, but like this is what I was looking at. It's kind of creep, no? Alright, it's off. Off the screen. Yes, the deflated trash panda. You'll see it when it's properly done. Beep beep. Is there anything in the game that tells you need to be here? I guess this is where you place the Chozo artifacts, right? So this would be where you go after you get all of them. Have a good night, Gally. Chunk it up. Ooh, get chunky. Chunk, 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 chunky, chunky, chunk, chunk, chunky, chunky, chunk. Get it, get it, chunky, get it, chunky, 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 get it, chunky. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Get it, chunky, 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 calm. Monkey chunky, 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 monkey chunky, calm, chunky. Fucking Ridley! Dr. Fauci! Dr. Fauci, 1 mask! 2 masks! That'd be Ridley too. That's what he sounds like. Meta Ridley. What? Oh. I baked you a Meta Ridley. Oh boy! Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Chest is thinner plating. I see you. We're chunking. And the flame even... I don't know if the flame can even hit, really, at this distance. Nah, it can't. I don't even know if it's capable of reaching that far. Whatever, our default shots are doing enough. What's the lore behind Ridley? He's like a big bitch. Oh man, he goes far. Holy shit, this map is huge. He's a big bitch and he works with the space pirates. Wow! Why use anything but super missiles for any encounter? Ridley killed Samus's parents? Well, yeah, didn't Ridley kill, like, Chozo? The Chozo are my parents, right? Or do you mean my human parents? They killed my human parents and then I was raised by the Chozo? Are the Chozo all extinct? How old is Samus? Did the whole species go from existing to extinct in, like, the lifetime of a single human? Hey. Wait, yup? Really? Oh. Their biohumans were killed when Samus was 2 to 3. Okay, yeah, but Samus was raised by the Chozo, but the Chozo are extinct now, right? So is Samus like really old? Like, I mean, Samus is biologically modified. It could be that Samus is just, you know, old. She was raised by the last Chozo. Okay, okay, gotcha. Pigeon, can I help you? Pigeon, this is what... What? This is what you sound like, Pigeon. You sound fucking ridiculous. Whoa! Dr. Fauci. Whoa! Wowie zowie! Sweet missiles, Meta Ridley. Oh, soy, 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 soy. Oh, soy, 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 soy. Oh my god, your presence here adds so much to the war! The Prime games aren't canon, by the way. That's funny, considering they're like the fucking best games ever. Hey, remember the most fucking epic shit that ever happened? That was fake, by the way. No fun. Strategy Guy talked about how she was a new half. So she might canonically be trans. Yeah, Samus is trans. Half Adolf, half Shitler. Doctor Fauci. Oh! Oh, second phase? Oh, Mecha, oh my god. Oh. Wait, is this supposed to be Ridley revived, or is this just a robot version of Ridley? Did Ridley blow up in the beginning of this? Why is he... I just thought he was mechanically augmented. I didn't realize he was like fully fucking metal. Cyborg Ridley? Ridley, do you feel like they might have overdone it a bit? You're like all metal. I mean, like, kind of look dorky up close, to be honest. Like a stupid dinosaur transform. He got killed in the SNES one. Ah. I get it. They just decide to regrow him with stem cells in later games. Okay, but why? Like, what makes Ridley so special? I get he's like a big bird dude, but wouldn't there be a whole species of big bird dudes? Like, why expend so much effort bringing him back over and over? Can you stop? He's like their king? Oh, okay. Whoa! Nice try, dude! Oh, I'm swinging so hard at your strength. The big stompy. This is the feared dinosaur attack. Oh, the flamethrower literally does no damage to him. Okay, that's cool. I didn't want to have fun with my cool attack anyway. His name is a nod to Ridley Scott a la Aliens franchise. No. No. It's a reference to the Riddler. Same wavelength, Conyer. Same fucking wavelength. Happy to live with you. Can we chill? He does not have a very long exposure time. Not a long exposure time. What is this? A camera that's been calibrated to operate in daylight settings? Dr. Fresh! No! Don't stomp on me with your big feet. It does damage no matter where you are. Oh. That doesn't even do anything. It doesn't even hit me. Hey! Ah, jeez. Oh, do you think we could powerbomb him for like the vulnerability phase? You have too much health? Oh yeah, for sure. The game, if you full completionist, the game is way the fuck too generous. Okay, wait, I want to be ready for the super missile. Can we chill with these? This is a Nintendo game. I refuse to put effort into dodging your attack patterns. I'm actually gonna, like, die. Ah, okay, we got a super missile. That was good. Whoa! Hello, soak them. Ow, 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 ow. I'm running out of health here. Stop. Stop! Okay, we're down to 2.5 health tanks. I'm actually a little concerned. Okay, I'm gonna need you to chill with that attack. Okay, we're practicing our side hops. Wait, what? He was vulnerable for like one shot there. Tailspin. Ah, I'm like fucking Dark Souls veteran. Sure. Oh, okay. It wouldn't let me do the thing that time. Can we? Oh, right. I have to double press spacebar, not the movement keys. Okay. I don't think you're hurting him. Well, not most of the shots. When he flashes yellow, I'm breaking his armor, basically. Oh! 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 Pog! Sorry. Oh, he's being judged. The Chozo. Oh, the lore. Lasers. Can't believe they didn't help earlier. Fuck is that about? Dad? All of my dads. Time for me to get the Chozo suit. Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we? Holy shit, this is the first impact site. When fucking Adam crashed down, or Lilith, or whoever the fuck the first one was. Oh, wow, what is this? Limited data on unknown material. Mutagenic qualities at least 86% stronger than Phazon. Huh. Super Phazon. Super Phazon! Dr. Fauci! Phazon! Super Phazon! Phazon suit! Chozo suit! This is good. This is a good stream. What the fuck? There's like a whole area? Never did any of this. Phazon core. Oh. Oh! Ah! Stop! Stop screaming my ears? Then just fucking turn the stream off, bitch pussy. Ooh, I want to say slurs at you. Alright. No! Keep in mind they respawn. They respawn? Bitch! Let me up! Let me up! Let me up! Stop! God! I should just have... These look like teeth. This is rather body horror-esque. Vosh, would you smash Jolene Cujo? How old is she, even? Because part 4 kid was 14 or 16 or something. She's 19. 19's pretty young. No, Vermin, that's okay. I have to play at least 3 hours of Witcher Thronebreaker after this. Yeah. Nice! Bang up job, Governor! Oh, I thought this was a save station. So a missile recharged. I feel like all the JoJos are basically like they act way older than they are. So I don't know. Jolene's like an old 19. Yeah, I'd slam Jolene. Is Jolene even like... What the fuck is Jolene even into? Right? Because, like, Jolene was into fuckboys to begin with. Fucking Romeo. But, like, who's Jolene into now? Jolene's hardcore lesbian, right? Like, there's no fucking way she's into guys anymore, right? Oh my fucking god. One fall, two fall! Vouch bad! Bisexuality exists. I just... Listen, okay? I've read a lot of hentai, and I'm pretty sure that everyone in a woman's prison is lesbian. Can you feel the cringe tonight? I can. Which hentai takes place in a woman's prison? There are plenty of hentai dojins that have that, you know, setting. Are you? 3 fall, 2 fall. Damn, they really do respawn, huh? And pretty fast, too. Oh my fuck. Well, we can play like this. We can play. Please, let me reach the top. Let me reach the top. So I can finish this bot. Ah! It fucking rammed me! Please. Come on. Come on. Just do it. I have no power bombs for later. Yeah, I'm aware. Oh, I heard another one. Wow. What Metroid? 20 Metroids, 30 Metroids. What? Why? Why? What? Nothing even pushed me. Before YouTube subs away from 12K. Dipshits! Go sub to Conyer on YouTube. Cognitive decline is real tonight, yeah. That a racial slur for a picture. Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go. Ow! That hurt my throat. Ah! Oh my god. Didn't get this last one. Oh my god, stop! Stop respawning! We get it, we get it. You're the strong Metroids. Oh my god! Wait! I literally can't outkill them. I actually can't kill them faster than they spawn. This part got bashed in reviews. Yeah, the respawn rate is too high. Do you have ice missiles? They're immune to ice missiles. Okay, finally we're here. Oh, so what's going on here? My throat hurts. Go to sleep. We're so close to finishing. Hop across? Couldn't I have just gone across normally? Wait, what? Oh, I could have just... Okay. Sure. Oh! Oh my god. That's actually quite creepy. Hello. Governor? All right, we'll tune it up. We'll tune it up. Blast that shit. What the fuck are we doing today? Oh. I didn't see that it had fallen. I was looking at the volume. I want to learn! Yep, that's Metroid Prime. The source of Phazon, making it immensely powerful. A genetic flaw makes it susceptible to certain weapons for brief periods. Only its head is truly vulnerable. Other attacks are a nuisance. Offensively, a number of natural and mechanical weapons at its disposal. Multi-missile snare beams, ultra breath, particle wave projectors. Its massive strength and barbed characters make it lethal in melee combat. Recommend maximum firepower. Yep. Getcha. Woo! It really is quite creepy. And every Metroid can turn into this, potentially, if given enough time and strength. Oh. With Phazon exposure, right. Woo! Whoa! Watch me cuck this fuck. You know, having reached the missile cap is actually quite useful here, I think. Again. It was creepy in here. Whoa. Wowie zowie. Whoa. 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 Oh! I see. I gotta turn into a morph ball to avoid those. Having multiple arenas does give you the potential to explore with... Oh, I thought I was being smart there. I don't know the tell for that time. Oh, back to normal. Whoa! I am frozen? I can't attack. Oh, there we go. Oh! No, the animations are really cool. Whoa, that was a lot of damage. Now that's a lot. Dr. Fauci! Bet you thought you knew where I was going with that one, huh? Oh! Oh! Could have dropped a power bomb as, you know, a matter of recourse there. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, hey, can we fucking chill, please? Yeah. Oh! 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 Wait, not do that? Listen, okay, again, this is a Nintendo game. I am not going to put much effort into dodging. Damn. What are those? Stop. 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 Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Carry on. Excuse me. Can I see you firing phason beams at Space Mercenaries license? Oh? Yep, one. Alright, everything seems to be in order. Stop! One soy, two soy. Can we stop with this? Wait, stop. I'm wasting missiles here. You're making me waste missiles. Literally. It's very cringe. Hey! Let me hit the super missile. Thank you. Gonna go down to cringe zone number 4. I love having infinite health and ammo. I know that monsters like this are scary as fuck, but whenever I'm judging the threat level of sci-fi monster enemies, I always have to think, like, would this thing survive a tactical nuclear strike? And the answer most of the time is, like, no. You know? I don't think this thing would. I think it would be atomized, to be honest with you. Not to say it's not dangerous or anything, I just think that, you know, we need to have a little bit more faith in man's capacity for inflicting great violence upon our enemies. What are the scariest alien designs in your opinion? I don't know about scariest. I couldn't really say. In terms of conceptually scariest, like, alien stuff, I mean, conceptually scariest, I think would... it'd probably have to be something from 40K, right? I've never played Mass Effect, so I couldn't say. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, I'm walking here. That'd be like judging a D&D monster on whether it could survive a meteor storm. Well, a lot of strong enemies can survive meteor storms. It's a nuke. I mean, nukes are... Can you make yourself vulnerable to my... Thank you. Now, stay still. Thank you! I don't know about the Warhammer aliens, which ones are the terrifying ones. Well, Warhammer 40K is all about taking it up to 11, so quite a few of them are. The scariest ones would have to be Chaos, though, right? I mean, that's not really alien, they're extra-dimensional, but... Wait, we're not done? Oh shit, I don't have much health. Thought that was too easy. Hello! Abandon your shell, huh? Invulnerable to all weapons. Only attacks from a phazon-fused arm cannon could damage it. It generates pools of phazon when it attacks. Use these to fuel your suit's phazon weapon system. And also spawn Metroids. Fucking great. We're out of power bombs, too. Whoa! Okay, we'll learn the damn attacks then. You insist. Are those pickups? Yes, please. Give me health missiles. This thing looks a little bit like Bloodborne-y, don't you think? I mean, real, make contact. Hyper mode. Oh, I see. Do I have to be standing in... I do. Fuck 'em up! That did not do as much damage as I had hoped to. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Whoa! Hey, 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 hey! Oh, Vermin, I'll probably stop after this attempt and finish it next stream. We're streaming games tomorrow night as well. Oh, I see you. No, let me hyper mode you. Ooh, these fucking wave attacks, man. Can we let me see things normally, please? I didn't drop Metro, no. Yeah, we're fucked. Dr. Fauci. Regular Metroids? Regular Metroids. Oh, they're regular Metroids. They're not the fucking piss ass fuck shit ones. That's nice. Hyper mode. Stop! Stop! They just... I'm not sure how exactly I'm supposed to dodge the attacks when he's invisible like this. He rotates between thermal, visible, and X-ray. Oh! Woo! Yeah, we're about to bite it, folks. Yep. At least he does get stunned. Oh god, right. Okay. I feel like we're gonna be able to nail this when we try it again tomorrow. I feel like we're gonna breeze through this with like most of our health still around. Wait, what's hitting me? Stop! Stop! Yeah, I'm being attacked from like every dimension. Bit grim. Really? This is sick. I'm glad this game has a satisfying finale. So wait, why are Metroid Prime 2 and 3 called Metroid Prime then? There's no Metroid Prime in Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Or is there? Is Phazon Samus the Metroid Prime? Metroid Prime? Prime Metroid? Is that why Metroid Prime Samus hates us so much, Metroid Prime? Dear Fauci. Lads! Linkers. Sake with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, that's the tough part, isn't it? Getting to be buff when you're old. And with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs, thank you very much. I don't normally shout out a whole Reddit user's post, but these are certified bangers. Is this where we're at right now? Sake, you're just linking me people's Reddit accounts to look at? Jazzdog has been posting bangers, though, for sure. POV, you posted a boring political link. You guys don't reward creativity in Okay Buddy Vouch. This is literally an edited video meme, and it has 52 upvotes. You guys need to do better, okay? Palm Tree Nirvana, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Posada Sean, thank you for the $2. You don't know something big's going down in Seattle? Oh, looks like it got handled. Dr. Fauci! Jammy with the tier 2 sub. Maybe a linker. Check out this meme after segment. This feels kind of relevant. Imperial General with the $5. This is literally every anti-interventionist who says Ukraine is Nazis or the US worse. True. Clipping, Bing clipping, clip, 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 clippy, clip, 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 clippy, clip, 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 clippy, clip, clippy, clip, 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 clip. I don't have the constitution for long streams. 8582 to Derek, thank you for the $5. Reddit soy. Size 6, the $5 you see Henry Cavill talk about 40K. Yes, I did. He was shamed. Rightly so. Pelican Jones 566, thanks the very kind $10. I don't think Borisenko's philosophy is a new thing. Hear this snippet of an old Frank Sinatra song. What?
Heaven. Hitler's in heaven.
I wrote that. Timur, the $5. What do you think of this rifle? It's 9mm carbine that can take Glock mags. One downside, it's that's heavy. I think it's nice. It's one of the ones I'd consider. I think that these the large fluted sort of barrel covers, whatever the proper term for that is, are quite nice. The issue is though, if I get a rifle, I want it to be 5.56, you know? I want it to fire 5.56 223, you know, like standard rifle ammunition. I know it's quite a bit pricier than 9mm. Sake with the $10. You hunt with a Remington, I hunt with this. We are not the same. You've linked this so many fucking times. Just wheeling this shit around, incinerating squirrels in the treetops. Miko with a very kind $15. How would I go about getting unbanned from the Discord? I got banned for super innocuous memes. The memes in question, not safe for work. Just email me. I'll probably just do it. Whatever. Well, the universe, thanks the $2. Great clip from Elisa. This is so long.
Did I instruct you to work until you injured yourselves? No, absolutely not.
Yes.
It was a tragedy, and I'm very sorry that it happened. I wish it hadn't. But I wasn't telling Damien to pull all-nighters. He was an adult. He made his own decisions about how he was going to work.
Spoilers! Now I know that he made his own decisions of how we're going to work. Ursula 5, thanks for the $10. Yeah, I heard about the Amazon tornado shindig. Pretty cringerino, mon frere. Mon cappuccino, frappuccino, deltarino, cappuccino. Dennis Schultz, thank you for the $5. Expropriate Facebook was low-key hoping you would appear as a guest. What the fuck is this? Facebook Requiem socialize the social network? What is this, Germans? What?
Expropriate Facebook.
The fuck is this? Listen. The only thing I expropriate is your dad's panties. Penny, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Check out this remix the YouTube intro Jazz Dog made.
If your auto warranty has or is about to expire, unexpected auto repair.
Stop. Let it die. Far Eastern Myth, thanks to the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You can watch this off stream. Views the planets from the nearest and farthest moons. Will do! Pigeon! Pigeon, you and I are one. You and I are one. Spirit, baby. What? I can hear a tiny baby heartbeat. Doot, 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 doot. How's your tiny baby heartbeat doing? Faster than mine, because you're, smaller. Chicken and father. She's being very well behaved right now. I'm proud of you. You want to tell them you love them? No, she's too chill. Good baby. Saki, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Fari Smith, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You can watch the Star Wars fan animation bits. Yes, I will. Mortimio, thank you for the very kind of $5. Are you not able to turn your brain off, just be blindly entertained by media? I don't really think anyone turns their brain off. You need your brain on to enjoy the media. It's just a matter of what you're willing to let slide. But I enjoy Marvel films when I watch them. That doesn't mean that I don't dislike them, though. Mothodon, thank you for the 5. Never played a Yakuza game. No. Fast and Easy 2010. Come to San Diego. I'll pay you $1,000 to do a set. Jesus, is that a real offer? Paco, got a friend in San Diego. No, 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 no. I shouldn't commit to that. I shouldn't commit to that. But no promises, but send me an email maybe. El Maman, thank you for the $5. Finished Outer Wilds in the DLC this week. Made me cry and is going next to Undertale and Death Stranding there. Thanks for showing us. Yes, brilliant game. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Dumb Bunny, thank you for the $5. Of course, your dad wouldn't be a tier 1 sub. I wouldn't expect there to be any subs in your lineage. Goddamn right. Us Kochinskis are proud. Miko, thank you for the $5. I'm glad that you enjoy the Weird TTS streams. They're also very, very, very profitable. Panic Stasis, thanks for the tier 3 sub. What would be the better scenario here? Either politically the income disparity becomes so high we have revolution, or we have a New Deal Part 2. I don't think accelerationism is the winning bid right now. New Deal Part 2 sounds nice. Sake, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Ridley, wake up. We're trying to call for months to renew your extended warranty upgrades. Seems like you got wrecked. True! If only Ridley had gotten the extended coverage for his cybernetic augmentations. Done the Mido with the $5. Have you read the Napalm Round K post? It's fucking hilarious. No, but I'll look it up right after I end stream. Episode of Chanel with the $2. I baked you a pie. The fuck? The whole stream summarized. This whole stream was schizo jokes and Hans of Harkir covering that business. Oh, what do you think the fallout's going to be from all that, huh? I don't know. He's going to posture and gallivant about it, but I feel like I said everything I have to say. What's going to come up in a conversation with him that wasn't said? Not that I would anyway. I hate talking to the crazies. Hate it. Hate it. Everyone just needs to calm down. Why can't people be calm like me? Really, though, right? I think I'm pretty good at not taking this stuff too personally, too seriously. A lot of my anger and frustration are delivered in politically acceptable ways, but in terms of like my, my control over my behavior, I think for the most part I have a pretty good reputation, especially considering, the amount of antagonism I deal with. Right? I mean, could certainly be worse. Vosh, you want a 223 556, but don't want an AR-15, get a Mini 14. Oh, shit. You're right. Guys, this is a really strong argument in favor of getting a Mini 14. Oh, fuck. That's a strong argument right there. That's a very compelling argument. LARP? He looks cool. Oh, right. Yeah, we were looking at these earlier. But man, a custom one of these. How much do they cost? Just a standard wood frame Mini 14. Also, what's the capacity? Capacity 20 shot. 7 pounds? That's nothing. Length of pole 13.5 inches. What am I looking for again? Oh, $1,200. Oh, that's more expensive than a lot of rifles, but not excessively so. He's basically finger fucking the trigger on that gun. Malcolm X. Yeah, you know. He's menacing the ceiling a bit. Big dick motherfucker with the $5. Hey Vosh, just want to say hi. I'm pretty lonely in Trump territory of Naples, Florida. Does anyone in your community want to go on a date with me? I'm buying. Aw. Well, that's sweet. You know, my Discord gets a bad rap, but I know that literally dozens of people have found relationships there. Might be worth peeking in. All right. I love you guys, but I'm tired beyond belief, really. I didn't get the best sleep last night either, so I'm honestly kind of pushing it a bit. Might just have to go right to bed and try to get enough sleep and finish up my chores tomorrow morning and do all that. Pigeon, oh my god, she's trying to climb up here, but she slipped. Pigeon, Pigeon, you have all the room in the world. You're literally a cat. You're one of those dexterous animals. Yeah, Pigeon. Ooh, wait, Pigeon. Pigeon, earbuds? For your consideration. For your consideration. Earbuds? If you just move your head up a tiny bit more. No. Pigeon. Okay. All right. Not earbuds then. What about the earbud adapter cable? Huh? Huh? No? 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 Okay. What about a protein bar wrapper that probably still smells faintly of food? Oh? Oh? You look a little more interested in that. Oh? Yes. Good bapping. Oh my goodness. What good baps? Boop. Ooh. Yeah? Nyang. Nyang. Wow. Does that foil taste good? Mmm, delicious foil. Ooh. Pigeon. Well, we'll raid Nicosaurus because, well, I like Nicosaurus, and also nobody else is online, so it's not even really a decision. I love you all more than you could know. You're beautiful people. Please take care and have yourselves a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Wait, tomorrow evening. I guess it really depends on where you live. I'll see you approximately 16 hours from now.